Good to go. Welcome to another edition of the Aaron O Show. It is Thursday, August the 10th, West Coast time, 6:22. Welcome. I appreciate y'all for being here. It's been quite a day. I heard Just Jay said somebody didn't say happy birthday. Well, I ain't know, so let me apologize immediately. If it's your birthday, Just Jay, happy birthday. Uh Somebody else already got in trouble in the chat for not identifying that. So I'm gonna make sure I'm good immediately at the beginning of the show. All right. T-Dub, what up? Tara, Mother J in the building. I see. Okay, JJ. It's not gonna be a 30-minute intro. Don't worry. It's not gonna be a 30-minute intro. I'm gonna get right into it. You have to realize I have a small window between getting through the door and getting a show going. It's very, very small. Okay. It's very, very small. And so that's why I freestyle it. Okay. But I appreciate you being here, JJ, my guy. Today we got a cool show. I think we're gonna have a good show today. So hopefully it's going to be a chill show, a relaxed show. I make no promises, but that's my goal, okay? Let me see here. Oh, first things first. Shout out to my brother Spence. I see you, bro. First things first, we must always acknowledge the people that support me on the show, especially the sponsor of the last show, none other than Sherelle herself. Thank you, Miss Sherelle, for being the sponsor of the last show. I really, really appreciate it. You've been holding me down very, very long time. So it is greatly appreciated whenever my people hold me down. Ain't no such thing as a smooth show, Brittany. We'll try. It just depends on what we talk about. And I am going to talk about fun stuff. Just a little, I might get just a little bit to the left and a little bit to the right, but it's going to be chill. Don't even worry, okay? Today is it was a really actually chill day, quiet day, nothing too crazy. Hey, Miss Sherelle, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting the show. I appreciate you. I know you always grind, you always on the road. So whenever you make time to support, it doesn't go unnoticed. But it's been a jam-packed day. My brother Cheeky was streaming earlier. I always miss the good shows. I listen. The second I find that 71-year-old in that wheelchair, that would, take me out of the patriarchy in this workforce and put me on her couch, and all I apparently need to do is have great communication. Well, I am going to do that. So ladies, let me know if y'all know anybody that's in a wheelchair, got their life insurance on point, whether it's through MetLife, I don't care, New York Life, whoever they got their life insurance to, make sure they add me as obviously the beneficiary, and make sure they have a nice, I don't know if I want a leather couch or a pleather couch, because grandma always they always leave the plastic on the couch, and it gives me nightmares to touch that plastic, knowing you're gonna get a whooping if you mess up anything. So I might need something simple, okay? But I'm not high class bougie-ish, at least not yet. So like I said, it's been a good day. I will say this. Who said that? JJ said August. Yes, August is full of birthdays. My grandmother's birthday and my cousin's birthday was yesterday. My nephew's birthday is in a few days. So it's a lot. And one of my homies' birthdays earlier this month. Yeah, it's a lot of August birthdays. Luckily for me, I don't hang out with a lot of people. So I'm like an incel loner. So the ones that they crying and complaining about, they talking about me. I'm at about 71% incel right now, guys. 71% just about. So bear with me. I'm holding it down for the incel gang. Brittany said ain't got nothing on September. Okay. We'll see about that. We will see about that, Miss Brittany. We will see about that. I will say this though. Today, actually, August 10th, is actually my brother's birthday. And I will say a lot of you guys watch me online. You guys are always constantly criticizing me and critiquing me. And you always wonder why I try to move a certain way. I got 4 brothers, 1 older brother, right? And a lot of the ways that I try to conduct myself in a respectable way, an honorable way, not a perfect way, because I'm not perfect, is because I know they're watching me. Now, I don't think my brothers actually watch the show. And then the main reason that they don't is because I don't promote it. I don't talk to my family. I don't tell them I'm on YouTube. I don't tell them I do it. One day they just gonna find out. If I ever do make some level of impact, get some notoriety, one day they just gonna find out. Because I don't advertise it. I don't try to have my family watching and all that. Because I'd be honest with you, it's a good chance that more people would watch. But me and my brother were really close. He moved out of the state a few years back, so we don't get to be in close proximity all the time. And I haven't had a lot of time to actually go out and actually visit where he's at for probably about a year and some change. Probably, I don't remember the last time. Might be a little less than that. But I know they're watching me, so it's always important that I try to do my best to conduct myself a certain way and, just do your very, very best to know that, unfortunately, by default, that there are people watching you. There's people that are looking to, sometimes, y'all know on these YouTube streets, looking to tear you down. And that's why I try to conduct myself a certain way. That's why I speak about honor on this a lot. It's just a certain way you carry yourself. There's an honor code. There's just a character. It's a whole lot that go into it. And for me and my brothers, it's just, it becomes living proof that we are not our circumstances. We are not our circumstances. They don't define us. They are moments. They are experiences, but they don't define who we are. They don't prevent us from excelling. They don't prevent us from making our own path in life. They are hurdles, by the way, but we don't run from them. We engage with the hurdles, and we break the door down. We jump over whatever obstacle that's in our way. We run through it, and this is just one of those. For me, it's a good time because y'all know me. I don't celebrate birthdays. Mine's in particular. Yeah, I don't celebrate my birthday in particular, but my brother does. He's somebody that I actually find very brave. Sometimes when I'm feeling a little down, sometimes when life gets a little, you feel like gravity weighing in on you. I just think about everything that he's been processing through, the trials and tribulations that he's pushed through, and if he don't give up, I definitely can't give up. A lot of the things that I do, a lot of ways that I think, are a lot of the inspiration that he gives me. He doesn't know. He's a younger brother. He got to look up to me. I'm still taller than him, but we pull from those moments, those experiences we had growing up, and still to this day. And so I just want to say, man, I want to let my brother know happy birthday. I'm really, really proud of you. And you have given me a reason to play my favorite song on YouTube right now. And so we're going to play my favorite song on YouTube. Yes, we are.
When the black people get together and change the purpose, so it's the meaning.
I want to say happy birthday to you. I want to say happy birthday to you. Yeah. I want to say happy birthday to you. I want to say happy birthday to you. Yeah. Close your eyes and make that wish. Think about it and blow out your candle. Close your eyes and make that wish. Think about it and blow out your candle. Close your eyes and make that wish. Think about it and blow out your candle. Close your eyes and make that wish. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Happy birthday,
Yes, that is my favorite song on the YouTube. Happy birthday, brother. Now, let us get to the show. Let us get to the show. Blue Dream, I appreciate. Thank you all for the happy birthday wishes. It's very much appreciated. Somebody's got to celebrate. Somebody's got to enjoy their birthday, and he's the one that knows how to enjoy life. I have to figure that out. I have to figure out that aspect part of it, okay? But now, let us get into the show. What are we talking about today? Got a couple things we're going to get into. I normally stream on Wednesdays, but I end up just relaxing, taking a day off because y'all know me. I don't like to force conversations. I like them to be authentic and genuine. And I like to make sure I really want to be here on stream talking to you guys. If not, it makes it much harder to do these shows and have these conversations. Let's just be honest. So we're going to talk about the president. We're going to talk a little bit about Niger. We're going to talk a little bit about New York City and touch a little bit on the economy briefly. How many more years till retirement? I got a lot of years. And actually, Travel One, shout out to Travel One. I don't ever plan on retiring. I plan on working until my last dying breath. I don't believe in retirement. I'm not looking forward to retirement ever. The only thing I look forward to is maintaining more control over my life and being able to do more of the things that I want to do at every waking moment of life, which is very difficult because most of your life is serving people. Once you guys realize life is about serving people and identifying what your purpose is in that, it becomes a lot easier. That's why young people struggle so much. The level of selfishness is very high, and you need to be selfish in order to get there. So it's a complex life we navigating, but we all gonna get there together. We all gonna get there together one way or another. Okay, I'm just being honest, one way or another. First things first, we're gonna talk about. Let me see here. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna get right into the show because y'all know I was supposed to stream yesterday, but I didn't do it. I took that particular day off so that if I ain't got nothing to talk about, I ain't talking about it. And I actually end up going on one of my one another content creator streams, Venus streams, and chilling there for a moment. And then I went back to reading. I'm not a very good reader because y'all know what they say, but I went over there for a minute and they discussed the patriarchy a little bit. And that's why I have to talk about it. I didn't want to, but they discussed the patriarchy, so I'm gonna talk about the patriarchy. But first of all, I want to get into a lot of you guys don't understand. We live in the United States of America. We have a lot of free speech. We allow you guys to speak your mind, but don't ever get it messed up. Y'all know that, like the little memes, right? With the little dog, they do some crazy. T-Dub said, "What you reading?" I've been reading up on pretty much anything that involves the markets as much as I can, reading about what companies are doing, what they're investing in, stuff like that. I'm usually just trying to stay up on stuff like that. I don't need to read pointless things like Cat in the Hat. All right, I'm done with that. So I'm just trying to stay up to date with the markets and major companies that are impacting how this world navigates, Cruise, Waymo, Tesla, just beyond just their actual company, how they're impacting the environment. And then I'm looking at the state of the environment. And we'll get into that in just a second. But first, we got to talk about the president. All right. Y'all very disrespectful to the president. See, y'all come on here and you know what y'all say? I say what I want. Y'all make a song, F Donald Trump. I'm like, what? He was just cool last week. Now, I'm going to just tell y'all must be very, very careful how y'all talk about the president. Be very, very careful. At the end of the day, I must tell y'all this. Whoever sits in that office, whether you like them or not, you must respect them. Whether you like them or not, you must respect them. I know y'all want to say that ain't my president and all that good stuff, but you got to respect who holds that office, okay? Don't get beside yourself. Like, you might be danger. You got to be careful because you just never know when the big dog makes sure that everybody know who the big dog is. I'm just telling y'all. You just don't know. Oh, so first is first, we got to get into this video.
Bring you breaking news now. The FBI saying that a man was shot and killed today during a raid in Provo, Utah, in connection with an investigation regarding alleged threats against President Biden and others. Officials briefed on the case tell ABC News that those threats had been deemed credible.
Now, you cannot say anything you want about the president. You cannot. Hey, DB, you cannot say anything you want about the president. Easy, what up? It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. And let's be honest. First, I heard this. I thought this was wild crazy, right? I'm like, man, what, is this real? First, I just shouted. Then I heard Utah and I said, NBA Youngboy. Of course. Of course. Everybody knows that if you want to hide anywhere, you go to Utah. If you want to make new religions, if you want to build churches and all and be isolated, you go to Utah. So once I heard Utah, I said, yeah, that's most likely real. It most obviously is a real thing over there. So I had to concede that point. I said, dang, NBA Youngboy. First I thought, is he on house arrest still? Check the ankle monitor and all that, because let's just be honest, you know, he say a bunch of wild stuff. And so, but then once I heard Utah, I was like, nah, I can't be him. Nah, can't be him. Because first of all, he's probably the only one in Utah. I ain't never met a black person that live in Utah for more than 3 days. So I automatically, at first I was like, dang, they did NBA like that? No, they wouldn't do my boy like that. So we obviously knew it was somebody else. And the details will come out later, but God, please respect the president. I know y'all think that man right there ain't ready, but he ready. And if he ain't ready, his squad be ready.
After an investigation began in April and that the FBI was later notified about the individual in June. We are still waiting for comment from the White House, also the Secret Service, but we will bring you updates as soon as we have it. Meanwhile, our chief investigative reporter, Josh Margolin, has been working his sources and this story. Josh, what do we know at this hour?
Hey, Josh, your mic's not working and you basically on national TV right now, brother. Fix your mic. Sorry, guys. Josh is having technical difficulties. Josh, get your mic fixed, please. Thank you, Josh.
In a shootout with the FBI, the FBI went to his home early morning today in Provo, Utah, about 6 a.m. That's a pretty standard tactic. They went to arrest him and to search his home after threats had been made online, and they were deemed to be credible. That's troubling.
Yeah.
So
you just can't say whatever you want to say online. This is actually making y'all be like, dang, you know how people be saying stuff? I'm going to pull up on you. I'm going to fly to your city where the boxing gloves at. Like, y'all better be careful. Y'all better be careful what y'all saying online. When my brother Thanos said that? Yeah. Thanos like, yeah, these people don't act like they know that this stuff is being recorded. These people act like they don't know what's going on online. Sometimes I know we get entrenched in the emotions of a back and forth conversation. But y'all gotta remember, y'all are online now, and this stuff lasts forever, and nobody's gonna be perfect. Okay, anything can happen to anybody. We know people getting doxxed all the time, and the bigger you get, the more that's probably gonna happen. Let's be honest. But y'all can't be saying some of this stuff. People take this stuff real, and even though you ain't got the type of support that El Presidente has, at the same time, people, you never know who anybody is. I would say 90% of people that support my channel and just in the chat, I don't know who they are. I don't know if they're CEOs, executives, managers. I don't know, but I assure you, if you walk in, they don't have an image to their digital face, right? So if they see somebody on here acting crazy and then come in and want a job, they're gonna be like, they gonna act like they don't know you and gonna be like, I remember what you said, and I saw how you moving. Nah. So you guys got to be aware of what you're saying, and because people paying attention.
Investigation began back in April, right? What triggered that? Did they get some type of tip? What led to the probe?
Well, we don't know exactly what opened the investigation. We do know that he had been posting online, apparently, for quite some time, long before April. Something happened in April, and it's really only coming out in this last little bit that we're getting any information about it. So that'll be developing. FBI opened an investigation. By June, the investigation had matured so much so that they told the Secret Service, obviously the Secret Service is responsible for protecting the president and to make sure that any threats, that they get.
Yeah, guys, they're not going to tell you what happened. They're not going to tell you how they identify credible threats. They're not going to tell you what some of their buzzwords or anything like that, because that's idiotic. That would then give you a way to circumvent their protocols, their everything that they have in place in order to identify some of these risks. They're not going to go on national TV and go, this is exactly what we did and how we found them down in Utah. So that's not going to happen, guys. But it don't take rocket science to figure out that they're pretty up to date with protection. If people can find out where you live, where I live, and they can find out if we Googled how to change a tire on YouTube, they can definitely find you saying something wild and crazy. So just know they have tools, they have systems in place in order to identify actual credible threats. And they take this stuff very serious.
Get rid of any threats to the president or the people under their protection. And then today, for whatever reason, and we will hopefully start to learn about why the FBI went ahead and wanted to arrest this individual today. Today, they decided to go ahead and execute these warrants to arrest him and to search the home. In the process, this is somebody who boasted about an appreciation for guns.
Now, that's when it gets political, right? When they start talking about, oh, he boasted about this, and then they talk about it, and then they probably want to try to take away certain rights and make it all politicalized, right? It's a serious situation, but at the same time, they're still going to do their politics. They're still going to do their politics. It never fails. They still have to go in there and say, hey, we need to reduce this. We need to get rid of this. We need to change laws. They're going to take any situation to politicize it. So that's just how it works. So don't be shocked by it. This particular person, I don't think they expected this to happen.
Process is the FBI coming in, a shootout ensued.
All right, we'll keep tracking it with you, Josh. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Kara.
So, oh man, I think that we're often shocked on just how quick a change of events can occur. We're very, very shocked on just how quick a change of events can occur. And just that fast, and thinking that you can say and do whatever you want, you find out that the president is still the big dog. No matter what y'all think about him, y'all can't just say whatever y'all want. You can't just say whatever you want. There's consequences to this. And remember, he got the biggest squad in all of the world. His squad, listen, y'all may not like him, but his squad, he got the biggest gang on his team. So remember that. When y'all acting, get a little crazy beside yourself, just remember, he big dog. Whether you think he the smart big dog, whether you think this is that, he big dog. Okay, he run things. All right, he run things. Okay. Now, I live out in California, right? Some of y'all know that. Some of y'all don't. And for those that don't, pretend like I never said it. Hey, Vanny Roo, shout out to my Canadians. Let's just be honest. People make a lot of jokes about California. Y'all know what y'all be saying. Oh, the politics is crazy out there. It's so much better to live here and there. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. On Cheeky Stream, I think no. I think Cheeky did talk about that on his stream. And on Venus' stream, she asked a crazy question. She said, what are some things that turn you off about women? I said, Venus, I'm not going to lie to you. Any woman from New York pretty much turned me off. I'm sorry. She's like, you always saying that. I apologize. But it ain't my fault. I seen another video today, and it was a girl, and they was recording. He like, oh, so what kind of guys you into? She like, I'm jacking you. Yeah, what you mean you jacking him? So listen, y'all, and they starting saying that at young ages. I don't want to hear no girls telling. So no, you New Yorkers is something different. Okay, it's not personal, but it's personal. and y'all just be acting up. But y'all always taking shots at California. Oh, y'all talk about our homeless. Oh, y'all talk about our politics. Well, they say if you can make it anywhere, especially if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. Ain't that what they say? If you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. Well, New Yorkers, it's so great to be New Yorkers, isn't it? Because it's better than California. Let me ask y'all this. Did they say my likes is low? I ain't shocked by that. I'm not shocked by that. We just getting started. The show gonna be lit. Here we go. Let me see here. I'm gonna ask somebody to hit the like button. Okay, support the show. All right. Now, at least with a like button. Hi. Now, on our way to New York, let me take y'all to a trip to New York, right? I want y'all to hear how they talking about down there, up there in the east in New York City, because y'all 3 hours ahead. Everything run on New York time, East Coast time, all right? They run everything on East Coast time, all right? Whenever they make references, it's all East Coast time, okay? They don't never want to run things through the West, all right? Ever since Tupac left, y'all acting like the West don't run things. That's cool. That's cool. I ain't gonna even be mad at y'all. Y'all think the West don't run nothing, but they do. The West do. But we gonna take a trip to New York City.
Okay, and speaking of money, which the city needs, what are we going to do with this migrant situation? We just had the commissioner for the Office of Emergency Management here. I mean, it just seems endless. The mayor says we're past the breaking point. What do we do? You know, something's going to give. New Yorkers, how much more can we give?
Oh, New Yorkers. Y'all can give a lot. Y'all can give a lot. Y'all can give a lot. Y'all New Yorkers, y'all the best of the best of the best of the best. Y'all shouldn't have no problems with no migrants coming to y'all because y'all are sanctuary. Y'all's one of those sanctuary states, right? When y'all care about people, when y'all trying to protect people and all this good stuff. Y'all the leaders. Y'all the leading people, so y'all got to lead by example. It sounds like y'all getting frustrated. That's bottle number one. It sounds like y'all getting frustrated. Don't worry. We got at least a few bottles to get through the show. Listen, don't be frustrated. Y'all from New York. Don't be frustrated at all. Y'all talk with wild crazy. Y'all always bumping into people. Y'all mad disrespectful. The women sound like the men. I'm just saying. Y'all the sanctuary state. Everybody want to be there. Remember, that's why the price is so high, right? Because y'all clearly the best. Now, you have an opportunity to lead, to help protect some of the people that need support and assistance the most. Yeah, that's y'all. Y'all them. Yeah, y'all them. Y'all always talking about old California. Well, we talking about y'all today. What more do you want from me? What did she say? What more do you want from me? Look, and you got, I don't even know her name. We're going to call her Miss Nancy. Y'all got her crying on the news station right now, frustrated, acting like she live in a neighborhood where these migrants going to be at. Come on, we know you ain't living anywhere where these migrants going to be, okay? Stop the fake outrage. Stop the fake outrage, but step up and make sure you guys lead by example, okay? Please.
Here's an idea. We can't take any more. That means give them, the buses come, or just announce, the mayor should announce, we can't take any more migrants.
But we're sanctuary.
Well,
they're a sanctuary. They're a sanctuary state. See, listen. This all going to tie in because, mind you, remember this. Y'all tired of the patriarchy, right? We're going to talk about that later. Women in charge, y'all care and love everybody, right? So when there's a population issue and crisis going on, in the New Yorks and the Californias and all these places, the women that will be in charge of this non-patriarchy, right? They gonna turn people away. They gonna be cruel and possibly turn people to a worse life, put children at risk. They gonna do that? I don't know. But y'all the sanctuary state. So what you saying is the buses that y'all made people pay for, right? The buses that the things that y'all criticize other I'll say political parties for saying we got to put an issue to this. We got to build walls. We got to stop this. And y'all said, oh, you're just, I can't believe you acting this way. Your grandfather came here to da 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 da. Now you're rich. That's what y'all was saying. Now that political team ain't in office no more, y'all got a new one. Now y'all turning on everybody. You turn on the mayor turn on the governor turn on, like, y'all mad at the trash workers, talking about they ain't even picking up trash because y'all so frustrated. Listen. How y'all gonna turn down the bus of the migrants when y'all made people use their tax dollars to acquire these buses so that y'all can go and be the lead in places of this sanctuary, right? Y'all asked for this. Don't turn y'all back on the people now. They need you. Oh Lord, they need you. Do not turn your back on the people. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so, white hair. Come on, Mr. White Hair. Please say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
It should announce we can't take any more migrants.
But we're sanctuary city.
Well, we shouldn't be, first of all. But
okay, so seriously though, Councilman, I mean, what can we really do at this point to stop this happening in New York?
Well, again, I believe President Biden is asleep at the wheel on this.
Well, hey, what did you say?
It's happening in New York.
Well, again, I believe President Biden is asleep at the wheel on this one.
What?
And I believe President Biden is asleep at the wheel on this one.
Bro, look, listen here, my brother. Did you not just see what happened to Bull down in Utah that talking mad crazy about the president? Hey, president. Hey, let me be clear. Put me on the big screen. I don't know him. I ain't got nothing to say about you. As far as you know, you good with me. I don't know what he talking about. That's your boy out in New York. I ain't gonna say nothing about you. Salute to Mr. President. I ain't got nothing to do with him. I'm just running a show. I don't want you to be confused and think I told him he can come on my show. He banned. Whoever he is talking wild crazy about president, he banned from coming on this show. I don't know him. Do not confuse us. We ain't kinfolk. I don't know him. He don't know me. We don't represent the same thing. All right. He out there saying wild crazy stuff, acting like he didn't just see what happened down in Utah. I seen what happened. I know better. I would never say such crazy things. Not me. But look here, buddy, you on your own. Talking all tough with your chest out. Talking all tough with your chest out. We're going to see how that turn out for you. Y'all ain't going to see me talking mad crazy like that. Let me see. Loosen your tie up, brother. That's why you out here saying things that you don't know come with punishments. Loosen your tie up. You're stressed out. He's stressed out, y'all. He's a councilman.
And he has been for 6 months ago. We were at capacity. 6 months ago.
Whoa.
And he has been for 6 months ago.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? He caught himself. He was about to say he'd been asleep at the wheel for a long time, but he caught himself and he didn't continue down that road because I think that, see, there's a monitor behind him that says breaking news. Somebody talking wild crazy about the president. They ain't here no more. And he kind of he saw that, choked up on his words and said, I think I'll take that back. I think I'm gonna take that back. Let me just move on. I ain't gonna mention his name no more. It might get me in more trouble than it's actually worth.
We were at capacity 6 months ago. You can't take any more. If we're saying we have no room, but we keep taking them.
Yeah. We've been saying we're at a breaking point for probably about half a year. I did ask the commissioner about why has the governor not declared a state of emergency? He said he didn't know. We could get some of that federal funding if the governor went to the president about this.
Now the governor woke up. She's now looking at federal land to try to house the migrants. But why is it our responsibility to house people coming to our country? Again, they're not even vetted, and we're going to put them in neighborhoods.
See, this is my problem, right? This is my problem with him. You talking all that wild craziness, and then at the same breath, you gonna ask for federal funding? Who you think gotta approve this federal funding? And look, you put your chest out and said some wild crazy things, right? Talking outside of your mouth when you shouldn't be. Do that behind everybody back like everybody else, okay? Do that behind everybody back like everybody else. And then you gonna ask the governor to do your dirty work. Hey, governor, go ahead and ask president. Yeah, I said something crazy about him. I ain't gonna even lie. You said it on TV? Yeah. I was on TV. I said it. I said it. I tried to catch myself. I said it. So I'm gonna need, we ain't got no money. We need to declare a national state of emergency. I know we the best state, we the best city in all of America. We ain't really got no money right now. So what I was thinking was that, like, you think you can ask him for some money? Why don't you ask him? I can't ask him for no money because I was gonna ask him for the money, but see how things work is I had spoke out the side of my mouth, and now I'm gonna need you to go ahead and do that. So go ahead, cheerio. And so now the governor got to go beg for federal land and beg for some money from the same president that he wildly talking about. See, this is why y'all got to watch your mouth. See, watch. This is why you don't bite the hand that feeds you, because see, you think you're doing your thing and you realize that budget on the state level look kind of low. And see, the only people that print money is the feds. See, y'all don't print no money over there. See, what y'all do is y'all gentrify things and y'all push people to the next states and the next city out and push them out. But y'all can't make no money appear out of nowhere. Y'all ain't got no federal land. So y'all need to borrow that from the people that y'all disrespecting. Now, should y'all give that to the migrants? I don't know. It's not for me to decide. I am from New York, because those women would run me off. So listen, do not invite me to New York. Do not ask me to do no meetups in New York. Do not ask me to take no trips to New York. I'm not doing it. The second, my stomach might be turning when I see women talk like that. And I ain't saying the women out here much better, but they don't talk like that. I ain't saying those women aren't attractive women, but no, once they open their mouth, you know how they always tell, man, you talk yourself out of that. Ladies, y'all talk yourself out of men moving to where y'all at. Y'all always we're all the men at moving out of those cities where all y'all at because we scared, because the way y'all talking make us look like we talking to our friend and our brothers. We don't want that. No. So at the end of the day, it's not on us. Y'all got to make a change out there in New York, okay? Because y'all apparently got a crisis going out there.
Neighborhoods or in tents or in the parks or in schools, that's ridiculous.
Because because of the law of the right to shelter. Until that changes, nothing changes.
Well, that was meant for homeless New Yorkers, and that's the key. Homeless New Yorkers, not people from everywhere in the world that wants to come. And like I said, the open border is killing us, killing our.
I don't know. I could be wrong. Hey, Fantasy, but I don't believe that when they write the laws, they say homeless New Yorkers. Now, if y'all show me that it says homeless New Yorkers in there, okay, I will concede that, but I don't really believe it say that, because you can't be a sanctuary state and then only say you're going to deal with New Yorkers when you obviously said you're not going to just deal with New Yorkers. So y'all think y'all smooth talking politicians can pull a fast one over them. No, you're going to have to pay for this. You're going to have to pay for this because y'all the greatest city in all of America. Yes. Y'all the great city, and now you got to stand up and be great.
Our quality of life, it's a matter of time before people start moving out even more than they're moving now, because the quality of life, everything will start to deteriorate.
So if you were mayor right now, what would be your first action?
Call a press conference, tell the White House, no more. We can't take any more, and we're going to turn the buses around and do it.
And send them where?
And do it. Politically, I know the mayor's going to be,
stuck between a rock
and a hard place. Yeah. But sometimes you just have to
send the bus where?
Again, there's places where did we send them? Who's causing this? The White House. Send them to the White House. If you announce that, watch what happens.
Ooh, okay. All right, brother. Listen. Shout out to that woman for excellent. I don't know, is she a broadcast lady? I don't know. Excellent skills, because she asked the question. He tried to talk around it. He heard the question, y'all. He tried to talk around it, and she put on her Malika Andrews hat. Where you gonna send them? So yeah, we're gonna talk to the president, and then the president got to stop all this. That's good. So where we gonna send them? Shout out to Malika Andrews Jr. Shout out to you. You have to understand, we're gonna send them back to wherever where the problem is, what the problem is, and send them back to the White House, the place where we have to protect confidential things and all this type of. You want to send them to the White House. This is why you guys cannot just elect anybody in council. He's some kind of councilman in New York. We don't know who. We don't know which borough y'all elected him in. If I had to take a guess. Hey, y'all, tell me which borough in the chat. Please tell me which borough you think elected him. Which borough you think is the biggest supporter of him? Who y'all think had his back? Because I don't know. I can't trust nobody. I can't trust him. I think he come from one side of the city, and then he had all those people vote for him. I don't know which borough it was. So just for the sake of it, I'm gonna blame Brooklyn. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and blame Brooklyn. Shout out to my brother Antonio. He said Bronx or Brooklyn. We're just gonna go ahead and blame Brooklyn. They deleted. They somehow, some way he got to them to get in office. Somehow, some way he got to them to get into the office. Okay, somehow, some way. That's just what happened, y'all. I don't know what he did to you Brooklyn in the house. It's probably because I just can't. The Brooklyn thing, I just can't. You know what? I see what's going on here. Brittany B, don't start policing our language around here. You're gonna be the first one I put it in timeout. I told you stop policing people's language around here. Let me see if I got this here. Oh, yes, we're going to ignore that. Now, Eden Man says Harlem. Yes, we can blame Harlem too. Yes, you know what? Harlem, Manhattan. Let's make it happen. Blame them all. You know what? Blame all of New York City. We can't trust none yous. We can't trust none yous. Blame all of New York City. We can't trust none yous. If y'all put him in office and he's scared of the president, but then he tough again and then he gets soft again, look, he probably a New Yorker. And I don't really trust New Yorkers like that anyway. So we're going to blame all of y'all. We're going to blame all of y'all. Now, yeah, we're going to blame all of y'all. I'm just in the mood to blame y'all New Yorkers today. So shout out to New York City. Go ahead and look, shout out to my brother Cheeky Ben. He says, it don't matter. It's all trash. They got rats everywhere. We don't have no rat problem out here in the Bay Area. See, we ain't got no rats running around eating all our pizzas in the trash. Y'all got the biggest rats on the planet. It's like they breed rats behind the restaurants in New York City so they can beat their competitors out. You know what I mean? You know how they be like, hey, how they doing across town in that business? You go get it. Oh, you said they did 100K last month? Go ahead and get old Shelly from the back. Go ahead and get old Shelly from the back. We gonna release her. Release old Shelly. You know what I'm saying? You got to be careful with them, okay? They are not to be trusted because anybody that can't get rid of rats, is not to be trusted. Y'all been having a rat problem for a long time. Y'all can't be the leaders of America if y'all can't get rid of a single rat problem. Now, I understand if it was a tiger, if it was a bear, and y'all like, man, we got a problem because y'all scared of bears and tigers. Okay, I'm scared of them too. But a rat, y'all can't get rid of no rats. How many people would move to New York City? I put a 1 in the chat right now. If they could eliminate all the rats in New York City, y'all at least think about visiting. If they could eliminate all the rats in New York City, that y'all be like, you know what? I might go ahead and visit them now. I ain't worried about getting my legs, my little feet bit by no rats. I will go ahead and visit y'all. You know, I heard some decent things. Y'all got some nice buildings, but nah. As long as them rats around, I ain't coming. I see, but listen, y'all get rid of them rats, we can have a conversation. Get rid of the rats, we can have a conversation. Oh, shout out to my guy Sherwin Thomas. I remember you. Yes, Sherwin Thomas, I remember you. Yes. He says, stop with the NYC slander. I can't help myself. Listen, you know y'all don't like us Californians, and we don't like y'all. It's a mutual dislike. Now, I'll be candid with you. I do like the guys from New York. They're good people, all right? It's the women that really drive me crazy. But y'all guilty by default because y'all be saying the same thing to them. You talk to a woman, she talk to you like she you, and you be like, oh, I would still mess with you. You don't stop the behavior. You don't stop the behavior. You keep letting them act up. So no, I'm gonna hold the men accountable. I'm gonna hold the men accountable, right? Y'all the leaders, right? Y'all the leaders in New York. So I hold y'all accountable for this. Absolutely. I hold y'all accountable for the rats, the crazy rent, all the women that be like, yeah, yo, son, what up, son? Word up. All that. I blame all the men for that. Y'all the leaders. Somehow, some way, women think that's normal. Somehow, some way, women think that's normal. And I, for my own protection, I can't get down with that. I cannot get down with that. Now, when we get into the conversation about the patriarchy, I will open up the panel to you guys. Don't worry. First, I want to briefly touch on what's going on, what I'm watching going on in the economy, right? This is what I want to talk about. Just briefly, and because I'm not going to hold y'all up too much. I like to sprinkle a little bit of it in, okay? Sprinkle a little bit of it in. Let me see here. Maybe you guys have heard. I don't even care about the video, but yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. Yeah. Here we go. Maybe you guys have heard, and this is just a small thing, but I want you guys to pay attention to it. I want you guys to pay attention to this, okay? Small, but something I want you guys to pay attention to. Now, when we talk about, when I've spoken to you guys about the economy and things like that, this is what I want you guys to notice. It's cyclical and it's a cycle, right? This is what you need to know first. Sprinkle a little bit like E40, sprinkle me, man. So first is this. In the economic boom, we have market euphoria, right? Meaning, y'all remember back then when everybody was buying stocks and all the stocks was green every day on the market? You're like, dang, everything green today. And it just kept going and kept going. Every single day, the stock market is pretty much green. That's market euphoria, right? Everything is lit. Anybody, you could throw a dart at the market and everything was going up. Shout out to my brother Peter, the investor. You could throw a dart and stocks would go up. That's what market euphoria kind of looks like, right? And this is why I tell you guys to go back and study the 87 crash, go back and study the Great Depression, go back and study all the stock market crash because they have similarities in all of them. And the thing I want you to understand is that people get high off their own supply and they think the markets are just going up. That's market euphoria, right? What I then tell you that is once we get there, when we're going up, what happens is we have a crash, right? We've had a crash, right? Whether it's manufactured, whatever the case is, we had a crash, right? In those moments, two things happen. We have the boom, we have the dip, and then we have opportunity, right? Here's what's important. Earlier today, I saw this. This is not a very, very big thing. It's something small, but it's something I just want to bring you guys' attention to. Tapestry, which some people you guys know that as Coach. I know some of you women in the chat like Coach purses, right? Y'all like those Coach purses or whatnot? I don't really care for them. I don't really care for them. Not at all. But people do. And so they actually end up buying out another company, right? And that company, for the sake of better words, is known as the parent company Capri Holdings, right? And they own products like, let's say, Versace, Michael Kors, Jimmy Choo. I don't wear no Jimmy Choo, so I don't care about that. I ain't never had no Michael Kors watch. And I don't say Versace, but they purchased them for $8.5 billion, right? This is why this is important. Yeah, Bear, you just quickly use Yahoo because Bear, I didn't even have this stream prepared, bro. I come in, I find out something I want to talk about, and on the go, we make it happen. On the go, we make it happen. This is just work, right? But this is what you consider this is something that you want to pay attention to, and this is why. The only reason I'm bringing that up is because I want you to pay attention to two things. When the market euphoria is going up, and then you watch the dip, this is what you're watching to happen to get an understanding of what's going on. Mergers and acquisition and consolidation, right? you guys have noticed that, y'all know that Ryan Reynolds guy. I think he owned like Glue Mobile. He ended up selling to T-Mobile. Verizon ended up buying Track Phone. What you see is during market downturns, right? Look, mind you, the stock market isn't necessarily a direct reflection of what is currently going on in real society, right? So meaning you still may be going to McDonald's every day, but they might be losing money. Their pricing may be issues, right? I'm sorry, Mint Mobile. There it is, Mint Mobile, right? And he ended up selling, right? And you're seeing bigger telecommunication companies come down and buy the smaller ones. They gobble them up, pause, right? That's what they do, right? That's what you see M&A, and that's what you see consolidations in industry, right? And I talk about this with you guys, right? Now, that's happened in telecommunications. You're seeing that happen in spaces where you see what we call luxury goods, right? With the Kate Spade and all that kind of crap we care nothing for. And you also seen it with Warner Media and Discovery, right? They merged together. You're starting to see a lot of companies get bought out, and you're starting to see them merge, and you're seeing some levels of consolidation in the market. Now, the sector that I'm really looking forward to see consolidation is the auto industry. I don't know why some of these car companies that are going out of business, that can't make their deliveries, etc., why they're struggling. Well, I apologize. I do know why they're struggling, but I don't know why they haven't decided to merge. I don't know why other companies are not acquiring them, et cetera, et cetera. I'm looking for some consolidation in that market, right? Because that is a huge market for our day-to-day lives, right? Property, transportation, and food, right? Those are our biggest expenses generally in life, okay? Housing, transportation, and food, right? So I'm looking for a little bit of consolidation there. You're seeing Tyson Food. What they're doing is they're closing some factories, and y'all can look all this up. They're closing some factories because they need to cut costs. And whenever you hear a company say cut costs, they mean you. And so just pay attention, because after you see a level of consolidation, you see industries start to simplify. You start to see there are a lot of companies out there, and there are going to be less of them. And they're going to get bought up, and the bigger company is going to bring in their infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. And then once we go through that down period and that consolidation where everything shrinks and our 401ks drop, and then they allow you to tap in your 401k during the hard times, that's when the rich get richer. That's when the small people who don't have the capital to sustain, they don't have the backing, that's when the big dogs continue to eat off of them. And that's how they continue to dominate the market. So that's what I'm looking for next. My eye is really focused on the auto industry, because I'm looking for a level of consolidation there that I'm not currently seeing. So that is a big market for me to pay attention to. So that's something I want you guys to pay attention to. We got the boom, euphoria, and you're seeing real companies existing. You're seeing a lot of M&A happening. You're seeing a lot of smaller companies getting bought out all the time. Please pay attention to that. Please pay attention. And for me, I'm waiting for the auto industry. To me, that is one of the key indicators. I'm like, what's going on? And the reason why the auto industry is having trouble, because they all in trouble. They all in trouble right now. Well, Travel One is not necessarily a monopoly. It's somewhat like that, but there is enough competition, because it's all about competition at the end of the day. The monopolies that exist are sports. That's one of the very few places where that is like a well-known monopoly and they're allowed to operate. Most people must have competitors. They must have competitors. So that's why you see the Elon Musk and the Twitter, they go at it with Meta and Snapchat and TikTok. It's a requirement that competition exists for the best market for consumers, which are the American people, abroad, etc. So it's actually needed. It's partly a requirement in order. Apple has had a level of dominance, even though, if you guys don't know, Samsung in the smartphone and the Android is huge outside of America. So they have a lot of competition. It's just that we don't identify it the same. But what I'm waiting for, and that's the key, y'all, I'm waiting for that auto industry. So that's what I'm looking for. So notice we got the euphoria, we got the drop, we got the consolidation, we have the mergers, and then after some of that happens, right, then we're going to start to see things start to play out. It's going to be a lot more pain to happen. I was going to talk briefly about work from home, because I was looking. I will do it. I was looking at an article talking about Zoom. Now, you guys remember Zoom is the company that was one of the leading companies to start work from home because they allowed their technology and their CEO to become very rich because it allowed people to work from home. They were one of the first ones in that space to push the work from home. And now what they're doing is, if you live within 50 miles of an office, you have to go into the work office. 50 miles. I don't know how they arbitrarily decided 50 miles, but they did do that. Eda Man says Zoom is not the man anymore. No, but they are some of the pioneers that started out this work from home processing and technologies. They are some of the very first people. They got the boom. They stopped, went crazy. So they benefit very well. The issue is this. You know what? Do I even have that article? I'm gonna do it. I'm feeling good tonight. I'm gonna do it because I like this particular conversation, and it kind of leads into another part of the conversation. Let me look it up. Here we go. It is. I just have to. No, that's not the one. Is this the one? No, that's not the one. Give me a second, guys. Oh, I know why it won't pull up on my phone. I thought I saved it, but I know why it won't pull up. Because it's actually in another article. Here we go. I have it. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull it up for y'all real quick because this is actually important. It's gonna lead into one of our next conversations. Here we go. Here we go. Is this it? Yes. I got it. Yes. Here we go. Yeah, we're going to briefly jump over this one together, guys. Don't even worry. We're going to briefly walk over this together. Now, is that... Should probably do a bunch of more. Okay. That's actually fine. There we go, people. Now, right here, we're going to talk about this briefly. Now, work from home is something that a lot of CEOs are trying to put an end to. The CEOs and the corporations in particular, finance, banks, investment firms, they are the primary ones because a lot of what they do require human-to-human interaction. It requires a level of trust. This is why you always see the banks come on and say, our customers trust us and they trust us with this. It's the level of trust is what they must sell to people. And money is a unique thing, which I always align with food. It's not identical, but they're similar to the human component. They want you to have a back and forth, that handshake. I need to know who managing my $5 million. I need to know. I need to be able to touch you. I need to be able to pull up on you and have this conversation. And so Wall Street is very big on getting people back into the office. Now, let me tell you why it's a big deal, right? Now, I'm going to just read a little bit of the article. It talks about young workers in particular, right? Young workers in particular get a lot of flack for sabotaging the so-called work from home, right? That's what they say. But they're actually saying top-level executives that employees will have to contend with. Think about this, y'all. Top-level executives that employees will have to contend with if they want the mandates to come back to the office. Okay, this is it. The research is saying they found that the financial executives would rather quit their high-paying jobs than ditch their work from home. So y'all know how y'all be like, I ain't never going back to the office. They would rather quit their high-paying executive jobs so that they don't have to go back to the office, okay? Exactly 2/3 of the 700 hybrid workers in the financial field surveyed by, I don't know the name of this company. Daly. Oh, I've seen that name, but I'm not very overly familiar with them. And Workplace Intelligence said they would likely quit if they were ordered to return to the office 5 days a week. Now, Now, pay attention to that language. I don't know why that company's not taking with my head right now. I don't know why. I know that company. Wall Street chiefs have been the loudest in pushing for full-time return to the office. It's probably why 50% of respondents say they feel pressure to go back to the office. Both. Now, this is important. JP Morgan is the biggest bank, right? Goldman Sachs is the most successful investment firm, right? The CEO of that particular company is David Solomon, and he famously called remote work an aberration and that we're going to correct it quickly. They don't want you working from home. They don't want you working from home. They want you in the office. And here's why it's important, Rod. We're about to get to the important part. Without top talent on board, and hardline back to the office mandates may backfire. According to a report, financial firms found forcing workers back into their cubicles could run a risk of losing a pipeline of leaders and have a difficulty in recruiting fresh talent. Now, the problem is the people that would consider leaving their role in the next 12 months would mostly leave their job because they want flexibility. That flexibility supersedes pay or benefits. Who do you think they're talking about when they say we want flexibility? You think they're talking about men? You think they're talking about men who always been grinding, willing to do whatever it takes, work 80 hours and say, I ain't never see my wife and kids. I got to grind. I got to get it. Who do you think the ones that want the flexibility? Who do you think the ones that are going to suffer the most? They're saying shucking money at the problem probably won't work, and that led to the Great Resignation. Now, female leaders are your biggest risks, okay? The report says women's careers are collateral damage for return to the office mandates, okay? Think about this. Those with caregiving responsibilities, which statistically are more likely to be women, were 1.3 times more likely to say they would leave their employer if the ability to work from home was eliminated by the company. So if y'all can't work from home, y'all gonna quit those high-paying jobs that y'all marched in the streets for, that y'all said, we tired of the patriarchy, we tired of y'all having all the good jobs, we want power. Y'all willing to leave that for some children? Thought y'all don't want kids. Moving on. Nearly half of women respondents in senior leadership roles, meaning y'all done worked a long time for these jobs. Senior leadership roles. That means women been grinding for a minute. Y'all been putting off having kids for a minute too to get these roles to outperform the men, okay? That's what y'all been doing. It says here, 41% of women occupy next generation roles, reportedly being likely to leave their current employer over the next year. So over the next year, they may leave. Perhaps the most alarming in the financial industry is forcing workers back to the office could sabotage the sector's efforts to close the gender gap. They're trying to close the gender gap, y'all. They're trying to close the gender gap and pull women through the ranks. But half of the women looking to leave their jobs are considering leaving the financial service industry altogether. Altogether. 16% are eyeing a career pivot. Another 5% are considering leaving the workforce altogether. Think about that. So without any deliberation or action, women's representations in senior leadership roles could become stagnant. And then the next generation of roles could fall even further by 2031. The solution is simple. When looking at what retains female workers, 70% of respondents cited flexibility as the top reasons for leaving or staying at a company. Now, y'all tell me, does that seem like that's going to work for y'all? Does that seem like that's going to work for y'all? That flexibility is not going to happen. I'm telling you. Jamie Dimon is very, very big on how he operates. When he says y'all coming back to the office, I believe him. Y'all going back to the office. The CEO of Goldman Sachs, Solomon, when he look, he bald-headed. Guys that ain't got no hair, you pretty much gotta trust them. They be serious. Michael Jordan, they be serious people, okay? He said y'all coming back to the office. I believe y'all coming back to the office. Now, If y'all want to work remotely, I better hop off in tech. Now, JJ, do you believe women about to come in mass to tech? And here's the thing. Tech is actually laying off tons and tons of workers. So if you already don't have the skills, you have to learn the skills. Where are you getting hired at? The people that are getting hired have mass talent, mass skill. So you competing against them is going to be trouble. Real trouble, I personally believe is going to happen. So make sure y'all paying attention to this work from home thing where y'all keep saying, oh, I work from home. I support my husband. We both take care of the kids. We both work from home. They're coming to disrupt that. They're coming to disrupt that. And a lot of y'all might be working for companies where y'all think y'all don't have to go back to the office. Let me tell you something. When income goes down, when y'all not making as much money as y'all used to make, the corporation's going to cut costs. And the first thing they're going to try to do is see if the issue is y'all working from home without a level of supervision is causing the company money. If they identify that's the reason, you're coming back to the office, because they know half of y'all don't really be working at home. Y'all be capping. Y'all be on the internet watching YouTube, capping. Y'all playing stuff that y'all can never do while at work by being supervised. Y'all doing at home. And I don't care if y'all believe y'all more productive. It's all about what leadership says. And y'all don't own the company. And y'all have no right to tell them how to run their company. Y'all either going to get down or lay down. You're either going to get down and lay down. So the way I see it, y'all going back to the office. Now, I think that they will do probably 3 days out of the week, probably even 4, and give you a Friday off or something. But when money is involved and the numbers is going down, and take a look at the numbers, y'all, they're going down in most sectors. They're going to cut your job. And if they paying for real estate, y'all saw WeWork, right? WeWork is going it went from like a 40 billion evaluation to less than 500 million. If y'all don't realize how insane of a precipitous drop that is, to be 40 billion to drop to less than $500 million as a enterprise, it's scary. And that was actually one of the leading causes for people pushing forward to do work from home. Because they're like, we're going to do WeWork, we're going to do office spaces, all that good stuff. It's crumbling. It's crumbling. And at this point, we going back to regular society faster than y'all think. Y'all think everything is just going to be this way for a while. It ain't. We going back to regularly scheduled program. There will be some slight nuance changes, but we going back to regularly scheduled program, whether you like it or not. So keep an eye on this, and I'm going to be checking back with y'all to see if y'all all get to stay working from home and see how many of y'all not going to be able to continue to do that, okay? Let's just be honest, because I don't think everybody's going to be able to do this. Now, if you are, I support you. I want you to be able to strive to be great, but I don't really think y'all going to be able to get promoted that much when y'all not in the office. Because if y'all try to get up higher levels of leadership, they are going to handpick you typically. They are going to make sure they get the people that they want in those positions. And you have to be, look, Jamie, listen, the CEO is going to be in the office. They're going to be in the office. They're going to be present because they don't want to be at home with their wives and stuff because they get on their nerves. But no, I'm joking. But in all seriousness, they're going to be there. Senior leadership has to be, you have to be attained, like you have to be able for your younger people, your less experienced people to be able to come to you and say, hey, I need assistance. Hey, I need your leadership. Not call you up on a computer and go, hey, by the way, because there's certain things that you miss. You cannot make the proper assessment of somebody. Y'all know how we talk about tone, right? You can't make the proper level of assessment with tone and body language through the computer. We don't have the skills for that yet. And we're not trying to mess up something that's already been working. So there's a lot of limitations that come from working from home. Now, some of y'all like, I don't never want to move up. Just let me stay at home so I can take care of my kids and get this little paycheck. That's cool for some of y'all. But the second, listen, Keisha, I forgot about you. It's a couple of these actors that's having to sell a house because this strike that's happening right now. Yeah, I ain't forgot about you, Keisha. I know you up in here. Y'all ain't gonna be able to continue to pay y'all bills because y'all over there worried about not going back to work because y'all afraid of AI technology going to put you out of a job. So you're trying to negotiate that down. It ain't going to work. Start putting your houses up for sale now, because this strike between the writers in Hollywood, oh, y'all going to pay, because the senior leadership, they worth millions. They generating $250,000, $750,000 in compensation every year. And they not triggering taxable events. Their house is not going for sale. Your house is going to be going for sale because you ain't got no work. You know how they got the signs? We'll work for food. Y'all going to be out there real soon talking about we'll work for food. Keep playing with the money. Y'all don't dictate the rules. Oh, look. There go my baby Keisha. She says, and they are losing profit. You're right. You're right, Keisha. But here's the thing. If you know the game, it always happened like this. Let's go back to 15, 20 years, the last market crash. They was losing profit then. Y'all didn't even strike. You're just giving a reason to why they're losing profit and why they have to adjust the industry. Every time y'all think y'all going to win, y'all going to lose. Y'all didn't want to go back to restaurants. They got robots. Stop thinking that you're going to outmaneuver them. They got billions of dollars. They have the debt to collateralize their assets. Some people will fail. Don't get me wrong. You're right. That strike will put some of the smaller players out of business, but they can all listen. There's one thing about these people with a lot of money. They will go and invest $500 million in a, let's say, just use Warner Media, right? And say, hey, you bleeding capital for ownership percentage and a right to, let's say, a warrant of 120 million shares of your company. We're going to put an influx of cash on the private side of $500 million in your company to help carry you over while you guys navigate this. And if worse comes to worse, we're going to start selling assets. You have licensable content. Do you know the thing what happened with Disney is a lot of the things that they're experiencing is because the licensed content that they were licensing out and generating lots of money from Netflix, they've removed that content from them. So they lose that revenue stream as they go to push out and build out their pipeline, their network, etc. So it's not like they wasn't making money and they couldn't keep the system going. It's strategy. So y'all don't have enough money. Nobody has enough money typically and the wherewithal to outlast these millionaires and billionaires. We could try, but we not in solidarity, okay? Because LeBron James made his $100 million and he not about to stop, okay? It's just not going to happen. It's not enough because a man want to feed his kids and they starving. And you like, hey, Jim, just don't go to work next week. We're going on strike. Now I'm going to go back to work. I'm not as mad as you are. Yeah, I want more money, but I'm not as mad as you are because I understand how the world works. And there's enough men that understand how the world works. And while y'all fighting and complaining, and they realizing this ain't probably a winnable strategy, because yes, we could put them out of business, but then we won't have anywhere to work because we don't know how to create industry. So keep playing these games. I'm going to watch it play out, and we're going to revisit this, Miss Keisha, and see if y'all actors, let's see if y'all actors going to outlast billionaires that already have all this money to play around with. We'll see. But it's all fun for me and interesting for me to watch because I'm just learning like everybody else. We all learning together. Okay. Now, I want to talk about Niger. Okay. I want to talk about what's going on there. I seen an interesting video. We're gonna play it. We'll discuss it a little bit. I'll get your thoughts, and then we'll get on to the patriarchy. You know what? And after that, I will drop the link because I saw my brother Either Man say drop the link. And E, you can bring back whatever you want to bring up, but I want to get through this video and without the distraction of certain people, okay? Without the distraction of certain people. Give me 1 second here. Let me close this. That. There we go. This is gonna be fun, guys. Now, prepare yourselves. Let me get my computer charger. Why every time this happens to me? All right, guys, we're going to take a trip. Now, I told you I've been paying attention to what's going on. I find this interesting because there's implications of what I wouldn't say necessarily what we value, but our interests are affected by what's going on out there. So we have to pay attention. We have to pay attention to what's going on, whether you like it or not. You have to pay attention to what's going on. And we're going to just talk about a few things that we've been seeing happening, and we're going to get into it. We're going to get into it. Let me see here. There we go. There we go. Now, shout out to Gabe. Gabe is officially the sponsor of the show. Gabe says the greatest assets of leaders are skilled employees. If you are skilled, you still have some level of power in the workforce. Losing someone skilled to a competitor is an employee leverage. 100% agree with you, Gabe. 100% agree with you. But the thing about that is certain markets, you understand, if they striking everybody that's in that market, I mean, you ain't really going to a competitor, right? Because especially if we talking about Hollywood in particular, you know that won't work. But if we talking about other industries like tech, et cetera, I agree with you 100%, Gabe. Thank you for supporting the show. Really, really appreciate it. I like your perspective on that because I agree that is the leverage that we do have. But unfortunately, most labor in America is unskilled labor. And Gabe, I think you would agree with me on that. Most labor is unskilled. I believe the majority of jobs that we probably have that most people work in, especially in big city or service industry, and those jobs are literally designed for the most part to plug in and plug out. So you be easily replaced if you choose to leave the company. They don't want their business model is not to be so heavily reliant on certain individuals. So because we have a mainly plug in, plug out model, that's going to be hard to battle. But you're absolutely right. The more skilled you become, the more of an asset you are. You are your best tool. And if you can get yourself from unskilled labor to a skill set, you put yourself in the best position to dictate terms, to negotiate more, and even also to take your skill and create industry on your own. You can create your own business, et cetera. You can go direct to consumer. There's so many more options when you have skill and experience. So shout out to Gabe. Appreciate you supporting the show, fam. But man, don't y'all love that kind? Don't y'all love? I might have to start doing open panels, just talk economics all day and talk about the economy because I really rather do that. But right now we haven't found the system for that, but we're working on that. Sprinkle a little bit here and there. Let me get into what's going on to the people affected over in with the French back and forth and the implications that are happening. There's reasons why I'm paying attention to it, guys. I know a lot of you guys probably don't see the level of importance or the impact it may have, but this video will give some level of insight, to why some of the things are transpiring. Okay. Either man's in the chat going off on Gabe saying everybody's replaceable. For the most part, either man, most people are replaceable. I can't say everybody. But let's get into it. We're going to take this trip and we're going to watch this video and break it down together. All right. Now, I've been telling y'all that I got excited because I'm starting to see maybe a glimpse of a level of a revolution, a level of awareness. Just like young people are saying, we don't want to be stuck in office. We fighting back. We using some level of control that we have to make changes, to ask for higher wages, things like that. Stuff that the old heads don't necessarily want to do because they've been grinding so long. They're so close to their retirement. This ain't their problem, but we kind of force them into it with unions and stuff like that. I think that what I'm seeing happen over there has an impact because the world is more connected than we ever have been. The world is more connected than they ever have been. And so I'm trying to watch everything that's going on. And I'm trying to make sure that the content that we talk about here is different from what everybody else is doing and a little bit more fun for us and less of the chaos, but I don't mind the chaos. Okay. I don't mind it, but I want to make sure we have a balance here. All right. So let's get into this video because it talks about some really interesting things, right? let me make sure you guys let me know if the audio is not working well, and then we'll go ahead and make an adjustment. All right.
But at first, a story that no one's talking about is the massive pipeline that is nearly set to go online. Now, it starts in Nigeria. It flows through Niger on its way up into Europe. Chevron, the United States, have already invested $13 billion into this pipeline.
So off the rip, we're talking about the implications of a United States company. You know how we always talk about the United States ran by the companies, the businesses, all the Fortune 5, they actually run the politicians. Well, that is a major company right there. And because of the natural resources, what did he pronounce wrong, Cheeky? I don't know. Listen, maybe I pronounced it wrong. I don't know. But it doesn't matter if he pronounced it wrong. You talk about what he said. I didn't hear what he said. I don't know. I missed it, bro. But you have to understand there's implications here for us that we're not really paying too much attention to until everything. A lot of the times we don't pay attention to nothing until it hits us on the doorstep. Hey, your son getting suspended from school. What you mean? Yeah. So it hits you right in the face and you can no longer ignore it. When I say our interests are being impacted, this is the low level of understanding this part, right? Because we're just talking about on a surface level, not the deeper impact, because I don't want to get in trouble. I don't mind being canceled for like relationship conversations, but when we talk about like government, politics, and all that kind of stuff, it gets real deep. And I'm not going to lie to y'all. I am terrified. I am terrified that while I'm asleep and all these specialized agents and skills that can just come in and make sure. Nah, I'm not going to go too crazy with that stuff. I'm not going to go too crazy with that stuff. So I'm going to have conversations, but I'm going to be you ain't about to get rid of me. I ain't the leader. I ain't trying to be the leader of the revolution. No. Let me live. But I do like talking about this type of stuff and covering it. But there's a pipeline that's impacted through countries in Africa. In Niger in particular, and also Nigeria has a level of impact in this situation. You're going to see all the implicated people that are involved, right? You're going to hear some of the names that are not as exposed or talked about. Okay, so let's get into it.
And guess what, guys? After the Nord Stream pipeline destruction, Chevron stepped up production to get this up and running. Hey, we'll speed this up. We'll fast track this. And now the people of Niger are saying, wait a second, why are we going to allow a pipeline to flow right through our country so Europe can have natural gas?
So remember, the French are the ones that, now I've talked to a good amount of Africans in the United States, right? And what they tell me, and this is all from them, they're leaders. And then we're like, man, y'all got all the natural resources out there. What's the problem? What the problem is? Some of the smartest, most brilliant minds. I'm talking about they making little tiny rockets with a little bit of like plastic bottles and stuff. I'm talking brilliance out in Africa. Brilliance, young people, really intelligent. Why haven't y'all pushed through? Why y'all struggling? The people that they put in charge are puppets, is what they say. And they keep all the money and the resources for themselves, and the people at the bottom continue to struggle. And they never, ever take care of the people in their own country. That's just the conversation that they're having when people come here. So I don't know. I'm not boots on the ground, but I believe that the people that are the most impacted tend to tell the truth about their experiences. Whether they're educated to why it's happening to them, this is what they believe. So it doesn't shock me at all that Europe would want to control them and put people in place that they can allow live that good life, while the rest of the people at the bottom continue to keep their country popping, keep Europe popping, and making sure that they're able to sustain their country, because there's a level of threat. There's a level of threat that can exist in which it puts everybody at risk. And I think the people have had enough. I think the people have said we've had enough, all right? So, but they're talking about oil in the pipeline right here.
You are doing nothing for us. You continue to steal from us. Sorry, no more pipeline. This is why Europe is terrified this morning. The United States already blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, put their own pipeline into action in Africa. It's a smart business move, right? We'll just blow up the competition. Imagine Walmart doing that to Target stores. Yeah, we're just going to blow up those stores. Now you got to shop at Walmart. And now Niger is saying, hey, sorry, you're not going to use our country to transport your natural gas into Europe. Get out of here.
So essentially they're saying the U.S. was like, oh, word, that's your house over there. It's kind of in the way. Can you just move it? They're like, nah, I can't move my house. It's kind of like it's bolted down. It really won't move. Oh, no problem. And then we just moved it ourselves. And then we built another house right next to them. So it's like getting rid of competition and being the only suppliers in the market. It's really, really interesting. It's a smart business move, like he said, but the people are realizing they're being used and they're not benefiting from this. And they're just taking advantage of it. And at some point, like always, there's a breaking point. There is a breaking point with everybody, no matter who you are.
So Europe is facing catastrophe with no Nord Stream pipeline coming from Russia any longer. And now the threat of this pipeline being shut down through Africa. This was their salvation, this pipeline. And then add into it uranium and Europe's nuclear power. The United States gets over 50% of its uranium from Russia.
So there's an indication here that the United States still receive a high level of uranium from Mother Russia, right? And we have sanctions on them. And also, even though we have sanctions on them, there's certain things we're not going to sanction. And Russia, they're not supplying some places like Europe and stuff like that. They're not giving certain things. And so if they cut off this part of access in Niger, if they cut off certain access there, there's going to be a problem. There's going to be a problem. And so this is why you see the European leaders and some of our leaders, which are being quiet right now. But you see some of the behind the scenes play that they're trying to do that's not so visible, right? They're trying to do a trickaroo where they're not as visible, but they're still doing things behind the scene for involvement.
Despite all of the sanctions that the United States has placed against Russia, they left uranium off the list. I love this. I love that they chose to sanction every other thing, but they left uranium off the list because we need it so badly. We need it desperately. Why? The United States is so heavily dependent on Russia for uranium that Putin could literally flip a switch, literally destroy the American economy by turning off the lights. A major backup resource of uranium is Niger.
So if Niger or Niger, depending on how you pronounce it, right? If that is to be true, right? And we are heavily reliant on some of their natural resources and whatnot. And then our backup is them. And they like, we not rocking with y'all. Mind you, we have troops on the ground because part of their training program is some of our troops teach them and how their military use. So there's a reason why we have a presence there in these countries, because we train their troops, etc. The U.S. is very much known for doing that. Right now, it's obviously twofold. We get to help people, but disguise the help with a level of control and monitoring. Right, that just is what it is. So if they cut us off and then they cut us off, we are going to be in a lot of trouble. So if that is to be true and we get that high level of resources from them, it's going to cause a very, very big problem, guys. Very big problem.
The French, the United States have been essentially stealing uranium from African countries for decades. And again, these countries are saying enough is enough. We are sovereign countries. Get out of here. We are going to keep our own minerals and make our own decisions. And Russia is giving them that option right now.
Now, mind you, remember my last stream, I said, man, why are they so close with him? What is his play? He doesn't whitewash the history of the gods with them and things like that. He don't whitewash the paintings. He don't disguise the history. He acknowledges the color of the true backgrounds of religious beliefs and things like that. He's one of the very few that does it. And I do not know why. I do not know why he does not do it like all these other countries have done it, and they whitewash religion and things like that, but he refuses to do it. And I don't know why. And I said in my last stream, I said, something is up with that. Something is up with that. And then obviously one of the other leaders talked about him. They said, hey, they're trying to help us. So it is what it is. You're starting to see a little bit of the playing field level out. You're starting to see this person, that person. You're seeing a level of the playing field start to reveal themselves in the plays. So pay attention.
We want you to keep your sovereignty. We want you to be an independent country, not a slave to the West. Listen to Africa Bureau Chief Musa Ibrahim explain how the people of Africa want to gain back their wealth, their minerals, stop giving it away to America and Europe.
What people
So this leader is going to discuss a lot of what's been discussed in this video. And the thing is, obviously, Mother Russia has a plan to try to cripple the West, but they have to do it strategically. They just can't all out do it because it has implications on them. And so you're watching strategies little by little. These are the small little pieces on the chessboard that get played out all the time while we're at home watching football and basketball. While we're watching football, basketball, and all this stuff, these are some of the things that play out. These are some of the things that play out, and this is why we have to keep a level of understanding of why we get involved, right? Y'all ever, why was we dealing with that one country when they didn't do nothing to us? These are reasons why we get involved. You guys have to pay attention to that kind of stuff, all right? Back it up just a little bit.
To America and Europe.
What people want is to gain back their wealth, back their uranium, their gold, their iron, their phosphate, their oil, their gas. And this scares the West because this means the true democracy will take place in Africa when people actually own their own land and the wealth of Africa does not go untaxed, unsupervised from the mines in Niger to the banks of Paris and the financial sector in Britain.
And he's right.
Now, that's an important thing, right? It's very important because he discussed Britain and France, right? And obviously, you guys know a lot of people, like we know some people in this space, they speak French because of what happened to them. And the British have obviously harassed and dealt with everybody. But the key thing was they can't even tax their own exports, right? So they're sending stuff out to other countries, but they ain't even taxing them. So they're not, they like, you know how we have tariffs on things, we tax them, we gonna get our money. They're unable to put a certain level of tax on these countries because they have a stranglehold on them. They have a stranglehold on them. And their people are not benefiting because they're like, man, we should be able to tax the heck out of y'all because y'all don't have access to this without us. And there's no reason we should be as underdeveloped and not thriving when everybody coming to us for all this stuff. We should be winning. We should be winning. They're taking full advantage of us, and we haven't found a way to navigate out of this, right? You guys have like quicksand, right? You know, if you keep running, it's just a level of quicksand for them that just every time they keep getting got. They're trying their hardest to find a way to navigate out of this exploitation and centuries of them being taken advantage of. But younger people start to fight back. They start to learn more information. This internet age that y'all say is bad, oh yeah, you know, the social media, all this stuff is doing a lot of things bigger than we ever imagined. And what it's done is it does wake people up. When we do talk about the history, we go, dang, they did that to us. And we see the same cycle repeating. We're like, nah, we're not having that again. Now we're gonna do something different. And we don't know how this will play out, but it's so important for people to be able to reach people and make an impact on other people in other areas because it has a resounding impact on other people and what they believe should be done. So in the U.S., we care a lot about other countries and how people take advantage of them, right? We really do care. And so when we see what's going on, our government has to justify a lot of these things. And that's why they're unable to do things so direct. And some things may not be allowed to happen to a certain degree without it just being so blatant. And you have to manipulate the people in order to do a lot of things that need to be done. You can't just tell the people exactly what's going on and we agree to it. And so this stuff has a huge impact more than we ever imagined. And because this stuff is so still new, social media is still new, guys. We're seeing the impacts that it actually has. And it's hopefully some of us make it to the other side to where we know exactly how it's going to turn out.
Banks of Paris and the financial sector in Britain.
And he's right. Niger's coup isn't happening in a vacuum. This isn't a singular event. They're now pushing back against this neocolonialism in a larger multipolar world, saying this unipolar order that America has ruled for many, many years, seeking to keep your boot on the people of Africa, is not going to stand anymore. Africans are seeking to regain their national sovereignty. Africa saying, hey, we are rich in uranium, but we don't get to benefit from any of it because you steal it from us. We will enrich our own uranium and we will sell it to you and you'll pay us for it. No more theft. Africa is in the middle of a revolution right now. Take a look at this map just published on Friday.
Now, this map is important. And what I'm going to do for you guys, if you guys want to rewatch this particular video, I'm going to drop it in this chat after we get through it, because this image right here is very, very powerful. Very, very powerful, and gives some insight on what's transpiring right now. I think it's very important. Pull this let's back up a little bit. There we go.
More theft. Africa is in the middle of a revolution right now. Take a look at this map just published on Friday. These are all of the African nations that have now signed military agreements with Russia. And even a few of those in white are getting ready to partner with Russia as well. Damn, that's a lot of red. Now, we'll come back to that map in a moment. But first, this weekend, we saw dramatic developments. Russian flags raised in the air throughout the continent. First to Niger, the country that started it all. Russian flags everywhere. And according to France 24 news service, the government of Niger has now signed a contract with the Russian Wagner Group for security. And they need it because
Now, what does it make you think when you see this? What does it make you think when you see this, right? For me, I'm like, man, are we, look, think about this, guys. Are we the bad guys? If we have a situation that's going on with people across in foreign lands, and then we know that these people have been oppressed, colonized, etc., for many, many years, hundreds of years, etc., right? And they're willing to go deal with those people, it makes me think like, dang, are we the bad guys? I mean, I know we are to a certain degree because we have to be the top dogs. It requires a level to be that way. But you always thought that we were doing some good while having to still be the tough big brother and know that we're at the most risk, but we were still doing some good. This makes me nervous because the fact that the people are embracing the cool, like, hey, yeah, they did, but it's for the benefit of it. Makes me really think that. It really, really makes me really think that. And now they're aligning with the people that we technically are against. And so I'm paying very close attention because I'm torn because in my mind, I kind of think like, yeah, we might be. I don't know. But I know those people, and I know what we know about Africa. They've been down for a long time. And we know at one point in history, they was top dogs. They was running things for a minute. And for so long, we know all the natural resources be coming from there. We know they got all that. They got a lot of land. They got a lot of people. They got a lot of intelligent people, a lot of brilliance, some of the greatest minds come from there. So it just makes me think it's like they are aligning with them and saying, hey, look, that map was lit up with people that said we rocking with y'all. Just think about it. It's just something to think about because in my mind, I'm still listening and learning, but man, it gets my man, everything's spinning in my head right now.
The coup in Niger has entered the point of no return right now. The people rising up against France, against the United States' influence in that country. The Western powers that have controlled Niger for decades are now being pushed out. And this weekend, the military leaders now say that Niger will no longer be a European colony. And they've demanded that all French soldiers get out now, get out of here, or face the consequences. Why does the United States even have troops in this country in the first place? Well, that's a great question. So get out of here, France, and get out of here, United States. You don't belong here. Over the past few days, the United States started dropping massive amounts of military.
Now, if the United States is dropping mass amounts of military cargo in direct neighboring countries, to some people that is a visual. It's basically say, hey, we watching y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, we watching y'all, we paying attention. Y'all better like it's kind of like it's kind of like trying to big dog you in a certain way, right? It's kind of like trying to big dog you. So we watching y'all. So it's just really, really interesting. I know why, in my opinion, the reason we were there because we were training some of their people, and then it's in our best interest, and it is what it is, to make sure that we have a level of insight of what's going on foreign and abroad. So J Hub said that's an act of aggression. Yeah, Jay, that's probably the right words to use. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be very particular and cool because I don't want y'all to tune in to Aaron O Show pop up and it ain't me. Y'all be like, what the heck? What happened? Who this? Who running the show now? So I'm trying to be cool, y'all. I'm trying to be cool while still learning and still trying to understand some things. But it makes me really think who the real bad guys actually are.
France, and get out of here, United States. You don't belong here. Over the past few days, the United States started dropping massive amounts of military cargo right near the Niger border with its warplanes. But that threat is not stopping the people of Niger. Tens of thousands of people marching in that country this weekend, celebrating their independence and shouting no to foreign military bases, no to poverty, no to the West stealing their uranium, their phosphate, and other minerals. Get out of here now. All of the ambassadors' offices to the Niger Republic Mission Service, the United States, France, Nigeria, and Togo have all been terminated. All of their offices are now officially shut down by the Niger government. The head of the military just made this announcement. So other African nations are now showing their support for Niger and starting to say the very same thing. Get out of our country. This weekend, the people in Senegal rising up against Western colonial governments controlling their country. The CIA, MI6, and other Western intelligence services are doing whatever they can right now, spinning their wheels, trying to hold on to power in these countries with their puppet governments. The people in West Africa are fiercely anti-American imperialism. So it wasn't a surprise then to see the country of Guinea announce they are supporting Niger as well.
Boy, it's a lot of stuff that's going on. Y'all got, man, a lot of stuff that's going on we got to pay attention to. I don't know if we call this the awakening, but listen, guys, we got our mark. Look, we got economic problems at home. We got relationship problems at home. We got people dropping out of college, people not producing children. My next show, we're going to talk about that. It's a lot of problems that exist. And remember what I tell y'all, whenever they're trying to get y'all back on track, what do? Whenever everybody, hey, that's West Coast versus East Coast, South versus North. Whenever there's an issue amongst us, the one thing we do is unify. And the one way they utilize unification, is military action. And whenever we realize we're going against somebody else, we push this bickering that we have back and forth to the side and go, we got a real problem out there. And we take care of those problems before we let anybody get into our home. That's a strategy they've been using for years. Go back and study it. They'll talk about it all the time. Hey, that's why they keep telling y'all we're trying to unite the country again. Notice a lot of politicians will say that we're going to unite the country. One of the ways that they do that is by foreign action in other countries. So a lot of this stuff is not shocking, but gotta love social media with all the information you can get.
La République de Guinée réaffirme par ce communiqué sa vision panafricaniste en apportant sa solidarité à la population nigérienne.
This is massive. Colonel Douglas McGregor says the people who've had their minerals stolen for years are saying enough is enough. Get out of my country.
The Africans are fed up with it. And so this is an example in Niger where a supposedly U.S.-backed government with a U.S.-trained military suddenly turned around and said, I think all of you white people need to get out of here. We've had it with you. Go away. Go, Europeans leave.
So I thought that was an interesting video. I'm going to keep tracking on that. I'm going to keep tracking that, you guys, and paying attention to it because, like I said, it has implications to what we have going on here. We have agreements with the European Union. We have agreements with the United Nations, and backdoor agreements. All that kind of stuff is at play. Those people are not sitting down, and there's going to be something is going to transpire in our lifetime, and we're about to see a lot of drama potentially commence. So make sure we just all paying attention to it. I find it to be extremely interesting because it has implications on our life here, and we're not paying much attention to it. So I think so, guys, please make sure y'all stay up to date on things that are just bigger than just what you see in your state and your city, because there are things that are happening to shape our world, and we're not taking any participation in that. We just playing dumb. We just playing dumb. So I'm trying not to do that over here. So anytime I get in like things like this, we gonna get into it. Now we talked about the president. Don't mess with the president, especially if you're in Utah. We went into a little bit of New York. We talked a little bit about the economy. Now I want to discuss a little bit about the patriarchy. Shout out. Is that Uncle Tom? What up? So I want to talk a little bit about the patriarchy because when I was on Venus Stream, they brought up the patriarchy. Every single chance they get, they bring up the patriarchy, right? Every single chance that they get, they bring up the patriarchy. Okay? Now, let me do this. Who is that? Diamond? Hey, Diamond Rose. What's going on? She says, hello, Aaron O. I'm busy. Hello, chat. Thank you for supporting the show. We appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Everybody, we love Diamond over here. We just love the name Diamond. I'm going to be honest with you, Diamond. I'm just tell you this now. I've always thought about naming my daughter Diamond. I don't know why, but I've always thought about it. So you helping pushing me to make me think that might be a good choice if I can get one. I don't get to determine the sex of the child. Well, technically they say biologically the men do, but I'm just saying it's an act of God. We don't know. But I love the name. I love the name Diamond. Thank you, Diamond. We appreciate you here on the Aaron O Show. I'm going to drop the link because we're about to get into this conversation about the patriarchy, okay? Started out hanging out with my girl Venus, and somebody brought up the patriarchy. And I'm going to be honest with you. It's a little frustrating because the patriarchy is a small amount of men with a lot of power, and we don't talk about the women with a lot of power. And I kind of brought it up to her, right? In this video I'm about to get into, I think it's going to be it's going to have a resounding impact. And give me like one second. Yeah, I'll bring you right up. I just want to say this thing real quick. Y'all remember Ty, right? Ty had came on my stream, and we were reviewing the Queen Maker in one of her streams, right? Now, Ty, she contacted me and she said, hey, there was a stream that was just completed, and I know we were talking about doing a review about it, and let me know if you want to do it. Now, let me be clear. I don't have the time, right, to do the research and pick each spot out for that particular stream. So I told her if she can find something she want to discuss, I'm happy to have the conversation, right? I'm a conversationalist. Y'all know that. I'm happy to have it. But I will be honest with you. After us discussing the patriarchy right now, I'm going to be honest, I don't know if what she wants to discuss will be worth it to her. It may or may not. But after we get into this next video about the patriarchy, I don't know if y'all going to want to talk about it. Because after this video, most of y'all should be convinced. But I'm going to be honest with y'all. It's YouTube. So y'all may not be easily convinced on what's the next nature. What up, E? What's going on, bro?
What's up, brother? I like that Georgia sweater you got on over there.
Hey, listen, man. I just support everybody that support everybody, man. You know what I mean? I love the people. And so, my team is the Philadelphia Eagles. And in the college football, I like the Hurricanes. But I'm like sports, I have honestly evolved away from, honestly, because I find it to be a major distraction to us. And I think in moments we should, like it because that's the American thing. But other than that, we got so many pressing issues that we got to deal with that, I don't really dive deep into the sports as much anymore. But I can still get down with the get down. They give me Shannon Sharp money. I come out of retirement fast. I'm just telling you. I will come out of retirement faster than lightning.
So yeah, you covered a lot in this 2 hours, right? So
I'm working, man. What you want me to do? I'm working.
We got a lot to talk about. So first, let's start off with when I think everybody's replaceable, and you said that you believe everybody's not replaceable. Can you
Not
elaborate?
everybody. I believe the large majority of people are replaceable. I believe there are certain companies that just don't work without certain leadership, right? At least not to a point. Like I don't think Amazon can be Amazon without Jeff Bezos for a long, extended period of time. I don't think they can do it.
The problem with your assessment, because I was responding to your topic, right?
Mhm.
And the problem with your assessment, they would not make a decision without Jeff Bezos. So the people that can't be replaced are the people asking people to come back to the office. I get it. The person who said that you got to come back to the office, he can't be replaced.
Yeah, no, that okay, I got you. Yeah, then I'm with you. Everybody's replaceable. I was just saying because I'm like, well, some companies are like Elon, Tesla stock will be dead if he gone. But I get what you said. Outside of those people, the shot callers, yeah, everybody's replaceable, no doubt.
Yes. So this is the key too. I like that because a lot of companies are finding ways to get rid of dead weight right now. They got a whole bunch of people in their books that they're paying that they trying to figure out one way or another how I can get rid of them. And making a simple rule as come back to the office, they hope you quit. Because if you quit, now you can't, I don't have to play unemployment to a person who quits. Like I don't have to do those type things. So truthfully and honestly, I strongly think that this is a strategy, like you was talking about the women who said they're going to choose their families over their careers. Hey, let me get rid of them because I can't openly just fire them. I just can't do it. So
yeah,
wouldn't it be cool if I can put them in an uncomfortable situation? Anytime you see a company really want to get rid of people, they said, let me make the workforce a little uncomfortable where people will be able to leave on their own will, which will save me money in the long run.
I think there's a slight stipulation to if you were hired to work remotely. So, like, for example, if before we went to remote work, you were employed and then they shifted your job to remote work, when you were originally hired, that was not optional for you. So the original hiring for you was never put into your job, like your job responsibility. They never created that form there. They just had to do this as an emergency situation. So those people are at the most risk. You see what I'm saying? But the people that got hired directly for remote work, they have a fight that they might have to be paid to be fired because they were technically hired remotely, and that's within the requirements of their job. So if they fight it, it's some reason. I don't know the exact ramifications of it, but everybody else who just went to remote work because they had to sustain the business, when you were hired prior to that, that was not in your job description. And so at any point they can tell you, get back to the office. But I think the small amount that were hired remotely, they have a fight. I just don't know to what degree.
The reason I don't think they have a fight is because most remote jobs are not union. They're not union based. Mostly you be in person to be a part of a union. So you don't see a whole bunch of people remote have a union rep. They typically have to defend themselves. I get it's a whole bunch of states that's a little bit different. I just think you just apply pressure. You apply pressure and you see how they change. I have learned with employees, they say what they ain't going to do, but you give it 2 to 3 months, you know what they're going to be doing? They're going to do exactly what they said they ain't going to do. So the reaction, what we see in the workplace, the reaction is always that. The reaction always what you ain't going to do. And you see people do exactly what they say they weren't going to do.
No, I agree with that. Like I said, the big dogs always win eventually, unless you know how to create your own money in industry. You gonna do what they tell you to do because you don't know how to create no food for yourself. So you're gonna be eating the crumbs that they allow to trick off the company. And so I agree with that, but I do think there's gonna be a level of hurt though, and there's gonna be a lot of bleeding, and so that's why I think there's gonna be a little bit more market consolidation happening because the smaller companies not gonna be able to sustain lower. And then the bigger companies can get a jolt of private equity money put involved and say, hey, we're going to put in $1 billion of Warren Buffett's money, you know what I'm saying, to give you guys some cash to carry over and keep operations going. And we want in return preferred, compensation and things like that. So I believe that will still possibly play a role. But all it's doing is destroying the smaller companies. That's really all it's doing. And that's all I see happening. And that's why I'm still waiting on the auto industry because I'm not seeing the level of those companies that are going under consolidating yet. I'm not seeing them, merging. So I'm still waiting for some clarity there.
Well, see, that was the key when you were saying that. It really piqued my interest, because the reason that we don't see consolidation in the auto industry, because auto industry is famous for getting bailouts, right? So they say, hey, if you go back through history, these auto companies says the government is not going to let me fail because they feel that I'm an important part of society, right? So I don't think we're going to see mergers unless the companies let them go under. But we done seen every major company, I think outside of Ford, Tesla's his own company.
Well, Ford had to spin off what's that Range Rover. They had to spin that off and give it to somebody else to buy. They bought that and stuff like that. So that's what I kind of mean, like not on a high end, just like smaller segments of the company, they have to spin off and sell off to somebody else to get it and things like that. I'm still waiting for that. It don't make sense why Lucid is still floating, right? And they're barely hanging on. Rivian makes sense, but it's these smaller companies. I'm like, and it's still early in this correction, right? You know what I mean? It's still early, so it's still a lot of time. But I at least need to see them destroyed, upended, going away, and then I'm like, okay, I'm starting to see what I need to see here, because these are the major sectors, right? We got telecommunication, we've seen some consolidation there, et cetera. We're seeing some of the internet businesses. We're seeing some movement between Dish and that, and they're divesting and then coming back. So I'm seeing movement in all these industries, but that industry in particular, because it's one of the biggest ones with impact, I'm not seeing a lot of activities on the negative side at all. And I'm like, okay, we know you bleeding money. We know you're not making your deliveries, but why y'all not quit yet? So that's what I'm just waiting. It's a little bit of patience game. But yeah, that's a good point too. I believe they're not going to get a bailout, and that's part of the reason why I think that they're going to make these adjustments quicker. You see, Tesla has forced everybody to get on with their tech. All right, so y'all gonna make sure y'all plug in, got tech. Is tech accessorized? Like you can use our tech? They said yes. They've all agreed that you can use their tech. So,
but Aaron, what you're saying, this is why I disagree with what you said. You said the government is going to react in a way that it never reacted before.
No, I'm not saying the government is going to react. What do you mean? I'm saying
they're not going to react. I think you saying that it's not going to be a bailout. I think some of these companies are still going to get bailed out.
Oh, yeah, but I don't know if the auto industry will get bailed out.
I do. I think what we're going to see is a lot of companies, they're going to get bailed out, and that's what they're waiting on. And see, in these other fields, in history, they never got bailed out. That's why they had to do some type of buyout, or they had to do something in that industry. But I just don't think that the government is going to let it fold. I think that they're actively looking for contracts. I mean, actively reaching out to the government, kind of like your guy over there in Ohio. Hey, reach out to daddy government and tell daddy that I need you to save me. Like, I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think we just haven't got to that point yet. I understand some levels of bailout, but I think the pain will be extreme, though, right? They're going to make you go through a certain level. But I agree. The government always going to bail people out. And so, I get it, because we're switching to a new electrification style. I agree, like there's going to have to be some adjustment there. That make a lot of sense.
But you got to remember the whole auto industry have completely changed. Because back in the day, I can go to a lot and I can pick up a car. Now a lot of these cars are pre-ordered, and they're making them as they are paid for. So I think that whole industry completely changed. So I don't even know if it's a great investment outside of the ones that I think Tesla and Ford, outside of Tesla, Ford, and maybe Toyota. I think it's a lot of people not going to survive it unless the government bail them out. And I don't think our economy can survive that.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like these smaller brands are not going to just disappear, though. What I'm saying is they have certain models that people like, you know what I'm saying? Like the Rivian, people like the Rivian. They got Amazon back. There's just certain cars that have been designed now that were like, they just not going to be a 1-year car. And so that's like, I think, but you're right. I wouldn't touch a lot. I would say probably only 1 or 2 of them are worth even touching. But I will not say which ones those are. I'm not going to influence in any type of way. But yeah, I wouldn't even want to touch this industry right now, because the pain has yet to even be seen. Yet to be seen, because we're getting closer, though. What's going on, Gabe? Welcome to the show, brother.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what's up, the man Williams, too. Yeah.
Kind
of want to speak about the. Huh?
I was hoping you came up. I was
wait,
listen, you got your wish.
Before you attack my man, hold on. Before you attack my man, Gabe, are you familiar with my channel? You're familiar with my content, or are you new to this?
I am new to this. Somebody posted your channel in the Discord, and I'm like, all right, let's see what's up. So,
whoa,
yeah,
that's dope. Okay, I was getting some traction like that. Whoa, that's pretty good.
Yeah. No, I had something to say about the remote thing, but I know y'all were talking about some other stuff.
Whatever you want to talk about, we shift the show all around. Go ahead.
I know that y'all were talking about. So I think the initial thing you were talking about is the replaceability thing, and I do think kind of how I mentioned in the super chat. I do think that we still do have some leverage, right, with organizations as it concerns skilled people. And I know that you said that most people are not skilled. Most individuals are just, very replaceable, right? A cog in the wheel, right? Mm-hmm. But I do think at the same time, the skilled workers are the people who a lot of times make the most impact and the most difference within organizations. So, things like retention bonuses, things like organizations kind of bending to some of the will of the people who make the difference, the people who are the money makers. I think that definitely does, give them a bit more power in the industry. Because I've seen people go, so I'm specifically within tech consulting, right? More specifically in cybersecurity. So you don't really want to lose your best people, right? Because if those people are the heavy,
in trouble too, though. They're in trouble too, though.
How so? How is cybersecurity in trouble?
So you don't think that some of the involvement of this AI being able to detect breaches and things like that, fix breaches, create their own bugs, etc. You don't think that's going to have a level of impact on how many workers they used to need to do something? Because I believe in the ecosystem, developing it, right? When you first come in, you need a whole bunch of engineers, you need a whole building everything out. But after that, it goes to the maintaining aspect. You already done built the workout. Now, how many of y'all do I need to maintain becomes a question when you look at the level of other tech that's evolving. And I think that's going to have an impact. I don't think it will have impact in year 1, 2, or 3, but I think down the line, it's going to start to be heavily impacted. And I don't have my guy here. He's more into this space. I would have him talk to you about it. But I do see that eventually being a level of impact, because even if you look at what's going on with the writer's block and the Hollywood, the one thing they mad about is this AI. They like, man, we want you to put it in the contract. We don't want them nowhere around. They're very, very outspoken about that, because what I'm hearing and what I've been looking at is that this AI can write scripts. And what I understand about data and things like that on this small level that I have is that there's a lot of data that's collected about when you guys might turn the channel, when you guys might flip off a movie. And then they study your behaviors and all this type of money. Like, they putting all this money that all they have to do is make it a immersive experience to where, like, I think Netflix have kind of done it, where you get to decide the outcome of a show, and it's tailor made to your emotions and your thoughts. Your feelings. And do I believe AI can eventually get to that point? Yes. I don't know how fast. But I do think that's an industry that will eventually start to have a level of impact. But those are skilled workers. I don't disagree that there's a place for them, and they're going to be probably last at risk. But I'm telling you, it's going to be an impact at some point. Now, I'm looking obviously further ahead. That's what we have to do. So I think it's a little bit of risk.
I can see that. I can see that very further ahead, right? Because right now, a lot of the tools are used as a force multiplier, right? A lot of times we're using ChatGPT and other AI focused tools in order to do our jobs better. So it kind of leaves more room to do other impactful things, right? And probably one of the biggest drivers of cybersecurity for organizations are the fact that the bad guys are doing all the bad guy stuff. They hacking more organizations, they doing more malicious things. So that's like one of the largest drivers. I know somebody said it was a trend in the chat. I don't think it's a trend. I think it's here to stay. Right, because the attacks are getting more sophisticated. The people are like the skill of, or the barrier of entry into doing malicious things against organizations. It's becoming easier and easier. People are developing tools, so I don't think it's going nowhere.
So I think, Gabe, what we got to account for, first of all, I believe that if we look 5 to 10 years down the road, it's going to be a lot of people with these certifications. It's going to be a lot of people that's able to do this. Right now, we don't see it so much. And when Aaron was talking earlier, he was talking about the financial industry, and that's when I said everybody can be replaceable. He actually said women, he was giving advice to women that they needed to go to tech because this industry might be around a lot longer. What we talk about job security. So my question that I would ask you is, I understand from the tech aspect, but do you feel in other industries, do you feel that these still skilled workers can't be replaceable?
It all depends, right? I think that a lot of times in more higher level business, the best business or the business that's the highest income generator is that of B2B, right? Business to business type of work. So a lot of that isn't really done. It's not a lot of automated processes. Things are done on golf courses. Business deals like handshakes are happening there. A lot of times, right? It's cliche, but your net worth is your net worth, right? Those individuals who people have relationships with. A lot of times when we're trying to close a deal on a particular service that we want to sell, a lot of times we're like, okay, who knows the CIO? Who knows the chief financial officer of this organization? So, I'm not seeing a lot of that automated right now, right? Where it's talking about the big business, especially within the area of consulting. So I don't know.
Now you stepping in my arena when we start talking about sales, and salesmen are more productive in the office than at a distance.
Okay.
Like, so I get, so when you start talking this business to business, I typically have seen my salesman that actually goes into an office or get away from their home typically produce twice as much as my people that sit at home. So now
when you say get away from home, are you talking about work from home and travel to customer sites? Or are you talking about just being home all the time on phones doing cold calls? Like, I think it's different types of sales, right?
What I'm saying is companies' biggest goal is to get people to stop working from home. All right. I'm not saying that you're going to go to the office and be in the office, but going out to business, touching hands, and get away from emails. Because what we realize, especially if you understand how the gatekeeper work, most people can't even get to the person in charge just because all the emails are forwarded to a gatekeeper, and that gatekeeper is kind of stopping those things from happening. So I definitely think in the sales world, we're trying to get people out of their home. We're trying to, because there's a difference between, you're doing business with me and you doing business with my avatar from a sales point of view. People buy more. So definitely from the sales aspect, this is a really big push, especially here in the Seattle, Washington area, to get people back into the office because they're more effective and they're willing to be able to go to sites to make things happen a little bit better.
I agree. I definitely agree, because it's very similar in consulting, right? There's sales components to consulting where you might work 100% from home, but you have to travel to customer sites regularly, right? Maybe it might be seasonal. You might be going there for some type of conference. Some way you're getting face-to-face interaction with the customer. So yeah, I definitely agree there.
Shout out to J Hub. He says cybersecurity is the new trend, like trucking was. Trucking.
That's what I was saying.
Trucking is still big dog. It's just it's complex on how it's going to impact everybody, because y'all saw the UPS strike a deal. They trying to get all the you don't have a lot of money to compete with these major corporations. And here's the thing: people don't realize when you gain something, you lose something. They put it in a sauce. They tell you, "Oh, we'll give you more money, but y'all got to work Sundays now." Oh, y'all didn't know? Yeah, we don't normally deliver on Sundays. Y'all deliver on Sundays now. So it's like you gain, but you lose. And I don't believe people ever actually get a raise at the company that they're working with. It's rare. You need to leave typically, right? And then when you have inflation being an impactful thing, we all realize that the money ain't gonna add up. All they did is raise consumer prices, consumer goods, etc. iPhone's gonna cost a little bit more money soon. Everything's gonna go up, and that raise is going to dissipate, right? So we all seen this game.
So Gabe, so I like what you went when you was talking about the retention bonuses, right? I think the retention bonus is actually going to be connected to people coming back to the office and coming from working at home. So hey, if you do come back into the office, if you do hit these things and you stay with the company, we're going to pay you. So I'm not saying that these skilled workers are not valuable, but if the ultimate goal of the big company is to get you back into office, they're willing to pay for you to come back. And what happens, what we see, human after they be back in office 3-6 months, it's just going to be normal. Hey, we're just back in the office again, and that's what we do. So I don't think that people because the biggest thing that I liked about what Aaron was breaking down, he was talking about the wage gap, right? The wage gap. And what I'm saying is, Gabe, I do believe that men are going to be willing to go back into the office more willingly than women. And that's going to be able to create a larger gap because they can say, hey, not only I'm willing to come back to the office, I want you to pay me more than that person you're going to pay that's at home. And this is the thing that you want as a company. And I think that's going to be the difference between making this gap actually bigger instead of smaller.
Kind of a little bit to your point there about incentivizing the employee to go into the office. I think Google just started to roll out something where they're actually offering, because I think they own like real estate, just like hotels around their Mountain View, California location. And they're actually offering, and I'm sure you saw it too, they're offering $99 a night if people want to sleep within the on-campus living facilities and then go back, right? So they're really trying to, I guess make a cushion for them coming back into the office.
They're trying to incentivize with what young people like, what talent like, and trying to work around that. And because they're trying to do it without losing as much talent as possible. You know that. Like they know they could just be bullhog, go and come back to work or quit. They know they could do that. That's what Wall Street doing. In the financial field, they not playing these games. They not really into negotiating with y'all. Look, when it comes to managing people's money and people feeling like, hey, I need to be able to touch you when you touch my $5 million. They want that to exist. So Jamie Dimon over at the biggest bank, he not playing. He not about to go back and negotiate with one of his advisors going to be talking to somebody. No. They going to have,
because it's still a generational thing, right? The people who are, I think they just had mentioned not too long ago, like the Gen Xers are now starting to come into the executive leadership and vice president roles within organizations. And I think that those Gen Xers are still aligning with the baby boomer mentality for how you work within corporate environments. You don't see a whole lot of progressive Xers out there that are leaders.
The problem is, right, two things come into play, right? Trust is very big when it comes to money. It's huge. And it's why smaller companies, smaller payment companies don't do well, because if they don't know you don't have a trustable brand, it's going to be an issue. And here's the thing that we don't often talk about, and I often highlight it, is why I respect elders so much, is that America is run by older people. Like the elders run America. They're in Congress. They're in these positions of power. And then also the money is held by older people. Young people don't have enough wealth to be dictating, hey, Jamie Dimon, we ain't come back to, you ain't got no money. You don't.
That's the problem. Look where we at though. Like, look where we at as a nation. I mean, I don't know. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
So because the young people ain't got enough money you can't cater to the millennial and the zennial audience yet, because they don't have the wealth. The wealth is concentrated at the older people range, right? So you have to get to them, and that financial fraud happens all the time. Okay, I deal with this a lot. The tricks, the schemes, all the time. Older people are at the most at risk. They don't even want to turn on the computer. They terrified because they have this thing called a nest egg that they are directly connected and tied to, because they was told, hey, save your 401k, get your pension, you'll be okay. And we all know, thanks to that we're a little bit younger, we know that ain't gonna work. So we got we got blessed while they got destroyed, but they need to hold on to that little bit of money, and that they're in that that stage where they're kind of like, man, I can't allow nobody to steal nothing from me. I'm not smart enough to play that game. So you can't be at home on a computer talking to somebody discussing things with their money. They won't do it. And that's where that level of kind of control exists within them. So it's quite interesting. It's quite podcast. That's you, bro.
Man, Gabe, don't apologize to this dude, man.
What I do? What you mean?
Because you was right on point, and somebody needs to hold his feet to the fire, right?
Okay.
Because like you said, he always thought the only reason why he got so much respect for the elder statesmen is because they got the bag.
No, that's not what
these dudes don't never want to talk about. Look, Gabe was just about to go into the state of the country. And it's based on those very people who you're talking about right now who are in charge. It's the same thing. The same way I question patriarchy, because he always trying to salute white people. But I'm like, you ain't saluting them for the stuff that you complaining about. They the ones in charge.
Yeah.
Right. So,
but the problem is that they not in the most numbers. Like, we got more numbers. Millennials are the largest group within the workforce right now. So, I mean, some gonna change, man. Like, they go. I don't know.
So what do you see? Let me ask you this: Do you see? Do you see it as?
No.
I'm gonna let
not the largest or what?
No.
Sorry,
well, I don't know the specifics around it. I don't believe that they are. But it's a possibility
in the workforce.
I don't know.
More millennials than anybody else.
I'm not going to attack that point because it's not worth it. But what I'm saying is that what I was discussing, what he was discussing when we talking about financials, right? We talking about the component of money, and emotion has not been removed. So part of the reason why I don't try to go too deep into some conversation is because there's an emotional attachment to money that people have to burn out to really become better as investors. And young people ain't got that. And then they also don't have no money. So it's not that I'm trying to say that this is a rich people thing. What I'm saying is when it comes to financial services, when it comes to Jamie Dimon, JP Morgan, the B of A's, the Goldman Sachs, we don't dictate terms to them. They dictate terms because their clientele is older people. They the ones with the money. They the ones that have investable assets. When you got, and I shouldn't say this because I might get in trouble if the wrong person watches. When you have $100 in your account, it's not that you a bad person and things like that. There's not a lot that somebody can do with that level of money to continue to make money in their business outside of you just leaving in there and they make money off of interest, which is a good thing, which is what happens to the majority of people. But when we're talking about actually controlling your retirement and actually having an advisor and fees and all that type of stuff, you ain't got enough money to compete with people in that field. And that's where I was speaking to specifically. And the other aspect, when he want to talk about other things that's going on in the world, we can speak to that. But that's what I was speaking to.
Okay, but right. But when it comes to people who are not only conservative douchebags, but demigods, such as Aaron O, such as what's my man name from Apple? The dude who created Apple, right?
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs, right? When it comes to people like y'all, see, this is the problem. You want to talk about the young people not having no money, but you don't want to pay them nothing, right? You don't want to put them in a position where they can earn, right, the money to be able to invest in themselves, right? The money to have more than $100 in their account earlier on. Don't make them wait till in their 40s and their 50s and they in midlife. You know, for a lot of people, 35 is midlife, right? When the lifespan for a black man is 70 years, right? That means you midlife at 35, and you telling me that these guys don't even begin to average, right, the 45K that we're talking about until they get into their 40s. Like, that's insane.
I think because they're not getting it though, man. Like, don't you think it's a problem?
I think what we're not accounting for is young people are making more money than they ever made before. They've been put in positions like it wasn't a time where 24-year-olds needed financial advisors, right? It's like if you see what's really going on into the marketplace right now, they are getting money, but they can't compare to somebody who's been getting money 20 years past them. Even if you making $250,000 a year, if this guy 50 years old and he's been making $250,000 for the last 20 years, his decision making is going to be different from a financial point of view.
Me and podcasts do this all the time.
He got a point. Wait, he got a point, right? He got a point, Aaron. But let's be honest. You can say that young people are making more money, which I will agree with you. We know a few of them here, right? How proud am I of JB? How proud am I of Black Dawn, right? But even though young people are making more money, it's not a higher percentage of them that are. That's the problem.
Never going to be.
The problem is there's more unemployed young people today than ever.
Hold on 1 second. It don't matter what generation you go to. We can go to the baby boomers. We can go to Generation X. Majority of every generation is broken poor. It's like not no group out there that's like the whole group is winning. You have the haves and you have the have-nots. And the thing is-
Wait. No, either man. What I'm saying is they not even working. That's the problem, is that they not even working. And people keep trying to make it seem like, oh, they not working, not just the young people, but even the older adults, because of the pandemic and everybody just want to be lazy. And it's like, no, dude, they value their time now.
I've heard that for sure.
They understand that I don't want to go here for $15 an hour.
No, I get what you're saying, podcast, but the problem with your argument here in Seattle, we have a worker shortage. I mean, we have more jobs here in Seattle than we have people willing to work.
I'm explaining to you why that is.
I'm not talking about for $15 an hour. I'm talking it's six-figure jobs.
But that's a talent problem. That's a talent problem. They don't have the skill set. So let me touch on
great point, Aaron.
Yeah, let me touch on podcast first point, because he's right about what he said. Shout out to Granville. He in a building. Gang. I didn't read what he said until just now. E-man, take that trash hoodie off. It's making me sick. You better take the hoodie off, because Granville been on a rampage last time. I want to speak to the podcast point. This is the thing we have to acknowledge. When we talk about making more money than they ever have, that's one side to the story. The problem is the things that you would buy to separate you, the assets. There's not unlimited assets. See, the assets continue to grow up because they're scarce, right? They don't have an unlimited amount of houses we can have. There's a limited amount. And the things that in which it costs for a house, and I need to find that video because there's a guy that breaks down the actual cost of a house compared to income, to cost and income now. Even though we're making more, those assets, those goods, etc., cost way more to acquire based upon your income versus the cost. And so it's not like
how much house you can afford, actually.
The only thing that in that point is that you're right about, that I agree with, that would remain true to now, is that there's more ways to make money than we ever have. Like there's almost no reason for you to be unemployed, because you can deliver things on a bike. If you have there are people that have a car that be like, I don't want to do no deliveries in my car. I just want work. That's a choice. Back then, we only had a few jobs for people to work. We have actually eliminated all people without a job for the most part. You can pretty much work so many jobs thanks to this. What do we call this? The gig economy. We pretty much eliminated people. Anybody can get a job right now because we haven't put laws around it to where we say, hey, we can't have convicts doing this. We haven't put enough laws around it where we have limitation because it's still new. So most people are choosing to be unemployed with an array of jobs that exist. But when you're speaking to like the higher paying jobs, that is a skill problem. Those people don't have the skill set to acquire their jobs. And that's why and that's going to continue to happen, because most of these jobs are going to require skill. And here's the part that's going to suck. The younger people are actually going to benefit from that, because the people that are like 35 and up, they're not going to make a program for you to get into so you can transfer your skills to get in. They're going to do programs 18 to 26 so that they're going to train you and have job placement for you. But everybody at 35 and up, we not setting those programs up for you. So they're actually going to lose, because those people cost more money because they've been in the job market. They have experience. Younger people, we can hire younger and pay them less money to do that job and hope the senior leadership can accommodate for their lack of experience. That's all that we're going to see transpire, I think.
That is a great take, Aaron O. That is a great take right there. That's a great take right there. I think what I want to see from millennials is I want to see them change the game. Like, stop making it so personal. Stop making it all about you. I get it. That's kind of where the economy and the business world is headed. It's all about this individualism, right? Individualism is the biggest supporter of consumerism, from the way I can tell, right? So I get that. But I'm saying, because Aaron O always says this, because, you know, Aaron O is a conservative douchebag. He always says, I'm going to pay you $7.25 an hour if I can pay you $7. Like, they had all this smoke with Aaron O for everything else he said, but nobody cares about the fact that he's telling you he's going to pay you a slave wage if he can, because he don't think he should have to give you $22, $23, $24 an hour, right? So that you won't be. Look, I just watched.
Why would you pay more when you could pay less? I don't know.
Because you're not a
hold on, Beans,
douchebag.
I got
How
a
about
question
that,
for you.
for starters?
No, Beans, this is the real question. If you
Wasting
are
no money.
unskilled, why should I pay you skilled labor prices?
Because that's not skilled labor prices. Skilled labor is $50 an hour, right? Like when you go out on those
To do what? Construction work?
Listen, them people that be standing out on construction site holding the stop sign in Chicago, they making 28 for standing out there holding the stop sign for 10 hours, bro. That ain't no skill, right? But the ones in those big tractor construction type trucks that you see, yeah, they getting 50. They getting 47, 50, 52 an hour. You understand? That's skill.
Why don't they just figure out? Why don't the people outside holding the sign figure out how the people got in the trailer making 50 an hour?
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I just want you millennials, right? For the sake of millennials, forget us old heads. It's over with for us, right? I'm saying for the sake of millennials, man, do what Aaron O said. Create these businesses and pay yourselves more, man.
I get it, but this
Give
is
yourselves
what you
more
not,
money, bro.
This is not what you account
Stop
for.
letting these old people pay y'all $17, $18 an hour, bro, when they know they should be giving you 23, 24.
But see, this is what you're not accounting for. These construction workers, quote unquote, that's getting paid $28, they file for unemployment more than any other field. So just because they had a job for $2 doesn't. If you look at it over a career, they made less than the dude.
That's a good point.
$7 an hour consistently working 40 to 60 hours a week. So I get that we can take those things that's in a bubble and say, oh, he made this to do this. But if we look at that over a career, did he truly make as much money as that person who was consistently making $15 an hour and working 60 hours a week for the last 20 years? I think that is the aspect that we got to look at.
But either man, I'm telling you, I watched this documentary on Steve Jobs the other day, and I immediately got upset with Aaron O.
Why?
Like I was trying to find out where he live at. I was asking Siri. I'm like, Siri, where does Aaron O live? She's like, that nigga won't even tell me, right? I wanted to fight Aaron O so bad after watching this documentary. They talked about it's this specific spot. Don't let me get it wrong, y'all. It was either China, Japan, wherever they creating the iPhones at, right? Bro,
Taiwan or somewhere, but yeah.
So, bro, listen, they had to build a net system around the apartment complexes because these
the mosquitoes
jumping out the buildings, bro.
Oh wow. Okay, never mind. Wow.
Come on, man. At what point do we say, you know what? Maybe we need to treat these folks better. And do you know what Steve Jobs said? He was like, well, you know, if we're just being honest, there's a few dozen people out of a few 100,000 people. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, we trying to figure it out. Yeah, you tried to figure it out by building a net system to catch people from falling.
All right, so the truth of the matter is this, right? Let's just rip off the tape, right? We're not about to play these games. This is the truth of the matter is, right? Y'all too dumb to handle all this money if they was to give it to you anyway. Because all y'all really gonna do is give it right back to them. Whether you buy a car, whether you're buying the homes that the banks go on, regardless of the case, y'all just gonna give the money back to them or do just the dumbest things with money because y'all don't know what to do with no money. So all they doing is basically keeping a system in place to continue to produce businesses and continue to produce employees because most of y'all want to be employees because the truth of the matter, and this is what I always win with. This is what the truth is. This is what I always win with. If you believe, because I don't believe it's possible, that there's people that can actually pay these high prices and sustain a business for 20 to 50, 100 years, then go out and do it. What I found that is dang near impossible to do because businesses have to project for 10 years while y'all saying, I want to go to Jamaica next week. The budget say we can't go to Jamaica because we need the business to be running 10 to 15 years from now. So even though this market is booming in this 5-year run, we got to run the checkup, make sure we have multiple sources of income coming in from different departments. So that way, when it's time for us to evolve as a company to survive, we have the money and the capital to burn. because it costs money to burn while we're developing new things for the industries that are evolving and changing. And that's why that money up front that we making billions in, and y'all be like, dang, they rich as hell. Yeah, but we gonna need that money to put in later when y'all ain't gonna put y'all money up. Hey, go to y'all savings to make sure the company stay afloat and make sure we good. Oh no, we're not giving you y'all savings. That's y'all job. Y'all not invested in the outcome of the company 10 to 15 years from now. And that's just the truth of the matter. Y'all can't do it. And until somebody prove me wrong that y'all can sustain a business for this X amount of time while paying people top dollar for regular jobs, which I don't see possible, I'm going to always win this argument.
And that's what I want the millennials to do. I want y'all to prove Aaron O and all of his capitalist, consumerist, you know what I'm saying, conservative friends wrong, that y'all can figure out some kind of model, right, to scale the bit. Like, it's people out here taking those trips to Jamaica on welfare. So if they could take them trips on welfare, then it got to be a way for y'all to pay
podcast.
$20 an hour and take them trips.
Whoa, podcast. Here's the amazing thing about capitalism and industry and business, ingenuity and all these things. At a time, a person like that's broke as me, we couldn't get on an airplane because the fare was too high. It was for business class only. You know what happened over time? As they used all that money that they was making in, they said, we need to bring this to the masses. We need to bring down costs so everybody can be involved. In America, we all live in the American dream, and that everybody in every other country wish they could do for the most part. Because we've scaled businesses, we've given everything to the masses. Like, everybody has access to almost everything except a yacht. So you're like, y'all got phones, y'all got laptops, y'all can travel, y'all can actually get on these planes that cost millions to actually build and stuff. And you have to understand, they had to use that money that they made when they was booming to adjust an industry. And that's the aspect that y'all don't want to understand.
See, but I do want to bring up a point, something that you had said kind of stuck out to me, is that whole ability to scale, right? A lot of times, I don't know, I think it's a part of our culture. So I was born and raised, grew up in Detroit, right? Detroit, Michigan. And a lot of us want to do is that we want to be the man. We want to be the center of attention. We want to be the person running the whole operation and doing everything. But a lot of times that does not allow us to be able to scale, to delegate, to expand business operations. So, you know, tools like artificial intelligence, chat GPT, that can allow you to scale some of your operations. But at the same time, you need people, you need networks, you need additional resources in order to carry out a long-term plan that will build into something that goes even beyond you. So, you know, I think that's one thing. We always want to be the man. We want to be the center. We want to do everything. We want to work ourselves to the bone, but we don't really want to scale, to delegate, and to make something that goes beyond us even being here on the earth. So
I'm a number one. I don't care about being number one. Go ahead.
But Gabe, this is the problem. When my business is doing good, okay, you want to raise, right? Cool. But when my business is doing bad, are you willing to stay a pay cut and stay loyal to the company?
No.
See, that is the thing that most people don't understand is I have to plan for the worst situation in business. I got like, hey, check this out. Say, for example, I had to pay all these employees through COVID. I got to figure out how do I have enough money in the bank while I still to be able to survive this type of thing, or if the economy changes. So this idea that we got to really understand, I get what you kind of saying, but being the big man, especially from a entrepreneur point of view, is that I got to be able to pay my employees even when the money is not coming in.
Yeah. That's what you're the leader.
I'm gonna put you like this. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not gonna pretend like the answer to your question would be yes. But I would say for me, it would be assuming, right? Let's say comfortable is 20, right? 20 an hour. And you got me at 25. And then you need to scale that back to 20 because the business is taking the hit. And I'm in for the long haul. I'm already finna give you 30, 40, right? Then it would make sense for me to do that. It would make sense for me to say, of course, I would be willing to take the pay cut for the company because I'm in it for the long haul anyway.
But most people will not.
I think it should probably be looked at differently. I think that person may be making 20. If they're looking to go to 30, 35, they need to be armed with the skills, and their responsibilities need to increase to the scale of what they're looking at from an income perspective. So yeah, you might are looking like, okay, I might need to scale back. They might need to take a pay cut. I think it should be the opposite. Pay them more, but give them more responsibility, right? Especially you being the big boss.
Even if that's the case, if I go with Gabe, okay, I still got to decrease my workforce by 40%, and now you got to do twice as much work with a 20% raise. Most people are not willing to do that.
That's true.
Listen, if they want to get to the bread and they recognize that, hey, this is an opportunity for me to build something up. Hey, maybe
that is also
it depends on that person.
What the man said is definitely true.
Who wants to get to the bread like that? Do you see that's what people want to do?
No, they'll rather leave for less responsibility. And
I just read an article about women who've been taking a very long time to get senior positions.
Yeah, saying
if I don't get no flexibility, I'ma quit.
Man, I don't think that's just women. I think that's brothers too.
See, but here's the thing: that is brothers now, but
I don't think so.
It's limited. No, it's brothers too, but it's limited. E, I'm with you. E, hold on. Shout out to Grizz. He's gang. I guess they talk about Gabe. They say Gabe talking that money stuff. I like it. Yeah, hey Grizz, if you just got here, you missing out, bro. You missed out.
So, but no, what we're saying is when I hire an employee, how can I sustain this employee for 10 years? Because first of all, most employees want a pay increase, right? So if I start you at $25 an hour, it's nowhere to go. See, what people don't understand, if I'm paying you $18 an hour after taxes, insurance, and all these other things, you're costing me $26 an hour. This idea that you only costing me what I'm paying you is completely crazy. I got to pay half of your taxes.
That ain't my problem.
But that's why you take what you get. Since it's my problem, I like that you said it's my problem. You take the $18 an hour, you go somewhere else. And what?
No. I go somewhere else for double that. Because you're not willing to pay me as the
Let me tell you why.
Definitely, I'm out.
This is crazy. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why people live in delusion in America. If you can go make double your salary, why you at where you at currently? If it was so easy for me to go from $18 an hour to $34 an hour, why are you still with your company?
Space and opportunity. I always recommend that people. I always recommend that people always, like, no matter what recruiter reaches out to you, no matter what organization is trying to recruit you, even if you're not looking to leave, you always should be open to hearing about new opportunities because it could be that double.
I get that. I'm not arguing that, but this idea that a person can leave a job that's paying $18 an hour and find a job that's making $36 an hour is typically delusional. It's like it's not that idea.
That was just an example he was using, either man. But to your point, let me acknowledge your point. You made that point once before. I believe it was you. If it wasn't you, it might have been Renault. But I believe it was you. And I gotta admit, it's a lot of people. And by a lot of people, I mean millions and millions and millions of people who don't understand that point that you just made about, I'm paying you 18, but it's costing me 26. It's a lot of people that don't know that part of it, right? But to Gabe's point, that sound like a you problem, right?
You problem all day.
At the same time, while y'all have this tough love stance on the employee, we're gonna have a tough love stance on the employer.
Well, no, it's really interesting that you guys kind of completely ignore the idea of competition and how competition works. So say you have two companies. Say you have a guy that says, I don't want to work for $18 an hour. I'm going to get double that somewhere else. Well, how many jobs are out there offering double that? And then how many people want those jobs too? And what makes you
your skill set, the industry?
It depends on all those things.
Variables and factors,
but there's a lot of competition for those other jobs. So now you're competing for another job against everybody else who's competing for that higher paid job. So just like everything else, say, I want to sell Xbox controllers. So if I go on the market and I want to sell Xbox controllers, you can buy the one that's made by Xbox for double the price, or you could go and get the cheaper one for half the price. That works pretty much just as well as this one, right?
It's a Logitech,
right. You can get the Logitech and it's half the price and it works just as well. So what's going to happen is the people who the companies who want to get, that don't care about having the nice name brand joint, because just like an Xbox controller, your labor is a product that you're selling. There's companies that are going to say, I'm going to buy the cheaper one because I can. There's always going to be the cheaper product. There's people who will sell their labor for less. And that's how it works. Yeah. So the only thing that allows you to sell your labor for more is being better than the competition. Yep. But the jobs are always going to be scarce. Jobs are scarce.
This is what we learning. The dude I get for $18 an hour work just as good as the guy for 34. Like people, they're not separating themselves to say, hey, this is why I am worth $34 an hour. Matter of fact, they gonna complain. See, it'd be different if I hired you for $34 an hour and you bust your butt, you work 60 hours, you didn't complain. Now you gonna complain and ask for a raise at $34 because people, you still gonna say it's not enough. I don't care if I gave you $100 an hour. People still gonna say, I want more. And so companies say, I'm gonna start you where I can give you more. And it's illusion. Yes, I do want you to make $34 an hour, but I want you to be with me for 15 to 20 years before you get there. And it's great business. And most people just don't understand it.
You got to prove that you're worth that.
That's way too long of an investment. Listen.
Well, you have a choice.
I believe millennials. I believe that y'all are outside of my generation, we're making hip hop music. I believe that millennials are the dopest generations ever, right? And the reason why I'm saying that is because I see y'all figuring out that 40-40-40 club is not the answer. And the fact that y'all have figured that out, 40 years, 40 hours a week for 40 years, and then retiring on 40%, y'all have figured out that ain't it. And I'm so proud of y'all for doing that, but I need y'all to take it a step further, and I need y'all to prove Aaron O and all of his cronies wrong. Y'all can create some businesses and be able to pay yourselves, you know what I'm saying, $22 at least. $22 an hour. Like, I need y'all to understand this, because Aaron O, I accept the fact that I'm skipping something, right? I'm skipping some steps when I jump straight from, Amazon and the guys at home at his house trying to sell some books online to the point where you're the second richest man in the world, right? So I'm skipping a whole bunch of steps. I'm going to admit that. But that's like saying, well, I can't think of a good example right now, but what I am saying is once you get to a certain point, there's a saying, to whom much is given, much is required, bro. Once you get to a certain point where you can say, okay, look, I'm worth $100 billion and I make, $27 million a day. It's okay for me to chop that down to $17 million. I know. Just let me land, and then y'all can chew me up. But I'm saying I could chop that down to $17 million a day, because at this point, no amount of money that I'm gonna get is really gonna change anything. I'm already like top 4 of the richest people in the world. So what I can do is I can take that extra money, that extra 10 million that I'm making on a daily basis, and I can spread that throughout my entire company to make sure that every single person that is working for me, none of them are in poverty.
Have you ever done the math for that equation? Because it's super interesting when you do it. Give me any CEO, doesn't matter who it is. Give me the CEO of the Fortune 500 company.
Yeah, that's just
what their salary is. Then take that salary and divide it by the number of employees they have.
2 cent raise.
And then tell me what the raise would be after you make that division, after you do that math.
Pennies.
Take their entire salary. Just say the CEO doesn't get a salary. Take the whole thing, and then divide it amongst the number of employees that are in that company, and tell me what
what do you mean by the whole change would be? Take the whole thing.
Take their whole salary. Say if the CEO makes $16 million a year, they get $0 a year. They get nothing. That's it. You get no money.
But that ain't.
I'm just going to the extreme. I don't care how fair it is.
No, that's not the extreme. That's not the extreme.
What's the extreme?
Because that is the reason why I can't remember who it was. Somebody was just saying that the reason why Future's child support payments are so low is because they going off of what he pay himself and not actually what his company makes, right? And that's what you're doing right now. You take what the CEO is paying himself. No. I'm saying take what the company is actually making, dog. Take all of it into consideration.
Well, you mean take profit because that's after expenses, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Yes. So
okay, so take the company's profit. Take a company, take the profit and do the same thing.
Yeah.
It's not as much as you think it is.
It don't work like that, man.
All I'm saying is I just think everybody deserves to get at 22.
But I mean that's a nice wish. You can say that, but you got to do the math.
But this is the problem. This is the problem with what is being said. Listen, we need to actually start telling people to stop taking the hourly rate. I haven't got an hourly rate in the last 10 years. Hey, I believe in myself. This is what I went to a company and said. I believe in myself. Let me get a percentage of what I produce for your company. Let me get a percentage. I believe that I'm going to bring X amount of dollars from a sales point of view. You can keep the dollar hour waves, but I want a certain dollar amount of how much revenue I bring to you. So let's say 25%. So if I bring you $1 million, I want $250,000. And see, and this is how you need to start negotiating your salary based on your value. But people don't want to do that because they're lazy.
But how can you do that when most jobs ain't sales jobs, right? Most jobs is people working inside of a warehouse. You know what I'm saying? Building.
Yeah, like tech support is an expense. It's always an expense. You don't bring any value to the company. It's an expense.
Well, you do have to look at the market value for your role, and then you have to look at your own key differentiators.
It's true.
Like what is different about you in comparison to all your other competition, like Rob was bringing up before. So you need personal metrics for you being able to negotiate a certain salary.
So, but Gabe, is nothing different about you. If I take 10 people who have the same education, I'm telling you, I know you might think it. On a piece of paper,
I like this guy. I like this guy.
Listen, I get what you're saying, Gabe, but if I take 10 people with the same level of education that's all in cybersecurity, who did all the steps that you did, you look the same to me as any other person. Tell me what your value is as an employer.
The credentials and how much.
All of them got the same credentials.
Okay,
it's not about credentials a lot of times. So when you've been in the market for a long period of time, you start to look at some of your experiences. So you know about those incidents that have happened within the stuff that you see on the internet, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody ain't involved in that, right?
Wait, so, Gabe, are you really into cybersecurity?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, can you please drop your email in the back?
Sure. Yeah, I got a cybersecurity channel too. It's called Struggle Security, where we normalize struggling in cybersecurity. I throw it in there, but yeah, no. Everybody ain't the same. Because
listen to when I say you're not much different. If you say think about what you currently, let's just say $60 an hour, right? You saying that you can take that $60 an hour and go to a different company and make $120,000. I mean, $60 an hour. You can go and make $120,000.
Most Americans.
That was an exaggeration, man. Why you keep using that?
It's a reason.
Yes,
it's a reason I'm using numbers, right? So if that's the case, that you can go to another position, why are you holding on to that $60 an hour position?
He answered that though.
No, yeah, like you can always. I'm always in somebody's interview cycle, whether I like where I'm at or not. So, and I'm always looking for experiences within my current role that would help me to be able to negotiate higher other places, right? Mm-hmm. So I know that you were speaking about sales, right? A lot of times within tech, having somebody who's very experienced technically, who is also a leader, but also has a sales component, right? Know the business of the tech that they're in, that makes them more and more valuable to the market, so you can negotiate up. Yeah. So I'm seeking out those opportunities within my current organization in order to increase my value for these interview cycles that I'm on now. So I would say, to answer your question, I'm in the process all the time of being able to negotiate more somewhere else.
So let me make this point, right? Because I got my brother Grizz. He says Podcast is actually making a valid point. Sites like Market Watch literally can show you what a company can afford to pay you and profit. I guarantee it, if 90% don't make half of what that number is. Here's the problem with that, Grizz, right? Okay. Gang. Here's the big problem with that, right? Because y'all love to spend somebody else's money for a business they do. Right? Y'all love to do that. Let me ask y'all this, right? How about I control what you spend your money on? I pay you a salary, but I dictate your life of what you get to spend your money on, right? This is your budget for entertainment. This is your budget for food. Would you like me dictating how you spend your money? The answer would be, nah, bro, I work hard for this money. Don't dictate. So you don't get to dictate for me taking the time out to incorporate a company, find employees, take major risks so that I can do well in this country and at the same time provide you with an ability to make money, not provide for your life. That's your job. That's the one thing we don't like to talk about. It is not a job's. It is not a corporation's job to provide for your life. It is to compensate you for your job. It is on you to provide for your life. We ain't got to give you a livable wage. I know y'all think that they supposed to. It's not on them. If you have to work 3 jobs for you to have a livable wage, that is your life.
Preach.
Don't worry. Y'all. I got you.
So you have to understand how heavy the competition is in jobs that pay a high wage.
Exactly.
One good example. Oh, go ahead.
No, real quick. I'll finish up and you go right for right. So my point of it being is we don't get to determine whose salaries we cut and how much profit we get to dig into for a company that they built that you're not willing to do. If you are willing to do it, quit your job right now, start a business and pay those people that type of money. Nobody is willing to do that.
Preach.
Wait a minute. Because Rob, are you pushing back on that? Because if not,
I gotta hear this pushback.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So here's the thing. First of all, if you haven't noticed this, Aaron O would have been a slave owner, right? He would have been he would have been one of those black people that niggas like to bring up and be like, black people own slaves too, right? He'd have been one of them guys, right? He'd have been like, look, man, you don't get to tell me what I get to do with my money. It's slaves out here and I can own one, so I'm gonna do it, right? Because that ain't even the point about this. The point ain't about dictating to you what you do with your money. The point is about saying this is America, right? And we keep talking about how great America is supposed to be. Then America, right, needs to present something that shows why we're so much greater than everybody else. And the best thing that you can do, the best thing that you can do to say that we're so much greater than everybody else is to say that every single person who gets up and punches a clock in this country gets paid. Every single person here. Wait. I'm landing. You don't have anything to do with telling you what to do with your money. We're saying, bro, the point is about being not a douchebag, right? But the point is about saying, I'm going to pay you value, not what I can. Forget paying you what I can legally get away with and all this other stuff. I'm going to pay you value. The company does not run without you being here. So therefore, I'm going to pay you like the company wouldn't run without you being here.
See, the problem is y'all believe y'all know with the money that these people are making. They make $6 billion profit. Y'all believe y'all know what's best for that money. Give it back to the employees. That's what's best for that money. But what has been proven is this. Y'all don't know how to manage money. Y'all don't know how money works in any capacity. Otherwise, like E said, y'all will stop asking for a hourly wage and get into actually dictating value. But y'all haven't got past that point because y'all want safety. Y'all want security like a woman. Hey, please give me my $18 an hour and I know I can at least do this and I can do this. Y'all don't want to put your own life and responsibility on your own back. So you're asking somebody that's went above and beyond what the normal citizen is willing to do and then asking them to extend even further. Now, I have no problem with the request. You absolutely can say that. My problem is this. You believe that's the American dream, that every American has a job. I don't. So your selfish desires to say America is the greatest country because everybody got a job, everybody got a house, everybody got a car. That's your selfish desires of what the American dream is. See, I don't think like that. I live in reality, and the American dream is exactly what we have. It's not perfect, but it's exactly what we have because that's what everybody is coming here to get. If you think you can do this anywhere else, go ahead and try. They won't let you pass their borders. They won't let you be a politician. They won't let none of y'all in these other countries. We allow people all around the world to benefit off the machine, the business that the United States have created. And so my thing is, more you like to
into my trap.
I agree.
Hold on, eat a man. Hold on, he just stepped into my trap. Y'all heard what he said. I want y'all to respond to this. Eat a man, Rob, right? All y'all conservative douchebags. Look what he just said, right? He just brung up all these people that come over to America to join the machine, right?
Yes.
Why all these people broke?
They ain't broke.
They're not.
Why ain't the majority? Why is it all the people? Wait. I know y'all gonna tell me I'm wrong, right? But why is it that every time that we talking about all these people that's flooding to America for the American dream, why they always poor? Why they always immigrants? Why they always getting over here illegal? Why ain't the wealthy motherfuckers flooding into
the podcast? They doing a lot better in America than they will be in their other countries.
I get that, but that's what I'm saying. Why ain't the wealthy ones pouring into the country?
Hold on,
if the American dream is so
their
great.
poor is not our poor.
Wait. You mean wealthy people from other countries? They do come here. What are you talking about?
They not pouring into the. So what percentage of our immigrants are wealthy?
That's
Aaron,
I'm just saying. It is. You're right, Aaron. You're right. It is, Aaron. It is.
I get where you're going, podcast. But the problem with your argument, podcast, is this: you applied for the job that said $18 an hour. You had a choice. And then once you apply for the job that paid you $18 an hour, and then you get mad at us because it paid $18 an hour. Why didn't you go to the $34 an hour job?
No, let me say this.
Let me land my plane now.
Wait. No. I just want to say this really quickly to that. I'm not trying to take the mic. I just want to say this quickly to that. I'm in defense of
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My game shit up, and I know they gon' blast.
Yeah. So the only point is, I get what they say, slavery. Okay, they didn't have a choice, but we have a choice nowadays. And if you believe that you're not worth $18 an hour, don't apply for none of those jobs. Only apply for the jobs that pay $34 or above. But don't get mad because when I post on ZipRecruiter, I'm pretty transparent with how much money you can make with the company. And you still come over there and you take my job and then you come and complain about something you accept in your life. It almost sounds like these women. These women say, I took these trifling men and now I'm going to complain about the man I chose. You chose the job, so you live with the job. It's point blank and period.
I feel like
I agree.
I came on because it's like I'm dealing with that exact thing right now. I got like 3 people working for me making $35 an hour, right? The way I make money is the less that they make. So I'm looking for 2 or 3 Guatemalans right now. You know what I'm saying?
You trying to
Just
get
to
that bread.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I mean,
I
came, you know, like the tech level world where, you know what I'm saying, you out there working hard, you grinding. So I get my own company. I'm like, hey, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna take care of everybody. And shit, I ain't hurting, but I ain't winning like I'm supposed to. You know what I mean? Because I'm trying to take care of the people, and you know that's how you make profit. You know.
The interesting thing is, like, I think there's this huge misconception about what profit is. Oh, I'm glad somebody brought you that podcast. Let me ask you this question: what do you think companies do with their profits?
Yachts, islands.
Chill. They typically try to reinvest it.
So that's actually a perfect answer, because I really think that's the conception a lot of people have. Like, people hear profit and they picture Scrooge McDuck diving in the money bin.
right.
Swinging around in gold coins. You know, just loving this money that he has sitting around doing absolutely nothing for him. Right? That doesn't exist. That's not how businesses work. Businesses reinvest their profit or they fail. So what they do is they either purchase more employees, they purchase more the research and development, they purchase all these they purchase dividend. They give their stockholders dividends. They buy other businesses. Yep, they do a lot of things with their money in order to make more. And the more profit a business has in order to do that, the more successful the business is. So when we take your idea of just paying people more because they can, right? Everything has a trade-off. If I pay them more because I can, that means I have to stop doing something else. Now, if I'm in a business that has competition, what happens if my competition makes a better choice and they surpass me in the market? Then what happens to my employees, right? When my business fails, yes, my business fails because I made a terrible choice of paying them extra money when I could have reinvested it in the business. Then how many dollars do they make when the business fails?
Right. Well, I understand that, but look at it really quickly from the street perspective, right? So on one hand,
let's go.
Yeah. On one hand, let's say you got two guys that got two different blocks what they hustling on, right? Okay. So one of the guys, what he doing is he got guys that's working for him, and he giving them what was back in the day what was called 600 packs, right? So that's 60 dime bags of rock, right? Now what they do is they give you those 60 bags, and then they say you sell these 60 bags, you keep 100, and you turn in 500. Now you hear that right now, you're like, damn, I gotta give you 5, I only get to keep 100. But it's like you said, hey, he the one who created the business. He the one that's getting up with the plug. He the one that's doing such and such and such, right? And you just a worker, right? But then on the other block, this what this guy's doing. This guy's saying, all right, I'm gonna sell you the work. You get to sit on my block, but I'm gonna sell you the work. So you really working for yourself. Let's say now this is like 1099. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna sell you the work. Who you think gonna get the most loyalty? Which guys you think was making the most money? Which block you think was making the most money? Which block you think had the most loyalty?
Man,
right?
It depends, man.
That's a horrible example.
It's a lot of variables.
That's a horrible example, because if I have a 1099 versus a W-2 employee, the W-2 employee is more loyal than the 1099 employee. I'm sorry, you cannot be a 1099 employee. The 1099 contractor, the contractor is not loyal. The person who's working for me, the employee, typically going to be way more loyal because they have benefits. See, the reason that you can pay.
No. Wait, really quickly. Really quickly. Yeah, I get your point. You're right. I take that. You're right. Using the 1099 and the W-2 was a bad example. But I'll give it to you like this, right? Amazon, because Jeff Bezos.
Well, I want to keep with your example because I got some.
He could have just said, I'm gonna just hire a lot of people, right, to drive trucks for me. But instead, what he said was, no, you bring in $10,000 investment and I'll give you 5 trucks. You don't even have to worry about the loads because we run the trucks every day, bro. And now when you go on Indeed and you see driving, making delivery products for Amazon, you're never actually working for Amazon. It's all these other companies that sprung up because everybody invested in getting the trucks from Amazon to have the loads. You see what I'm saying?
I actually want to keep with your street example.
Way more loyal. They making way more money. And they
actually want to keep with your street.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I actually want to keep with your street example because the ones who are given the 600 and they pull back and they keep 100, a lot of times, right? If they're working for the business or the crew or whatever, they get incentives. Just as Edelman Williams was saying, they might get a strap, right, to protect themselves. They might have a crew or group of people. They don't have to figure out where the trap house is or the stash house is. Like, they don't have to do any of that. All they have to do is do they selling, get their 100 back, and they good. But if you're going into business for yourself, it's you. You got to get your crew together. You gotta put out everything. Like, you got to defend yourself. And plus, who knows if the person who's selling you, if the person who's selling you the work, if they like, oh, let me scope him out, see what he got, and try to understand if I can get that back up off him. So, I think the loyalty goes in the first example.
Don't confuse it. The spot, like, I'm literally I've been convicted for these crimes already, so I can talk about it. I have 2 dope felonies, right, in my background. The first one was like the first example where we was doing 600 packs. The second one was I copped the the guy was fronting me to work. So I'm really buying the work from him. You see what I'm saying? But he fronting it to me and I just pay him off on the back end. But this is why it was better for him in that situation versus the other guy. He didn't have to be there. Right?
For the business owner, the person
there's no
brought you to
loss
work.
for him really, right? Because
But you talk about the street dudes.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
once I get the first two off, now I'm giving you the money. You're not fronting no more, right? I'm giving you the money up front. So now once you got your money up front, you're not there. You're not worried about it. It's all on me, but it's still your spot. I'm still working your spot. You see what I'm saying? So I'm on your spot, but you're not never there anymore, really. You don't even have to be there. So and I'm making way more money than I ever did, and I'm way more invested in it because it's really my work now. You see what I'm saying? It's really my work. It's my profit. I ain't giving back no other nigga 500 and only keeping 100. I'm just paying for my work and I'm keeping it all to myself. Not to mention that I went from just having crack to having crack and weed, and then I did the heroin, but I stopped doing the heroin because I didn't like how it made people look. I felt guilty.
Wait, don't tell us about the third one. Slow down.
No, I'm just saying, my bad. But no, but what I'm saying though, bro. Look at all of these companies. Look at all of these people, bro, that put up them 10 bands to start those trucking businesses with Amazon. Those same people would have never went and drove a truck for Amazon. They would have never did that.
Well, let me ask you this.
To get them trucks, though.
Well, let me read these
That's
two
the society we live in right now.
Let me read these two super chats. I'm going to ask you this question. Grizz says, so why don't Nordic unions run into that issue? I don't know. I don't know why they don't.
I'm about to Google that right now. I don't even know what that is.
One thing about unions that kind of makes or breaks them is the laws in the country that they exist in. Most of the time, a union can't exist long term without some sort of law that keeps them around. What unions are for is to fix a problem and then they go away. There's no good reason for a union to be around for 20, 30, 40 years after they fix the problem.
It's a good reason when people think that the companies don't really want them, but secretly they're like, sure, form the union so we know exactly how much we got to pay you and and you have to fall. Like people, like they so backwards. Grizz said, free my people from using drug analogies, please.
I'm sorry, Grizz.
I was just trying to go along with it.
No, it's all right. Let me ask you this question, podcast, because this is a very good question in my humble opinion. If let's just say either man is the richest man in America, because I think he should be, right? At least one of them, right? And he tells all his other friends, let's pay everybody what they're worth. Like we're gonna pay them what they worth so that they can have a nice life. Let me ask you this, honestly. If we pay people more money, right? Let's just say, because we don't know what a livable wage is, that's all cap, right? We all understand everybody wants to live differently. And so that's a cap thing. That's just talking points, right? We understand you can use some economic terms, but it's just all BS. Let me ask you this. If a lot of people got paid more money than they ever was expecting, how many of them do you expect to go to work the next day? So if you have financial freedom, right? Let me ask you, if people have financial freedom.
You actually want me to quantify?
I'm interested in knowing how many of these people that have financial freedom are going to go back to work.
You mean if they're earning what they want from the organization, or if they just
I'm saying, think about what he said. Pay these people what they're worth. Now, that right there is super arbitrary, but we're going to assume, right? We're going to assume people think they're worth freedom. People think they're worth enough money to where they have choices in life, right? So
to where they what? Don't have to work.
So think about it.
No, that's not what we're saying.
But that's
what we're saying.
Okay, let's clarify what you believe you're saying then.
Yeah, that's not, bro. I got an uncle. He like 160, right? I don't know what that is an hour, but bro, that man is at work. You know what I'm saying? He got all the money and he's still at work. And when they say we need you in Florida, he in Florida. When they say we need you in LA, he in LA. And he got the bag.
Okay, listen. What kind of work does he do?
I don't know exactly what you call it. I just know he worked for one of those insurance companies.
Oh, like fine. So he's a high value man. Fine, whatever, right? Let me ask you this. Should McDonald's workers be high value?
I'm so glad you asked me that question. So, according to what we believe how value is economically, no. But I do believe, I've already stated my position on this. I believe that if you get up and you punch a clock and you working 40 hours a week, you shouldn't make no less than $20 an hour. I don't give a damn what you do.
Okay.
I don't care what it is that you do.
So we'll say that everybody, the new minimum wage is $20 an hour. Are you okay with paying, $4 for the cheeseburger instead of $1.29 or whatever the cheeseburger is today?
Okay, now let's get into it. See, because what you're talking about now is inflation, but inflation is man-made. That's my whole point. It's not necessary, bro. Inflation is man-made. It is not. We make the rules, yes or no? Or is there some god or some machine I don't know about that dictates the rules? Do man make the rules, yes or no?
Which man makes the rules?
Man makes the rules, right? So therefore, that's what I'm saying. Either man, if you say I got a burger company, right, and I got one facility, and it's gonna be very difficult for me to pay my employees $20 an hour. The best I can give them is 15. Guess what? It's gonna be some people that's gonna come there and that's gonna work for that 15 because that's what your company can do. I get that.
No, people are not that loyal. That's so wrong.
Wait, either man. You see what I'm saying, bro? Don't interpret what I'm saying. Actually, listen to me.
I heard what you said. It was wrong.
Listen, I already stated earlier, Aaron, you remember me saying it, that I'm skipping past you in your house trying to sell books online all the way to you top 2 richest man in the country. I'm skipping past all the steps in between. I'm going straight to you worth $200 and some billion and you can afford to pay all of your employees $20 or more.
I can't afford it.
I'm skipping straight to that part.
I can't afford it.
Unfair, and I'm acknowledging that.
No, what I'm saying is McDonald's can't afford to give everybody $20 an hour. See, the problem
is some bullshit. That is some bullshit. We did the math on the show, Either man. What are you talking about?
You said let you land, let me land, right?
What?
See, the problem is small businesses are competing with big businesses. And we don't have a group of people saying, hey, since you a small business, I'm willing to take less for you when I can go to a big business to make more money. People are not loyal to small businesses. That's why small businesses are going out of business. So
that depends on what business you're talking about.
Hold on, what you don't realize in that industry, well, I get you can say Wendy's, you can say Taco Bell, you can say all this. They have a baseline of what they're going to charge people. It's like an unspoken agreement. Hey, we're not going to pay nobody more than X amount of dollars for this position because this is what this position values the company. And that's the point. That's the whole point that I'm trying to help you understand. McDonald's is not going to shoot themselves in the foot and say, hey, we're just going to pay everybody $20 an hour and they don't bring that value to the company. See, people don't want to say what value you bring to the company. If you only bring $18 to the company, that's what you're going to get paid. And that's how it should be.
I understand that there's this is what I'm saying. I understand that there's a metric to determine that, right? I do. But what I'm saying is this: that metric is also fucking man-made. It does not make it 100% accurate, right? What I'm saying is this, Either man. Now let me get into something really quickly with you, right? Because when you say that small businesses are competing with big businesses, isn't that market based? Because it's like I know some spots in Chicago. It's this one spot I used to go to all the time in Chicago, Owls Under the L. They've been there for decades. They're not competing with McDonald's, bro. They are Owls Under the L, and they get into the bag as well as they get into the bag. And it's just that one location, and they've been there forever since I was a kid, bro.
But I can bet you they're paying about let me hear this. Hold on. Let me just say this. I bet you they paying about the same amount per hour that McDonald's is. They're not paying people a whole bunch. So they are competing from a wage point of view. We're not talking about from a consumer point of view.
Okay.
Wage point of view, they are competing.
Okay.
They have to compete.
Yeah. Gotcha.
They have to. Everybody who's selling something is competing. That's just how that works. And labor is a product that you have for sale. Your labor is something you own. And that's why there's a problem with minimum wages, because what you're telling people is you're not allowed to sell your product for the price you want to sell it at, right? If I own my labor, why do you get to dictate the price of what I sell my labor at?
No, listen, we have, what is that word that they use for it? We have, I want to just say like rules. What is it they talk about with the government at all the time? It's a word that they use to describe
regulations.
Regulations. We have regulations in place, right? So what I'm saying is, if you have a certain amount of employees, right, then you file taxes under this bracket. If you have another amount of employees, you file under this bracket, right? What I'm saying is, I'm okay with saying, yo, listen, if I have a company and my company is only making is a one burger joint, that's all we got, right? And over here, we can only pay people this much money. That's why I said I'm skipping past you in your house trying to sell books.
That's
right?
fine, but you're.
Can I finish?
I'm
skipping past you in your house trying to sell books. I'm skipping past all of the steps, going straight to you have tens of thousands of employees. You're worth billions and hundreds of billions of dollars. I'm skipping all the way to that.
I get it.
Right? So like even when you use the McDonald's thing, I can't remember who that was on the panel with me, but you are absolutely wrong. We did the math. What we did was we Googled how many employees McDonald's has worldwide, right? And then we did the math on paying them $20 an hour at 40 hours a week, right? Over the year. And bro, when it was all said and done, they were still profiting in the billions.
Yeah, but that's not how that works. When you have, that's not how it works. Not especially not with McDonald's, because McDonald's is not like a business like Verizon or Comcast, or it's a franchise. So every single store has listen. Every single store has to be individually profitable because profit margins are low, especially in food. So if I have a McDonald's and we just take all of the profits that all of the McDonald's together make, yeah, that looks huge. But McDonald's is so profitable because of margins, because they sell volume. It's a volume thing. So if I take one store and that one store is not profitable, it doesn't make sense to keep that store open, because they have to be profitable in and of themselves. It's not about McDonald's overall profits, because that's not even how McDonald's works. It's a franchise.
It sounds like a you problem. This is what I'm saying.
It's not a you problem. It's a McDonald's problem. There's no reason for
employee to understand what's an employee problem, right? I'm saying if you can't afford to pay the people in that location based on the fact that it's not making enough money, then close that fucking location.
That's what they do.
Cost you $7 million for the year.
That's what they do. So, but McDonald's has a choice. They can pay the people more. They can close the location. Which choice do you think they're going to make?
Close the location.
And that's what they do all the time. So when you say that they can pay them more, that's false.
It's not an argument.
All right, guys.
I just want to say this, Aaron.
That's not an argument.
The problem with their
able to pay them $20 an hour. It's not.
Hold on, Beans. The problem with your math is the people who is making more than $20 an hour, you brought them down to $20 an hour. When you do an even math exchange across the board. So if I say the guy who's making $40 an hour, he don't make $40 an hour because your math equation did not calculate that.
Okay, but so now you're saying we can't use averages.
No, you said you took the total amount of employees and we paid them all $20 an hour. So
okay, so wait, Eat a man. So do you think right now you all know that this shit is Googleable, right? Like my man Kevin Hart said. So if I Google it right now, do you think the average McDonald's employee makes $20 an hour?
No.
Okay,
not even close.
So again, right? The point is just that we were doing the math. That's all it is. The point is just that we did the math and said if they paid every employee $20 based on a 40-hour-a-week commitment, bro, the profit margin was still in the billions, dog.
Yeah, because you were doing the math wrong. You were talking about all of McDonald's. You have to do it for each individual store.
All right, hold on. I don't want to get caught. I don't want to get caught up on this. So let me just catch up on the super chats real quick. Shout out to John Atlas, who's always mad at me on Fight Club. Oh my God, not you hating work. I'm not. I ain't work. Listen, I work for the people. John Atlas said, I can super chat, but I can't start cracking jokes yet. You got to watch them jokes now. You know, it's a tough crowd over here. Shout out to MC. She said, supply and demand makes the rules. Supply is not infinite.
We live in a world of scarcity.
Facts. Yeah. That's the story. Money is unlimited. We can print that thing like no other. But when it comes to assets and things like that, limited. Okay, Grizz says, scarcity. My point is the things we are arguing are impossible. These countries are doing. They are paying better wages, have better worker rights. It's more affordable. They immigrate at less than
gang.
Well, by the way, Nordic unions. Well, just really quickly, Nordic unions. I googled it. It was Finland, Norway, and all those places over there. Sweden. That's the place he was talking about.
And guess what all those people have? Guess what all those countries have in common? That we can go take their stuff. That's what they all have in common. We can go take their stuff in the dog-eat-dog world in which we live in. We go take their stuff. They don't. Because we don't care about them. If y'all want to live in those countries, y'all could.
They can fight for real. One of the most nifty things about those countries, these tiny little countries that pay so much and do all these things. You want to know why they can? Because we're the ones to pay for their military.
Racism.
They don't. No. They don't have to pay to defend themselves, so they can pay for other things. We've taken that off of their table, so they have money to spend elsewhere. Let them have to pay for their own defense, and see how much they can do that.
But go ahead, E, because I want to make a point.
I just want to land this McDonald's thing, right? The average McDonald's franchise make $150,000 a year. That's what the franchise owner make. If you divide it over the 25 employees they normally have, it's an additional $6,000 per employee. But the catch is now the franchise, the person who invested the money will not make anything. It's a bad business model, and Beans have no idea what he's talking about.
He has no idea what he's talking about,
bro. Like, you're not slick with this. Y'all not gonna
Can I say something? Can I
go ahead,
to the point a little bit?
My mama, what?
Where I think Beans, I think I'm saying that right. It's messing up. It's like the psychology of the person who is actually establishing the business, doing the investment, right? They're not doing it to be broke, okay? So if you tell them, hey, we're going to universally require that you pay everybody $20, they'll do it, but they're going to pass on those costs to consumers, and then they're going to still pay themselves what they want. They're still going to get what they want, and the stuff is going to be more expensive. You're making more money, but you're spending more for everything. So you're at the same level. So it's not going to work that way. There's going to have to be the people who want to do better, who want to get better, who want to make more money. They're going to have to put themselves in a business position to do so, because the government is set up to support businesses, not workers. That's why workers, W-2s, is like slavery, because they're the worst tax class. Absolutely. The worst tax class. Absolutely. You are absolutely going to be taxed more as a worker than as a business owner.
It ain't slavery.
Let me ask this question really quickly so I can.
It is. You working and you have to give.
So are you broke?
Give to Uncle Sam, or you gonna be in trouble. You going to jail.
Don't get mad, Aaron. No, go ahead. I'm just too good at this. That's all it is. Ty, excuse me, ma'am. Are you broke?
Are you broke?
I'm not. See what I mean? See how it goes? See what I mean? I'm not being disrespectful. I'm asking you a legitimate question because you just made the argument that these people that create these businesses don't want to be broke. So I'm asking you, are you broke?
No, I'm not broke.
Okay. I'm not trying to figure out how much money you make, right? But do you make 6 figures a year?
No.
Okay. So you don't make 6 figures a year and you're not broke. And we're having a discussion about people that make billions. So you can't make the argument that these people don't want to be broke. That's what I'm saying. I'm acknowledging that I'm being unfair in the conversation. I'm acknowledging that because I'm jumping past all of the hula hoops that they had to go to get to the point where they was making hundreds of millions to billions of dollars. I'm acknowledging that, right? Because I've already established that I can understand and compartmentalize and say, hey, if you have these many employees, then it's okay for you to say I can only pay this much money. If you have these many employees, if you bring in this amount of income, then it's okay for you to say I can only pay this much to my employees. But when you reach a certain level, right, where you can absolutely 100%, no question about it, afford to pay your workers $20 an hour so that we can tell the rest of the world America is the greatest country on earth because we pay the shit out of our employees. Everybody over here doing good.
This is why you don't understand
And
business.
to me,
right?
you should. That's what I'm arguing.
You want to talk about the patriarchy.
This is why you don't understand business, right? This is the problem, right? Nobody makes billions of dollars a year. Nobody. Companies do. But the problem what you don't understand is you see somebody's net worth going up and you're like, they're making billions. Their net worth is tied to the company. However, they actually can't realize $100 billion.
True.
So that money that perceivably exists is not how money actually works. Because that was
how net worth works. I get that.
All type of taxable events, all type of things that would have a lot of issues. So what they end up doing is actually borrowing against their actual access. I mean, their asset. And that doesn't cause a taxable event. And so then they have money to then buy other things that generate money. So the point that I'm making is this. What do you want to do with the extra money that you want these companies to give you?
Wait, why are you worried about what I want to do with it? Don't do it, Aaron, because you already stated that. You already stated that if you asked us if you could control what we do with our money, then we would say no. So we already passed that. So I'm not being petty to say to you why you try to tell me what to do with my money. What I am saying though, look, I'm with you. You already stated we don't know what to do with our money. We ain't gonna do nothing but give it right back. All that other stuff, we gonna blow it. We probably not gonna do no investing. We probably not gonna do no building because most people want to work anyway because they don't want to be responsible for the company and employees and insurance and all of that other stuff and business and networking and all. So I get all of that. I get all of that. But if you take automation out of it, I'm just saying, if you take automation out of it, for most companies, they need those workers. And I'm saying instead of building
forward, though, everything is going to automation and AI and robots. So what is your point here? And I also would like for you to touch on
which means it should be easier for you to pay people more money.
Because your point didn't have anything to do with how much I made. So I need 2 points from you, Beans, because you're not making sense, bro.
Well, it did. If you're arguing that people who create businesses don't want to be broke, and we're discussing people who are billionaires, and you're not broke and you don't even make six figures, then you can't make the argument that these people paying more money, which I'm only asking for $20 an hour, would cause them to be broke.
Okay.
We're not asking them to be broke.
The broke question, right? That is all perspective too, right? Because what is the lifestyle that you want to live? That's just like the point they made. Not everybody is trying to live the same type of lifestyle. So my idea of not being broke and your idea of not being broke, and then just because I'm not broke don't mean I'm where I need to be. So I still need to go do something to get some more money, right? So nobody's trying to give all their money away because people have goals. People are trying to establish wealth for their families, establish trust, get their kids right, make sure their kids are good, trying to live off the interest of their money, not pay you so they can raise the price of goods and raise inflation, because as goods go up and the price of a orange, if a price of an orange normally goes up to $3, that's going to lower the value of a dollar because your dollar don't stretch as far. So then they got to print more money because your money not worth as much.
So
let
me
ask, ruining the economy.
I get it, but let me ask. I got to ask you this question, podcast. So we understand that capitalism is a part, because it sounds like you have a problem with capitalism, is a part of the patriarchy. Are you saying the patriarchy is the problem?
You ain't shit. Okay, so what part of patriarchy are you actually asking me about?
So I believe patriarchy is the reason we have capitalism, right? That's what we produce, right? We believe in the patriarchy that you should be able to, you should have the option to have capitalism. So since you're against the capitalism, are you also against the patriarchy?
Oh gosh,
No,
you ready?
not
I haven't
necessarily.
even got to the patriarchy yet. So
Not necessarily. I'm not. It's not necessarily right. And the thing that people do a lot too, right, is if you discuss the problem with something and they say you must hate it, right? It's like, no, we can talk about something. We can discuss the good and the bad of anything, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you hate it. You may
He
just want
didn't
to
say,
reform
hey,
it,
he
right?
said a problem with the patriarchy. You
No.
bounce around the question.
I know, and I'm responding in general. I'm saying in general, right? If you're a person and you go on a panel, mostly with conservative douchebags, and you say, man, this is the problem with capitalism, they're like, oh, this nigga's a communist, right? They immediately take you and put you in another thing, right? So it's like, no, not necessarily. I can discuss the issue that I have with something in particular without actually saying demeaning or demonizing the entire system. My issue isn't necessarily with capitalism. Like I said, I'm all with there being a system where you say, listen, man, if you have this much money and this many, you're bringing in this much money and you only have these many employees, you can say, yeah, man, listen, my company is set up to where we can only pay this much money. And there's going to be a demographic of people who will come in and work those jobs. Remember back in the day when you used to go to McDonald's and it used to be like all young people and the one older person was the manager, right? And now you go into McDonald's and it's all older people and the one young person is the manager. It's like, what is going on, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like the issues that we have with inflation and all that other stuff, all of that shit is man-made. It's gonna happen regardless. I'm just saying, for the people that we talking about, the ones that make a certain amount of money, they can. Like I said, either man, I don't remember which episode it was, but we did that math. Excuse me, right? And like I said, we just scaled it for everybody at McDonald's on average, right? In general, making $20 an hour, working 40 hours a week, bro, for the year.
Well, that's what it is now because the people who own it make like 150. So that's what it is now. If you average it, right? You averaging, that's what they're making. 20 on average.
No, let's average person at McDonald's does not make $20 an hour.
You didn't say the average person. You said on average. On average versus the average person, that's two different things.
Is it?
Yeah, Ty is not for the patriarchy, so she don't even like guys like you podcast. So just if you want to fight against her, she's gonna fight. I'm just gonna tell you this now.
Listen, I love black women, so I don't know what y'all talking about. But all I'm saying, hey, GBG Grizzly, gang, play the song.
Yeah,
gang.
Even though Grizz is disagreeing with my point of the military, he's still wrong. We protect Canada too. What are you talking about? We protect them too. And it's not just PR. If we wanted to, we get rid of them immediately.
But Aaron, no, is it protection or is it what do they call it when, like, remember in that movie with Denzel Washington, the Mexican dude family, and they was going around making everybody pay that money and shit? It's a certain type of protection that they call that.
Training day?
Tax.
Yeah, remember not training day, equalizer.
In the hood, they tax you. It's tax.
Right. It's like a taxation. You know what I'm saying? Is it that kind of protection? Like, are we protecting them, but it's costing them something?
John Allen says, shout out to Eda Man, aka sleep apnea. So shout out to John. John is one of the best trolls that we have. He won't stop. I'm gonna ask y'all this. Do you want to get into the patriarchy conversation? Because we haven't even navigated.
Yeah, you ain't start the video.
Yeah,
I've been sitting here waiting for this jaw dropping video that's supposed to stop me from making commentary.
What Ty want all the smoke. So this is what I'm going to ask. We can break down the video together, but I'm going to need a level of self-control from everybody because sometimes people get high up in their emotions. And Ty's here, and she doesn't have this problem. Just the males. They're the issue, and she believes that there is a way to adjust this. So we're gonna get into the video. I was trying to look for a different version of it, but I actually like this one, and so we're gonna play this. So all you just mute in between of not talking to control your initial outburst, because I know you're gonna have a desire to do it. Okay, I know you're gonna have a desire to do it. Let's dive in.
This man is dropping truth bombs. Take a listen.
I mean, doesn't the Quran say that men have authority over women?
Well, don't they? I mean, according to your own narrative, men have been running the show.
The feminists are asking for their so-called rights from who exactly? Okay, if you didn't have what you call patriarchy, then what you would have is a hell on earth for women.
Now, I'm going to stop right there, then we'll finish the rest in just a moment. I just want to say that he's absolutely right. Absolutely right. It would be a very, very bad time for women if we did not have the patriarchy. It'd be a very, very bad time for women because most of the points that are argued are it's in their nature. It's in their nature. We don't often talk about how environment absolves a lot of the nature, and then we like to assume that your nature override the societal things that have impacted you in your environment, which often is not just the case. Okay, I have to watch Aaron more often. He can cook without being aggressive. Shout out. So, do you guys agree that the patriarchy is a benefit for women?
Hell no.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think
yes.
I think
we got it's a lot more in that video, so I just want to get a simple thought process.
Yes, I think the patriarch protect women.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
All right, let's listen to the man cook a little bit.
Because clearly, women do not have the power to coerce men, to force men, to make men deal with them this way or that way. If you're out somewhere and a man starts to chat you up and you don't want to be chatted up, what do? You tell him, I have a boyfriend, I'm married, and he goes away. You have to conjure up an imaginary man to get him to back off. Because
now, how many of y'all believe that happens a lot?
Often, very often.
I have a husband. I'm not single. I got a man. Put a fake ring on. How often do you think that exists, Ty?
It is I do it myself. I put on rings, like for real, and it don't even work. It don't even work. I didn't try everything. Like I'm gay, put a ring on. They don't even care, so it don't even matter for real.
Oh, it matters. It matters.
No, they don't do it. They don't care. Most of them be like,
listen.
okay, are you happy? You still trying to take my number? You want a friend? You need a friend. I could do for you what your man can't do. They
they're still persistent, but I'm telling you, it works. The reason why it works is the reason why people still use it to this day. There are a good amount of men that will tell you, all right, no, I believe that alone. And some will still persist. Those are guys you probably wouldn't give a chance to anyway, because they don't understand that most women wouldn't want to violate their husband, supposedly. So those are just thirsty guys. We understand that, right? And I know, according to you, by nature, all these guys are thirsty. I know. Just watch just watch the video, Ty. We gonna get there. We gonna get there.
9 times out of 10, only a man can keep another man in check, because men are inherently more dangerous than women. Instead of patriarchy, replace that word with bodyguard. What makes more sense? For you to be my bodyguard or for me to be your bodyguard? Who do you think is more capable of protecting who? From who? If men didn't protect women, who would? Why, men would do whatever they wanted. And isn't your bodyguard responsible for you? Shouldn't you listen to him if he says, for example, don't go here, don't go there, or let's take this route instead of that route because it's safer? Isn't that authority? Yeah. But he's doing it for you. Would you feel resentment about that authority? That's irrational. Look, you cannot dismiss the importance of physicality, human physicality. We're physical beings. Technology does not level the field the way you think it does. And if you were walking in the street by yourself late at night and you see a man coming towards you, which one of the two of you is more likely to be afraid?
What do you think, Ty? You see a guy walking down the street, which one of the two of you are more likely to be afraid of whom?
Obviously, the woman is going to be more afraid, but you are missing the point on why that's part of the problem.
Oh, no, we not gonna get to that point yet. I don't miss points. I listen very well.
Okay.
But you're going to find out you're missing the point of what's
not at all, because women only need protection from men, and if we just got together and you know.
Okay, all right. Let's get through the video. Then.
Okay.
we gonna see about that in just a moment. Remember that talking point.
Will do.
Who's going to be scared of who? But see, you in the West have confused this. The feminists have confused this. The power imbalance, that literal physical power imbalance, that imbalance in the ability to coerce and exert force and to be violent. It's just a fact and a reality of the power imbalance between men and women. But your culture is in love with power. It's in love with force. It's in love with violence. So to you, whoever has the greater capacity for violence, whoever has the greater capacity for being dangerous, then that person is better. The one who can exert his will is better. Whoever has the power to force people to do something is better. And whoever is weaker is less. It's because you admire power so much, and you admire force, and you admire the ability to coerce, that you find yourself resenting that men have authority over women, or the idea, the concept of men having authority over women, because you think it's unfair. You think that women are being deprived. But remove that authority and see how deprived you will be. Remove that authority and you will be in danger. You will be deprived of your safety. You'll be deprived of your security, your freedom.
So he's speaking to, if you want to remove the authority of men, the safety, the security, and all these things, there's a price that you'll probably likely have to pay. And I know we don't like to often talk about the price that you will likely have to pay if you try to remove said authority. And here's the thing, there's a love of power. You know, I keep hearing women say, we want power, right? What exactly is this power that women are so infatuated with? You know, the quite interesting thing that I hear women say a lot is that men are jealous of women. Men are jealous of women.
Y'all are.
Yeah. We're going to keep watching the video and we're going to find out just how jealous men are.
Freedom, and maybe your life. You invent a concept, this concept of equality, and treat it as sacred, and you believe in it religiously, with religious devotion, and you demand that everyone believes in it, and no one can dare doubt the reality and the holy truth of the concept of equality, even though all evidence that you are exposed to on a daily basis disproves that concept. So you'll make fun of us and you'll look down on us and you'll insult our intelligence for believing in something that you say we don't have any proof for. Meanwhile, you're believing in something for which all of the proof that exists disproves it. You see how incoherent your thinking process is?
You see, all modern feminism has to their advantage are words.
It's a little bit more, but I'll just stop right there. I just want you to understand. All modern feminists have available is their words, their scream, the play. Please, just words, all talk, no action. No action, because implementation is an important concept when words is all that you have, when the power lies with who the power lies with, right? And these jealous men, and shout out to this lovely lady here. Tell us about how jealous men are of women. Tell us, please.
And a lot of people might say the pen is mightier than the sword. That's true to an extent. I'm a writer. I know the power of words, especially well-written words. However, in order for words to be effective, they have to make sense. There has to be truth in those words. And without that truth, you're just dealing with Disney. And that's what the feminist movement is, basically. Disney. Because there's no truth behind it. If you take away the patriarchy, what does feminism have? Nothing. Women would be in danger without the patriarchy. The patriarchy is what keeps us safe. Because if you take those laws away, again, we have nature.
Now we're speaking to the nature aspect because we love to talk about nature. Men, by their nature, they are predators. They are predators by their nature, right? But I heard humans are predators by nature, but that's beyond the point. She will get into a little bit more detail of just how jealous men are of women. And I think it's actually very, very accurate of how jealous men are of women.
We have the nature of man and the nature of woman, which is not just the emotional nature, it's also the physical nature. And that, as women, we do not want to confront because we know what it means. We have no foot to stand on. We are physically weak compared to men. The only demographic of human beings on this planet that women have an advantage over are children.
Children. Now, the only demographic that women have advantages over are children. I've been speaking to this. It's no wonder why the majority of jobs that have children in close proximity, women want to be. It's no wonder why women weaponize children against men all the time to try to control them, because they can control the children. It's part of their technique. So why they like to be teachers, why they like to be around children. I don't know why, but they like to be. The majority of jobs around children, women actually are employed in them. Now, they say that women don't do no harm, but we got enough FBI data on 12-year-old boys having to pay child support and all this type of stuff that we do know there's some levels of damage. And I can do 100 for 100 series about the amount of women that participate in these things that don't often get discussed because men's trauma, they don't actually discuss trauma the way that women do. And there's reasons for that. But let's get back to the jealousy that men have for women because it's important.
And we utilize that advantage as well. So without the structure of patriarchy, you would have men dominating women, women dominating children, and children dominating each other. That's the way it works. That's the totem pole of power. And as he stated in this video, as a culture, we are obsessed with violence and strength and dominance. What it boils down to, the anger that's in a lot of women. We're jealous of men.
Jealous of men? The anger in a lot of women comes from a level of jealousy? No, the men are the jealous ones. And when women say, I want a guy that's taller than me, stronger than me, the power that exists in a man, yeah, be weaker than me. All these things that women request is because the patriarchy programmed that into them. That's not their nature, right? That's programming. They don't believe the power that make them get excited. Oh, look how strong he is, all that type of stuff. That's all the environment. That's not their own nature that fall in love with power. Somehow it's the evil men that have discussed these things. Now, she talked about just how jealous the men are of women. She's breaking that down right now, and it's quite interesting to me.
And I don't care what you say to me. That is the truth. Because you know what physical strength means. You know what dominance means. And you know you don't have it. So you're trying to write it into history. And good luck with that. Good luck with trying to write something fantastical. Yeah, you might end up with a movie like Avatar. Visually beautiful, fantastical. But in real life, it doesn't make sense. It's not going to happen. There are no blue people. You might have movies like She-Hulk and other films where women have an unimaginable amount of strength where they can go toe-to-toe with men. But as we know, that is not real life, right? And feminism is not real life. It's a fantasy. It's a dream. What the man said in this video is reality, and that reality terrifies us. So hence, feminism, trying to create some illustrious words that is going to make men feel guilty about their nature. Good luck. Yeah, it might work with some guys, but guys are not going to give up who they are. And we're always going to need men, no matter what. And women can sit there fantasizing about a world where men don't exist.
Yes, you can fantasize about a world where men do not exist. Fantasize about it, dream about it. These men, the power that they have, the attraction that I have to this power, etc., etc. We need to have some of this power. It's all quite interesting for the level of jealousy that men have for women.
Good luck with that too, because men are always going to be here. So will bears and other animals that we're afraid of. They're always going to be here. Nothing you can do. That's the planet we live on. So keep working with your words. Keep trying to make men feel guilty. Keep trying to make men feel that we need an egalitarian planet. Egalitarianism doesn't exist. Equality does not exist between the genders. It simply does not. You could give people rights. We have those. I can vote. I can work. I can do what I want to do. But what more do you want? You want to bend the very nature of men? It won't happen. Because men are different. And so are you.
And with that, I digress.
I would have been able to take her more seriously if she didn't have them dumbass lashes and them stupid ass eyebrows. But at the end of the day, it's not like she's wrong, right? For me personally, being somebody from a generation, X, it's still odd to live in a world where this is necessary. Where it's actually necessary for a person to make those statements that just seem unquestionable. Like, we actually live in a time where any of that shit is questioned or need to be explained. The only thing that came out of that had me like, whoa, I hope people caught that, was the very thing that attracts women to men is the very thing that puts them in danger of us. Right? And that's our propensity for violence.
Thank you for admitting we are in danger.
Of course you're in danger. You're alive on Earth. We're all literally in danger, right? You're alive on Earth.
But what are we in danger from?
Mankind.
Wait.
No.
It's not
men.
No.
Wait. Comparison to the amount of women that we have to be fearful of.
First of all, Ty, stop. See, because this is what I'm saying. Because my man presented you as an intellectual, so I'm going to treat you like one.
Mm-hmm.
What percentage of women die at the hand of men? I'm talking about across the world. You think it's 10%? 20%?
I don't know that exact percentage.
Yeah, it's not even 10. It's not even 5. So that's what I'm saying. It's not individual man doing something to woman. It's more likely that you will suffer because man did something and poisoned your water supply, right? So you're in danger from mankind, yes, right? More so than you're just in danger from man. You're more likely to have a car accident than you are to die at the hands of a man. I'm just saying, but you're in danger because you're alive.
So the only thing that I have to be fearful of, or that I have the potential to be in danger from, is that you kill me. There's no other way that you can endanger me.
No, what I'm saying is you don't.
That's exactly what you just said. I'm just trying to clarify.
It's not exactly what I just said. Or you wouldn't have. Wait. Hold on, Aaron. It's not exactly what I just said, or you wouldn't have had to ask me. You could have just repeated it and said that's what I said, but you know it's not, which is why you're asking me. So no, it's not what I'm saying. What I am saying though is that you can actually move through life not necessarily in fear 24 hours a day, right, of your own mortality, of your own existence. And that is basically based on the fact that there's a patriarchal system in place that says we will fuck you up if you do something to a woman.
Or are we in danger because of the patriarchal system? Absolutely. Because y'all keep comparing patriarchy to feminism. That is not the opposite of patriarchy. The opposite of patriarchy is matriarchy. It's not ideals, it's different systems, right?
The problem exists. Two things that exist, right? Matriarchy is extremely theoretical, right? But it absolutely is. The part of the problem is this, right? Do you know who Brittany Griner is?
I do.
Okay. Do you think you could beat her up if you guys had a disagreement?
Depends on the type of training that I have.
Depends on the type of training that you have.
Right, because a woman can beat up a man if she has the right type of training. Like if she's professionally trained.
The point that I'm making is that if you remove men, right, which is not going to happen, men are not going anywhere, but you can just presume that they are, you will engage with violence with women. Because let me just tell you what happens. I remember growing up in podcasts, y'all tell me this. When women was angry in school and they got mad and they wanted to fight, did they fight a man or did they fight another woman?
A woman.
A woman. So women actually have a propensity for violence, actually, and they perpetrate the majority of their violence onto other women, just as men perpetrate more of their violence towards other men. So while, yes, women walk in fear, men walk in fear of other men. So that's just, unfortunately, the top dogs is men. And y'all just under all men, unfortunately, for the most part. And that's the frustrating. But then when you remove men, it comes women versus women. And maybe you think that's a fair fight, and possibly it is. But the violence is going to be enacted by another woman like Brittany Griner that say, because women's selfishness will not go away. Y'all, let's just share everything. Naturally, like y'all like to talk about nature, there's a selfishness that exists amongst people. Okay. And the patriarchy, which built society, is actually what lowered the level of violence. Because if you think about what happened to women back before we built society and put a patriarchy in place and gave women protections and rights, etc., how they would get rid of women then for just opening their mouth is vastly different. So,
but that was still a patriarchal. The time you're going back to is still a patriarchal society. So
what happened? What happened in the matriarchal society?
What happens in a matriarchal society is
what happened in it. You said it existed.
Right. What happens in a matriarchal society is that the women come together, they are the community, and the men, they go out and they hunt and they either die or they transcend, and then the women will mate with the top males.
So let me ask you a question, Ty, because you made this. Hold on 1 second, Ty. So you saying that the women come together, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I agree that if a whole bunch of women comes against one man, the woman can overpower them.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, what happened if the men come together? If the men come together, do that group of women have the ability to overpower the group of men?
Well, in this system, first, I want to point out that there wouldn't be as many men, right? Most men would die alone out, and because y'all are more violent and all that, whatever. More men would die, so there would be less of you, right? Then there is that men have although bigger and more muscular, more mass of muscle, they're not necessarily stronger in all cases, but men also have a lower threshold for pain, right? So there is a potential that trained well enough with the right skill set that the women could overcome the men. It just depends.
Jesus is the strength of my life. Okay. The thing that you just described about the matriarchal society, we see that in the Black community in urban areas. How is that working out for them?
Where do you see that women aren't putting all their energy into a man, aren't dropping all their female friends and letting this man isolate her? Where do we see that in the Black community, where the kids are being raised together in a community setting where this person can say something to your child and you're not ready to buck on them because things are out of line?
Okay, wait, because this is important. I'm not being facetious. Do I need to send a super chat? I'm not being facetious. How old are you? If you don't mind.
I do mind.
Are you in your 20s?
I do mind.
it matters to the conversation.
It doesn't.
It does, because experience does matter, right? And right now, it sounds like you have a limited version of it. And that's not me dissing. That's okay. That's good. I hope that your lack of experience would give you more hope for the future, because us old heads, we don't have it, right? But the reason why I said it is this, because what you just described was the end version of what happened when they took over, right? You just said, show you the area where this ain't happening, and this ain't happening, but that's happening because it's a matriarchy. That's the point.
No, it's happening
that way
because women are still expecting men to do something that you are not biologically designed to desire to do. It is not in a male's biological desire
what is that?
to protect and provide for his kids.
Okay, cool.
Biologically, y'all leave. It is because you are trained and educated in some cases that men stay and take care of their kids, because that is cultural and training. Those are the influences. But those people who are not being, hold on, I'm not done with my point. I'm not done with my point. Men who are not trained to or instructed to or pressed to or to take care of their kids, most cases they're not going to do that. They're going to abandon their kids when they remarry and they have kids with that woman, or that woman has kids. He is going to abandon his kids because he's getting what he needs where he is, because men are predatory and men are only there to get what they need. And if a man isn't sleeping with his baby mother anymore, he doesn't want to provide for the
let's say I concede to all of that for the sake of the conversation. Let's say I concede to all of that, right? Would you say that the mothers are still doing their job?
I can't speak to what other women are doing. From what I'm seeing, I do see other women at the playgrounds with me, at the museums, at the little children's events, and educational things.
You just spoke to what the men aren't doing, so why can't you speak directly to what?
Because when I'm at these events where all these children are, I don't see very many men, and it is my
so you see the women. So are the women still doing their job?
The ones that I'm seeing, yes, but largely, I don't know what kind of numbers you're going to throw in.
So if that's the case, then why is it that another woman can't correct another woman's child without that woman going off?
That is the society that we're living in, and that's something that I personally am working to fix. But it's just that the way the society is set up, people that's just how they are.
The men, would you say that the dysfunction among the men is the way that society is set up, or are you saying that the dysfunction amongst the men is just that because the men are men?
It is just that because the men are men, and the men are in positions which they are not biologically meant to be. Now, comparing us to other primates, right? Other primates, if the mother dies, let's throw that as an example, right? If the mother dies, then the male's brain does get some, nurturing qualities, instincts, to nurture to take care of the child. That's when that switch happens. But if not, there is no need. They go back in the wild, right? They don't stick around and take care of the kids. Just like, again, the men who have no guidance, who are not trained or told, instructed, and guided to stay in a child's life, or not guided by religion or something like that. That is what religion's for. Religion is to guide men so that you feel some type of structure and instruction, like, okay, this is your household, take care of them, and giving y'all something to do, right? Because otherwise y'all skedaddle, right? I was listening to a rich man. He was like a comedian. He's been on a lot of movies or whatever. He has a podcast, and he was like chit-chatting. And hold up, I'm not done. He was like, yeah, if I don't love the mother, F them kids. And I've heard many other men echo that same sentiment since hearing him say that, because I kind of listen to the manosphere to understand.
Before you cross-examine, hold on, Ty. I have to get to these super chats because they're going to back up on me. Grizz says, what I was saying is, if our military is the key to their prosperity, how come we're better than Puerto Rico and Canada and so many others that we protect? It's a really good question. I don't know if I have the answer right now for that. Lauren, hey, Lauren says jealousy is only there because we have no idea what is really necessary to be the other gender, women or for men. Trans women and women, no one can truly be the other person. Okay. J Hub says the most dangerous thing to a black man in the U.S. is a B-dub. All right. Sway producer says thought a matriarch is just a queen with no king. Hey, is that Gary Grant? What up, Brody? He says, hey, little bro, Aaron, please name the successful matriarchy that ever existed. I'm assuming that's what he meant. I think this young lady is a little delusional. She believes she's speaking factually and scientific, right? So when she speaks to nature, right? This is what she believes, and it may be true. I'm only going to make the arguments I know that are more sound. When she speaks to nature, right? She specifically speaks to the studying of male nature, not so much to the studying of female nature, right? And when she keeps talking about man created things, patriarchy, etc., if nature was the end all be all, we just went back to nature, you wouldn't be able to speak unless we say so. Don't you understand that? No, like for example, like we use lions, tigers, whatever the case is. When the man come through, we take what we want. You give it up because you ain't got no choice, and then we go on about our day. When we built society, we said, "Hey, nah, we not gonna do that no more." So another tiger saw another tiger and said, "Hey, we not doing that no more." And the tiger was like, "You big dog tiger, we not gonna do that." And then you start speaking and yelling, and the tiger just had to sit there and take that. So when you keep speaking so much to nature, you don't want to live in a nature environment. You want an environment that only highlights woman's nature because you believe women are better than men. But if we care about a man's nature, right? Why don't we navigate society to focus solely on the man's nature? Because you believe that that's currently existing. I would say it's not.
Absolutely not. Not when I can pull all these videos up of women verbally, emotionally, and physically abusing men in public and nobody is doing nothing. And then as soon as the dude reacts, everybody runs over. No, fam, that's a woman. Right? So, of course, that's not true. But this is why I asked how old she was, because if I'm talking to somebody that's my age, I'm going to give you less grace, right? Because you can't be late 30s, 40s and have not realized yet that men and women play by the same rules in society. There's no way around that. We play by the same rules.
When though?
Since
when have we been playing by the same rules? How long have we been on an equal playing field?
So remember when you told me you haven't finished yet?
I'm sorry?
We don't have the same.
Okay, my bad.
We don't have the same protections, but we are playing by the same rules. If you don't believe me, go right now to your local gas station where some cameras at and shoot the cashier, and let's see how that work out for you.
So hold on
Right?
a second. Ty, I got a question for you, because I agree. If I go to a park at 12 o'clock, I typically will see more women at the park than men. And that's the point you was making earlier, correct?
Right. Anywhere I'm at where there are kids, there are very few men, period.
So let me concede to that point. So my question that I asked you, do you believe that women and kids can come out at 12 o'clock because of the patriarch actually protect them and they don't have to worry about being victim to men at their nature?
No, because if not for the patriarchy, there would not, from your previous statement earlier, be all the different what is it? Capitalism and all that. That wouldn't even exist, right? To your own point.
No, so what I'm asking is if we didn't have laws,
right? If we didn't have laws, you wouldn't be at work. And I could be out just like you could be out, and you gonna be out there, and we gonna be over here with the rest of the women and children. And if y'all try something, we gonna gang up and push y'all out.
All right, so I like what you're saying, Ty. Listen, Ty. So if you have a group of women and a group of women and children, and you have a group of men attack those that group of women and children. My question is, without laws, what is going to stop them from attacking you guys?
No one said to take away laws. No one
Who
said to
created
take
the
away
law?
laws. Right, but does it okay, are we not evolved, intelligent beings, right? We understand what works and what does not work. Clearly things are not working, right? So I'm just proposing that we try something different. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying do away with laws. I'm just saying that the laws are built to protect men.
Okay, I hear that, Ty. So look, when you say we want to try something different, it's not working. What in your new system is a benefit for men?
Who's trying? I'm okay. I'm not necessarily trying to be beneficial to anybody. I'm simply saying, why not operate out of our biology? And excuse me, not out our biology, in the nature of our true self, like our true biology. What is best for our brains, for what we are naturally designed to do, right? Because in the animal kingdom, right, everything finds its balance, right? Because it is acting by design. Everything finds its balance. Everything is beautiful. It levels itself out. If there's no, really, truly, really and truly,
No
in
time.
nature.
Hold on,
Let me make one more point. Hold up. Let me make one more point. The trees. We're gonna take the trees, right? The trees actually communicate. This has been proven, right? They cry and all type of crap. So now, if one tree, right, is infected with a virus, the other trees communicate by the root systems, and they exchange mushrooms and stuff like that to help this tree that is experiencing some type of disease or whatever, to help make it better, because they're all connected. It's all connected. It works if it's in its nature.
So,
but
Ty, are we trying to understand?
We gotta go back to the park. Wait, we got it, because we can't leave the park thing untethered, right? If you're being honest about it, if we go back to 1960, when Black people were married at a rate of quote unquote 80%, and you went to a park in the middle of the day, do you think you would see a park full of men and children or a park full of women and children? And what do you think would be said if we saw a park full of men and children? Ain't nobody gonna say, look at all them daddies. They're gonna be saying, why them niggas ain't at work? Why are they out here with the kids instead of being at work? So you saying I'm seeing a park full of women and children, that's exactly what you're supposed to see, because that's the woman's biological job, is to nurture her children. That is exactly what you're supposed to see.
Right, exactly, because it is not in your nature. We're not arguing your nature. That's not what we're arguing. We're simply arguing the system in which we are operating, because you are not in your nature. It is not in a male's nature to provide and protect. That's why most of y'all, if y'all are not trained to, are not going to do it.
Wait, you use the argument that when you're out, right, what you see, because I asked you, are the women taking care of their business, and you said when I'm out, what I see is the women out here with all the kids all the time at functions and stuff, right? So what I'm saying is that's what you're supposed to see, because that's actually their job, right? It's actually their job to nurture.
I'm not arguing with you. Why are you repeating that?
No. What I'm saying is you used it to make it as an example of men not being involved.
Right.
And that's false. You cannot use that, because that's exactly what it's supposed to look like. It's not supposed to look like men in the middle of the day outside with their kids at a high rate, because most men work 9-to-5 jobs, right? So that's not what you're going to see. But the point was that I think you kind of missed was that if you look at, because this is what you did, you said you're blaming the reason why men are the way they are is because of men, but then you said the reason why women are the way they are is because of society. And that's why I'm saying to you, no. The men and the women, we're all under the same umbrella. We're all playing the same game with the same rules. That does not mean we all have the same consequences. That does not mean that we have the same protections, but it does mean we're playing the same game with the same rules. So the same way how I agree with you 100% that women are affected by society and the ills of society, so are men. None of us are in our super duper, whatever you want to call natural state, based on the fact that there are a society at large, whether you want to call it the patriarchy or not, but there's a society at large that creates the environment in which we exist. So we're all subjected to it in a certain kind of way. And because we start getting that training from a very young age, it all has something to do with our development, whether you're a man or a woman. And the problem that I have, because my daughter used to talk like this, is she saw everything from this lens of women being a victim and men being these perpetrators. And my whole thing is, you're telling me, not you, my daughter, you're telling me as some sort of Hebrew Israelite, right, that you want to find a husband and love a man and have his children and all this other shit, but you view him and his entire species as predators, as perpetrators, and not victims in the same race you're running. That makes absolutely no sense.
Yes, it does. But you have to understand your biology, and that's one of the problems that I personally try to fix. Like I'm actually trying to like establish a school. And one problem that I see with society at large is that not only do we not understand the differences between the female and the male biology, which I completely just learned from watching the High Power podcast.
Jesus. All right. There it is.
Hold on. Wait a minute. That part I just came to the realization of. However, the other part, like the actual, like the way that our brain works, nobody understands that. They don't teach it in school, and they need to. Because if we understood ourselves and the way that our brains worked, we wouldn't have as much disarray as we have now. And there wouldn't be so much pushback on the things that could fix it. For example, that lady that Tupac wrote that song, I wonder why they call you bitch. I wonder why they call you bitch, because she was trying to get rap music off the airways because it's detrimental to our brains.
So
it really truly is, but people push back because they do not understand their biology. So you saying, oh, you keep taking it back to biology because biology is important. That is the basis of who you are. You are a biological creature. And
Can I ask you a question, Ty? Please. Let me ask a quick question. Mm-hmm. Where did you get these studies that you're talking about biology? Can you give us some reference so we can go look it up? Because I've been hearing you go on a beautiful diatribe.
So you're going to make us say it again.
So could you give us, because us ignorant men don't know anything. We need the women to lead us to the promised land. Right?
Well, my suggestion.
No. I don't want your suggestion. Please just put something in the back that I can go look up from all this I've been hearing you preach to my brothers here. That's why I came up.
You know what? The best resource for you, and I'm just gonna say it because I don't know.
No, just say it. You don't have to give the long diatribe.
Yeah, it's the High Power podcast. She show you all the science and everything. Go to the High Power podcast.
No, give me a doctor.
Hold on.
Give me a doctor, a biologist.
Hello, check this out. So
let me get you a doctor. Hold on. Actually, the interview that Aaron and I are going to review from that she did is with a scientist, and he's gonna tell you why y'all are predators. He's gonna explain.
What's his name? Let me look him up.
No, let's not go there. So, Ty, let me ask you a question. You keep saying go back to nature and what we're our biology and what we're naturally able to do. Do you think the nature of men and women and our biology actually bring us together or push us apart?
Well, I believe that okay, so I'm gonna say it like this. Your biology tells you to go out and make babies, get them pregnant, knock them up, right? That's why you have like an unlimited amount of sperm. Okay, now the females, however, we can only carry one baby at a time, and we make sure that baby is nurtured and taken care of and well prepared for the future. That takes a lot of work. Y'all just said it's not your job to take care of the kids. So your biology and our biology is contradicting one another, right? Because we can't make a whole bunch of babies and nurture them all properly and take care of them. Y'all's biological directive is basically make them, and if they survive, they survive. Ours is the quality.
Part of the problem that I'm hearing is this one. You have this utopia mindset, like some children don't just die. Like when you keep going back to nature, it's like you want to use part of our nature, but then use built society to talk about what women get to exist in. If we go back to just full-fledged, just dealing in our nature, right? There are children that didn't survive, children that just don't eat,
I
right?
didn't say everyone's going to survive. I do believe that everything is like on a wave, on a spectrum, right? Everything has its highs, its lows, like everything is on a spectrum. But any spectrum that you lay on top of the male puts y'all at a high degree for bad things. Any bad thing, y'all are at the top. Y'all have high numbers.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me help you with this one, Aaron. Let me ask this young lady. Who do you think abuses children more, men or women?
How are y'all gonna abuse
I
them?
just
If
asked you
y'all
the
are not
question.
around them
It's
more? Now,
do you think men
in
or
terms of
women
grape,
abuse children more?
now in terms of grape, it is men, but maybe like women might discipline children and like, you know, beat them or whatever. Because that is what the Bible says. You spare the rod, you spoil the child. We
Okay.
beat
Let me
your
give you
child. You
some
wouldn't beat
numbers
him
since you
hard
want to
enough.
go with biology and
All of that in
numbers.
church too.
Women are 72%, and I'm just going on. I'm going to give you black women, white men, and black men. Black women abuse their children at a 72% rate.
That
You
is
can go
not
look
true.
it up. The stats is
Please
there.
go look that up. And what is they defining
Okay.
as abuse?
White women abuse their, let me finish, please. White women abuse their children at a 49% rate. White men abuse their children at a 29% rate. And us big bad black men, we only do it at a 22% rate. So
Because
all
y'all
you've
are the
been
ones that are most likely to not be in the household. Y'all are
no.
the pookies and the
Okay,
regular
hold on. Let me add another statistic for you. Single fathers raise their children at an 80% rate of they don't get in trouble or their daughters are not on a pole. Single mothers raise their children at a 20% rate. That means 8 out of 10 of their children end up in jail or on the pole
That
from
is
a single mother. You go look it up. All of this stuff there. All
no,
of this.
I've looked up similar statistics, and that's why I'm calling it bullshit. But it's okay though. I'm gonna let you.
Okay,
say
tell me
because
where
you
your
sound old,
statistics.
so
I can tell you where to get mine because mine is from the government.
Guys, I don't want to argue too much. I want to structure this conversation a little bit better because I want to give some points. See, when Ty speaks about women are communal, right? And then my guy Eda Man, who me and him are cool. The point of it is he says the men can get together, and the problem with that is true. The men can get together, and so when you sit here and say things like, "Well, women are the divine feminine, we're the gods, and men are our slaves, and they're just here to serve," and all this type of stuff, and then you say, "But we need all this type of help to do a duty of raising a child. We can't do it by ourselves, but we're gods. We actually require assistance from other people." But then you have a I think the right word to use is you kind of have a standard that men are men and they need to do things on their own. They shouldn't need no kind of help. But if we not gods, if we not greatness greater than y'all, why is there a standard for us to do things by ourselves and be a man instead of saying, man, we should get the support of other people to support us? Because I would tell you this. If other men were supplementing other men's life and supporting them the way that you're asking for women to do, because you're not being communal right now, according to y'all, the same outcomes could be argued. Wouldn't you agree?
I actually okay, so first of all, no. And then I just want to speak to another point that you keep making, because you keep saying that, oh, the man can come against you. Your psychology is telling on you, both of y'all, E-Man and Aaron. Like, y'all keep saying the men can come for you. That's your psychology, to conquer, to dominate, to destroy. That's what y'all keep saying, because that's what y'all gonna do. Women are not finna come trying to destroy each other. That's the difference. That's why I'm saying y'all, it's too many of y'all, first of all.
See, but wait. See, that's the problem. Wait, hold on, guys. Hold on, wait. That's part of the problem. You flip back and forth between nature, right? You go, I don't think everybody's supposed to survive. And then you start talking about the bad stuff that can happen. Well, that's part of nature. It seems like I said, you want to pick apart nature and control it to a benefit for you. But what you're actually indicating is a controlled society, which men have actually built. But if we take away the controlled society and just go back to nature, this whole, all these children are getting hurt or they're destroying or get rid of things, that's nature. So is nature bad or good? And it seems like you want to demonize nature when it's beneficial for you in the conversation. So I'm telling you, realistically, if we go back to nature, since that's your biggest point, it's in nature, it's in nature, it's in nature, all this stuff. If we go back to nature, then survival of the fittest exists for women too. Survival of the fittest don't exist just for men.
The difference is that it was never intended, first of all, for one. It doesn't make sense for one person to do all of the things that women are required to do, first of all. So that's why the biology is beneficial for all women, because we come together and we can help each other with all of the things that you have to do to actually produce good children. You criticize the way the children come out, but then I come with a solution and you're criticizing me for that. Now,
No, I'm not criticizing.
Who said that you can't tell another woman what to do with her children?
That's the biology argument, right? I think we are biological creatures. How can you ignore biology when biology is the control, the direction for everything? Everything is based in biology for humanity because we are biological creatures. That's why I keep going back to biology.
Ty, I really want you to answer Aaron's question. If women can come together and be communal, and that's a positive output for kids, men can come together and be communal too. Wouldn't that still be a positive output for kids?
No, because men by nature are rapists and are not nurturing, are not empathetic, have no ability.
You know, females rape more than men.
No, Gary.
We're not able to read facial expressions correctly, right? Because if you take young boys and young girls and you test them and you ask them, what emotion is this? What emotion is this? They cannot tell you by and large because the male is deficient in that area. Okay. So another reason why because kids need nurturing. That is what women are for, first of all.
So why is there a request for men to do it? Like, wait, if your complaint is men are not at the parks with the children, if y'all job is to nurture, right? Why is there a request saying men are not taking care of their children?
Because society is telling us that the nuclear
but that's my
family
point.
is the way, and that men are supposed to be in the household and are supposed to participate
But that's
in
the
the upbringing
this
of
is
the
the
children.
Okay,
so you're
but this-
asking me why is it that women are calling for it, asking for it, requiring it? Is because society is telling us
okay,
this is
but
how
that's
it's
the
supposed
okay.
to
But
go.
listen to the point though. This is the problem where podcast is beating you at, because you keep saying nature, right? You want to go back to the nature stage of things, but you want to utilize nature in a built society again. And in that built society, men are just as much as victims as women are. Playing on the same field in a built society. Only if you go back in nature, where it's not an actual built out society, can you make these arguments.
I'm not, see, I think that's where y'all are confused. I'm not saying let's go live in the woods, although I would love to live on a food forest, in the middle of the woods. That is just me.
That's earthly shit, bro.
But when I say go back to our nature, I mean our nature, our psychological, biological desires and strengths. That's what I'm saying. Go back to. I'm not saying go back to nature.
Does everybody have the same
a
nature?
Disservice to the progress we have made in humanity.
No, the progress man has made. Everything that you enjoy today is a man made it for you.
And
you women are in the first world countries getting crazy.
And now we don't need y'all to build much. We don't. I mean,
be quiet. If men went on strike for a week, the world would be over.
One thing at a time. One thing at a time. One thing at a time.
This young lady, man.
She just told y'all what was wrong. She already said that. You know where it's coming from now. Okay, we know where it's coming from now. So, Ty, let's say I go with you. That men are these grapists. Now I need you to explain to me why women aren't being raped in masses.
Because of the laws in place. And I'm not, and again, while you smiling, you just got so elated, either man. I'm not saying to get rid of all laws. I'm saying to strategically change things and to get rid of detrimental policies and legislation. For example, in the state that I live in, I went to go and get the carry concealed weapons license. You're required to take a class, right? So when they got to the grape section, they said that I couldn't blow his brains out because grape is not bodily harm. Now, we all know that is not the truth, but it's because men largely input the laws, that law is in place to protect the men, because they probably were all sitting around like, if we tell them that if we accidentally go and grape this girl, she can blow our brains out, we gonna have a lot of dead men out here. So they made it so that you can still go to jail for killing a rapist, even though it is exactly bodily harm.
See, this is
now,
what you're
if it is
doing.
just
This is
bodily
exactly
harm,
why
it's
I
not
don't
rape,
listen to
they
that lady.
you can shoot them in the head and kill
What
them.
you're doing is, because what you're doing is this: you're acting as if if a man was in the commission of graping you and you had a gun in reach, you couldn't kill him to stop it, and that is
And I could, but they're going to take me to jail because it's against the law.
No, that's not.
It is
I guess self-defense is out, right?
Wait a minute, but wait, let's go back. No, hold on, because every question I ask you turns into a soliloquy.
In the
So let me
state where
wait.
I
Let me finish my line of
a
questioning to
carry
you.
concealed
Let me
weapons
finish my line
license,
of questioning.
and they put the slide. I took a screenshot. I will go find.
Okay, cool. Find it, please, and put it on the screen. Thank you.
Discontent.
Find it and put it on the screen.
They
So,
said
wait.
that
You
if
just said, wait.
if you do bodily harm on another person, then you can shoot them. But if you are being raped, you cannot shoot them because that's not considered bodily harm.
Pull it up and put it on the
That's a
screen.
lie.
I will.
That's a lie.
So you just said, when I asked you, why aren't women being raped in masses?
Because of laws. Yes, I did. I didn't say get rid of laws. I said change the laws. I said change systems, not remove them completely.
Why can't we ever have white people on the panel? So who created the laws?
Nobody said that the men did. I literally already answered that question in the last statement.
You didn't. I'm asking you. Look, you didn't just answer it now.
That the men create the laws, and
okay, so stop right there. So stop right there.
Where
so
you can get shot in the head for
the laws. So
I literally just said that.
If men are in charge, if men are in charge, and men are predators, why would men create the law to disable
because
themselves
the men at the top know
predators?
that in order to have a equitable or not appearance of an equitable society, you have to have some degree of peace and not unrest. So why would they not input laws for it to be more comfortable? Now, I'm not saying that everything. That's the problem that y'all have when y'all hear feminism and matriarchy. Y'all hear total and complete demonization of all things male. I'm not saying that.
Yes, that's all you've been saying all night.
That's what feminism is. Feminine and masculine. The problem with men is that there is no balance. Y'all are heavily weighted masculine. Women are able to move between the two because we birth y'all. We make y'all. The X and Y chromosomes. The Y chromosome is a broken X, right? You break off the little bottom leg and you have a Y. It is a lesser chromosome with less DNA on it because it is a degenerate.
Okay, so let's just say we accept that, but Ty, still in all, this is what I'm saying. Even if, because I'll be honest with you, whether I agree with you or not, the first part of your answer was actually a great one, right? I can concede to the fact that was a great response. But the fact of the matter is that they still did it, right? The men still created these laws and have tried to create a society where there's less of that, right? So
but there are too many holes. That's why there needs to be a change.
Let me finish, right? Right. So, and then here's the thing: the men that you come from are even less likely to commit the offense. And it don't have it. Wait. And here's the thing: it don't have anything to do with the laws. You know how we know that? Because you can't say that they're the biggest criminals in the country, and then at the same time tell me they're scared of laws.
You absolutely can. You absolutely can. Yes, you can.
How can you? So tell me how you can.
Okay, let me just make sure I heard you correctly. You said that the biggest criminals can't be afraid of the law? Is that what you just said?
I said you can't tell me, right, that the people who the biggest criminals, the people who commit the most crimes in the country are not committing crimes because of the law. You cannot make that argument.
And you know what? That's actually true because these guys are actually repeated offenders. Like most of these top criminals, these dudes are repeated offenders, like continuously robbing, continuously raping. It's not just a once incident situation.
I have a way to counteract your point.
Right, but see, okay, I don't want you to counteract it. I want you to make it make sense.
Hold up.
Make it make sense.
So we're not going to talk about the Pookies and the Ray Rays out here shooting shit up out in the open and being.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about great.
I just said we're not going to talk about that.
Yep.
Okay. Now we're going to focus on the top 10%, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus the bottom 8%. When you look at that same dude, when he was in 80%, when he was on his grind, right? And when he got there and he finally felt that power and the way he started to act, you can't tell me that money don't bring out the worst in a lot of people. You can't tell me that when people get money, they don't buy themselves out of situations or buy themselves into situations. That's why we have the Epsteins and all their shady underdoings, and they get away with it for years because they have money. That's why we have the most arrogant, bad attitude having ass men on the face of the earth got that bread.
So Ty, let me ask you a question.
Are you saying everybody with money? Hold on there, podcast. Hold on there, because she just made a comment about people with money. Are you saying everybody with money is a predator?
On the table, though.
No, I did not say that.
Don't flip flop.
Podcast.
Right, but don't flip
Oh,
flop.
no, let
I can't hear
the man
any
get
of
in
y'all,
there.
so it's not going nowhere.
Fuck on my nerves, bro. She didn't answer the question.
Bro, she's not
and you want to try to ask her another question, and she didn't.
She's not going to answer podcast. You don't notice by now?
Okay, so why we just want to flip flop? Are we trying to embarrass her? Are we trying to embarrass her? Or are we trying to have a conversation? Because I want to have a conversation.
All right, we all want to have a conversation. We've been letting you have a conversation.
So then let's stick
for 40
to one
minutes.
question at a time.
It's somebody else's turn to have a conversation.
Let's stick to one question at a time, sister. You didn't answer the question. You said that you can explain to us how it is that a demographic who can be considered the biggest criminals and who commit the most crimes can also not commit a crime because they're afraid of the law. You said you can explain to us how that exists.
First of all, that wasn't the way you worded it originally, but
that's what you said you could do.
That's not what I said, but it's okay.
Literally what I said. I said you can't say they commit the most crime and then at the same time say that they're afraid of the law. Wait, listen. Let's start back. I asked you, why aren't women being raped in masses? And you said because men are afraid of the law. So I said, okay, black men, the men who look like you, black men, are least likely to commit rape, right? And I said, you can't say on one hand that they're the biggest criminals in the country and they commit the most crimes, and then at the same time say they don't commit this crime because they're afraid of the law. That's nonsense.
No, you said in mass. I didn't say they didn't commit the crime. You said in mass. See, you are arguing your point with different parameters, and then you expect me to answer you.
Said they're afraid
and then
of
when
the
I answer
law.
you don't like the way that I answer you, and then you change the parameters, and then you argue that I haven't answered your question.
No, sis, you said that they don't do it because they're afraid of the law. That's
yes,
what
in
you
large,
said.
it is not done by most men because of the laws in place to prevent them from doing it. Now, the people at the bottom, just because they're doing it, doesn't necessarily mean there's a lack of fear. It might mean that they like the freaking adrenaline rush. It might be that they like the power that they get from raping women.
What percentage of men do you think? Hold on there, Ty. Stop for a second. Please stop for a second. Let me ask you a question. What percentage of men? What percentage of men do you think commit rape?
The adrenaline rush of being fearful that they're going to get caught.
Hold on there. Let me ask you a question. How much men do you think do this? What percentage of men do you think commit rape?
I'm not gonna say think. I don't think about things like that. There are numbers.
No. But you think no. Okay, sorry, my bad. Let me rephrase then. Let me rephrase. What percentage of men do you know commit rape?
I'm not gonna say that either. I just know that I have
You
met
say you don't know
entirely too
nothing.
many rapists to be comfortable around men or to allow them in my house or to go to their house. I have encountered entirely too many rapists in my life. In my
Got you. I'm
personal
not, and we're not saying that they
experience.
don't exist. What I'm challenging is this premise, right? Because at the end of the day, you can't say they're afraid to do it because of the law when these very same people that you're talking about
We're not
commit
because
all
the people
kind of crimes. They break the
can we
law
not
all the
agree that
time.
majority of the people that are behind bars has some degree of a mental health disorder? Can we agree on that point?
No.
Fine. Guys, stop.
No. Because most crime is economical. So no, I'm not going to agree with that.
Oh, no, that's fine. I want to get to another point that she's trying to make, but let me get to a couple super chats. Grizz says trees only cry because of men. Women have vibes. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Lamar Black Attack says, "What's this? The Aaron Nut Show? This is what happens when you smoke too much weed." You know me, I don't do no smoking. J Hub says, "It's too many of y'all. This sounds like promoting a get rid of everybody. She wants a world all women with a pookie that's under her control."
I don't want nothing to do with pookie.
Hey, SB says life requires a seed/sperm. So this is what I want to ask you, Todd. In this new world that you want to start to create, when you can start to get rid of the number of men, how do you suggest we get rid of those number of men without
First of all, I didn't suggest any genocide. So y'all are
No, I didn't
words in
say.
my mouth.
Listen, Ty. I'm purposely not using that word because it's a trigger word for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right? There are certain words that people are going to be like, "What the heck is they talking about over here?" So there's a reason why I'm omitting certain things and talking around. I don't even use the grape thing. What I say is taken advantage of, but that's okay because I'm asking you this: how are you going to lower the amount of men without what's the process for doing that?
First of all, I did not suggest what the person in the comments suggested.
I heard that. Sure. Yes.
Also, I'm not saying that we can do that like by some like manual, like, you know, something we can actually do. However, we did the other day have a little chat. He was talking about but there isn't. Like, we're not gonna go that far. Be real. We're not
you
gonna
absolutely said in your world there only be 20% of men. So I'm just trying to understand how do we get to this 20%?
Y'all be making stuff up.
Okay, so hold on, Eric. Can I ask a question? I want to know like what her take is, what her suggestions is. Because
let her answer Aaron's question first.
It's
okay. We're gonna let you get in there. But
I just want to let her talk.
Now you understand. Let her answer questions.
Okay, so I didn't say there should be 20% of men. I simply said in a more natural, you know, us acting more in our biology, that there would be less men. I didn't say we can get rid of them. I did low-key suggest it in another conversation about what's it called? But it's not gonna happen on a real in a real life scenario. No one's gonna round up all the known criminals and lock them up, and they're not gonna do that, right? So when I said that, I just mean like in a natural way of life, being around women does extend the life of males.
No. That's not what you said. You said in a matriarchal society, it's controlled by women. So there's going to be way less men.
But because of that natural system, the way things naturally happen.
You cannot naturally get like you don't get to pick up a girl or boy is born like that. That's not up to us. We don't determine that. So how do we get to this point where we have a good amount of more women than there are of men? And then what's that process look like? Or are you saying that you just wish that could happen like through a genie? Like you don't actually expect that to happen?
No. Okay. So I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm gonna iterate something that I watched. So there was a video.
What's that word?
Shut the fuck up.
No, I didn't understand a word. But go ahead.
I'm going to go over a video that I watched, right?
Oh,
So there is two groups of kids, right? They took a group of little girls and a group of little boys, and they left them alone for some extended period of time. I believe it was like a week or so, like, and just to see what would happen if you just took people who are not necessarily developed or controlled and just let them act in their nature. Now, the home with all the boys ended up destroyed, in disarray. There was no order. They couldn't feed themselves. They couldn't get anything like comfortable in any type of like, you know. But the females, the young ladies, in both groups, I think there were 10-year-olds. And the young ladies, they were able to come together and set up meal times. The house wasn't super junky, you know, they're still kids. But my point is, in your nature, left to your vices, left alone, just males, y'all gonna wreck shit and kill each other. I'm just gonna put it like that. Look at the hood. Look at the hood, and that's kind of like that is in your nature.
But you spoke to survival of the fittest and getting rid of other people that are not worthy enough to be here. So then that's what would normally happen based upon our nature.
Say get rid of. I said y'all gonna rid yourselves. Y'all gonna amongst yourselves. Y'all
agreed. I'm agreeing to what you just said.
Sorry. Okay.
So what I'm saying is, those get away. We gonna get rid of the ones that's in the way, and we gonna be done with them. Okay, that's basically the survival of the fittest. Okay, what's your next point? Because
the males who survive, and then those who then transcend. That is where the lady who put in the comments about the sperm. That's where we get the sperm from, the top.
Okay, but
pass him around. That's
okay. So just pass the guy around. Okay, so my next question is why do you utilize scenarios in which it highlights and glorifies what women's best skills are, and then you choose not to utilize situation where it would highlight when men's or boys' best skills are? Why do you intentionally do that?
I don't. That is what makes life. We cook, we clean, we take care of the kids. In the workplace, we do most of the work. We do about 60% of the work, although we don't make most of the money. Yes,
you're talking about in a civilized society in which
I'm talking about in society today, we are the backbone. We do most of the work, get the least amount of credit. We do all supporting roles for a society.
Where in your mind does this happen?
Wait. Stop. So wait. Women like sleeping in the dark because y'all not the power grid that powers the electricity that you discussing and things on, and you can see stuff. Y'all not operating that. So what you're saying
is, how do you know that?
Are you saying that you disagree, or you just want to challenge it to challenge?
I'm sorry, Keisha. Who are you asking?
I was asking Aaron, how do you know women aren't operating power grids?
Because 99.5% of the
guys, stop. Let me control the conversation. Are you objecting and saying that is not true, or you just want to state that?
I just want facts. That's all.
Okay. Are you saying that it's not a fact and you're challenging it?
Well, I mean, you stated it. I'm just questioning it.
So. Okay, you are allowed.
That was her feminist perspective.
No, she's trying to be slick, y'all, by saying I'm not overtly objecting to that. It's not factual because I don't know, but I want to just challenge. So I'm asking, are you saying that it's not factual, or are you saying you don't know?
You know the answer. Oh my God.
Guys, chill. Y'all gotta know how to navigate conversations.
No. Like, give me a second because I'm trying to figure out how this got twisted on me when you're the one who said it. I'm just trying to ask, like, is that really the case?
It didn't get twisted. You asked.
She just simply asked you that to see if you had some supporting data or
no.
Yes.
Hold on. I only need to supply supporting data if she believes that it's factually wrong. If she doesn't believe that it's wrong, there's no need to supply data. This is a tactic and a strategy that I know women do. So I'm just challenging your tactic.
It's okay, Keisha. I got this. I have an answer for him.
Go ahead and answer.
First of all, it don't matter who operates it because now, sweetie, we have solar, we have wind. I sell solar, ladies. If y'all want a solar system for your home, hit me up. TyJustFocus@outlook.com. I get you a solar system, no money down. I got you. Lower your energy bill. We don't need your energy grid, your grid, sir. We don't need it. We have Elon Musk Teslas. We can hook them up to our solar power homes. They got nice warranties. We got robots that build houses, print them right out. Yup, I'm a techie.
Who made the Tesla?
I can run.
What's the person's name that made the Tesla?
And build a house.
No,
We don't run
your beans.
anymore.
No, not that the man made all this stuff for her that she don't need. Because I'm gonna let you know something, young lady. Without men, this world don't work. 98.5% of all power lines are employed.
He's still talking about power lines, sir.
By
Solar. We
men.
have solar, sir.
96% of all construction workers are men. Not less than 0.5% of women work in the clean water filterization system. You would die in a week without
Sir, there's
men.
natural
I
water
suggest you go watch a
methods
program
as well.
called
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My game to the and I know they gon' blast.
Oh man, they kicked her off.
She had enough of whatever she was saying. So to get back to my point, Keisha, are you challenging saying that because what just happened was I know that strategy, right? It's just to throw out there. Are you challenging that what I'm saying is that the men are the ones that are navigating the power grids? Those are the men, or are you saying that they're not the ones that are doing it? Like, what are you trying to challenge?
So I'm trying to challenge, I guess, the original argument, but that was just one part of it. So yeah, I'll just say, yeah, that's not true.
So you're saying the men are not the ones in charge of the power grid?
Wow. I think that women have jobs working in power grids just like men do. And
What
there's
percent?
proof of that.
What percent? What percent?
Why do I have to bring up the percentage? Like, why do y'all do that?
No, I'm just
Because
asking.
if 3 people are doing something out of 10,000, it doesn't matter. So if you have 3 women that's working
let me
on the
answer
power
that. Let me
grid.
answer that. Let me answer that, Gary. Because if 90% of stay-at-home parents are mothers and 10% are fathers, we're never going to sit around and say men stay at home and raise kids just like women do.
That's a fact.
We're never going to say that. That's why it
does
matters.
matter.
Bean, stop with the logic, brother.
If you say 3% of women are running power grids, right? So 97% of men, if they stop running power grids, how would that go for y'all? Like, what you see what I'm saying? Like, it does matter.
She understands it does matter, but I don't think she's more of an debater. I think she just wants to like civilly be able to agree and disagree. So ultimately, like the debates, like what podcast said, just totally blew her point out the board, and he did it in a very, very strategic way, and I thought it was actually pretty profound. It was quick-witted too. And I think that everybody in the chat would agree that if men stayed at home 10%, they would still say men are not taking care of the children. 10% ain't enough. And that's a very fair statement when comparison to the power grid. Well, we would argue 10% of women are not negotiating that. But I don't think they're challenging that. I think they just want to make the point there are at least 2 women on there, so you can't say all, which is a common thing that we have to experience. But Keisha came up here to support Ty because she also believes some of the things that Ty says. So, Keisha, what point do you want to challenge so I can speak directly to that?
Well, just the original conversation. She was discussing the biology of men compared to the biology of women. And I think a lot of what she said made a lot of sense.
It does make sense, but she doesn't really speak directly to the biology of women very much. She speaks more so to the biology of men. She actually, when we challenge the biology of women, she actually doesn't respond very well. She actually avoids it. So, like, for example, which we can get into, right? Men are not actual protectors. It's actually the women are the protectors and the providers, right? Fine. I have no problem with that. But in order to provide for somebody, right, you have to have an aggression and you have to be a predator. So for the lions, for the lioness to provide for her cubs, she has to be a predator. And in any species anywhere, you have to be a predator in order to provide for your offspring. And she never talks about how women are predators. She only say men are predators. But you'd have to agree, for a woman to provide, you typically would have to be a predator because most resources are limited. So even if you're fighting for berries, whatever the case is, somebody else, some other mother gonna want to feed her child. Y'all think it's kumbaya. Hey, let's split that berry in half till there's no more splitting. At some point, because the world has a limited number of resources, there will be a fight because y'all prioritize your offspring over somebody else's offspring. So all this communal stuff that women have, if it come to your son or your daughter eating versus her son and her daughter eating, y'all gonna have a battle of who's the better predator and who's the survival of the fittest. It will happen with y'all. I don't understand why y'all don't acknowledge that on the woman's side.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Aaron?
First, acknowledge what I said, and then go ahead and ask the question.
Okay, acknowledge like which part of it?
Do you agree that women are? Do you agree that women are predators?
No.
So how can they provide for their young?
Well, how do herbivores in nature, like, do they compete for food? Like, if they're grazing the grass, are they competing for grass?
Give us
That makes
example of
literally no sense. Like,
okay,
that's
Yes,
what I'm
they
trying to
do.
say.
They,
but the
they do
guys,
compete.
they don't want the combativeness. It's not going to work with them. So I'm gonna ask y'all this: herbivores. Give me an example.
A cow. A cow.
Okay, but okay. So how does a cow protect their young?
What do you mean? How do they protect their young?
What?
Do cows protect their young?
Like, let's pause for a second because you just said that women have to be predators. Every, I guess, female in nature needs to be a predator, and I'm telling you that herbivores aren't predators. Like, they don't have to fight to feed their kids. You just graze the grass. What are you talking about?
The problem with that is, once again, okay, let's just say that's fine, right? But we know humans are not herbivores, right? We know they're not. So
Okay.
that's a bad comparison, but it's fair. You can state that, but humans are not, right? So aligned with using herbivores, that's a fair thing to say, right? But when you give me an example of what a herbivore is, right? They have to defend themselves from predators, correct?
So you're saying, I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. You're saying all herbivores they have to protect themselves from predators.
No. Okay. So in the scenario, right, Ty is talking about how women are the protectors and providers, right? So we're working with that baseline. Now you're picking out a section of women, right? Because women are different. Some women are lions, some are not. This is the stuff that y'all don't want to talk about yet. All women ain't herbivores. Some of them are lionesses. Some of them
I'm
are
just countering your argument.
I accept that. How are you going to protect your offspring from a lioness or a tiger? Because women are those as well.
So tribalism never existed. I just want to make sure like that concept is out the window. Like it's no such thing like women. It's not possible for women to practice tribalism. Is what you're saying? We're automatically going to start fighting each other. Is that the scenario?
If that's your argument, men have practiced tribalism. And so when you sit there and say men are predators, we can create a scenario where they're not predators. But the point that I'm making is we can create a scenario when women are predators. But y'all tried to do y'all very best to avoid of acknowledging that women can be predators and that they are predators. Could you agree to that?
In what scenarios? Because it's not every scenario that a woman's a predator.
No, it's not every scenario. No, it's not in every scenario. Okay, is it in every scenario when a guy's a predator?
It depends on the scenario. When you're dealing with sex, most of the time, yeah.
Okay. So wait a minute. Let's do it this way, right?
I mean, you can laugh.
I think it's the best way to do it, right?
Crazy, dude.
So,
But hold on before you go on a
right?
rant.
When you ask her
I
directly,
just want to stick with Aaron's conversation. Like,
I am speaking to Aaron's
I'm taking
conversation.
notes as he's speaking. That's how I'm countering his arguments, and he's jumping around because I'm taking notes while he's talking.
That's the problem is I don't understand why. Okay, I can't change you, but I don't understand why y'all just here to counter. That's bad faith communication. that means you're not actually trying to understand anything. It's just, let me hear what you're saying, then let me figure out a way to combat it.
But y'all bring up like 10 different things, and I can't
I
attack
agree
each
with
one
you
of
there.
them.
Now, me and you are right there, and that's why I want to stay on the predator topic, which Aaron is discussing at this point, right?
Okay.
So he asked you directly, right? Do you think women are predators? And your answer was no. So that means, in general, you don't believe that women are predators. Well, let's look at the definition of predator, right?
Okay.
Definition of predator is an animal that naturally preys on others, right? So what is the verb in that sentence? The verb in that sentence is prey,
Praise.
right? Okay,
Right.
so look up prey. What do we see? The first definition is catch and kill for food. Well, we know men don't catch and kill women for food. Women don't catch and kill men for food. We can X that out. Let's go to the next two.
Well, hold on. We can't exit that out. So
Yes,
what
we
you
can.
no,
Yes,
we
we
can't.
can, sister. Because what you're going to do with me is deal with facts and generalities. I'm not about to go to the four dudes, the Jeffrey Dahmer you want to bring up, the dude from Arkansas from 2009. I don't want to bring up those guys. We're
But
talking about
men hunt in the South, though. That's why I'm
got you, and they don't kill women and eat them. And just like women don't kill men and eat them. So that's what I'm saying. We're not doing that to each other. We're talking about being a predator. And as a predator, we're discussing it as in being a predator towards each other. So men versus women, women versus men.
So
That
would
is
sex come into that as well?
no, it
Since it's
doesn't,
like
because sex is the equal exchange between a man and a woman. So unless he's raping her,
rape
it's
is
not
not
being a
a thing.
predator. I don't
Okay.
agree with that, but we can come back to it. Here's
Okay.
what I'm saying. So we can exit out catch and kill for food. We don't do that. We don't eat each other. However, when we look at the next two definitions, the first one is take advantage of or exploit. So are you telling me, in your opinion, this is a yes or no question so we can move forward, that you don't think women take advantage of or exploit men? And before you answer, I would like to remind you that Ty was just on the panel saying, we don't need your electricity because we have solar panels that are also built by men. So, yes or no, do women take advantage of and exploit men?
I'm not answering that question.
Okay. The third definition is cause constant distress to. So, as a man, I will acknowledge that men take advantage of and exploit women. As a man, I will acknowledge that women cause constant distress to men. I mean, that men can cause constant distress to women. Do you think women cause constant distress to men? I will offer you child support, custody cases, child alienation, false rape allegations, false paternities, divorce rates. So, would you, as a woman, acknowledge that women can cause constant distress to men?
That sounds like the government, not women.
Okay, but the government.
I gotta go, Aaron. Have a good night, brothers.
Wait, I got it. The government can't do it without the woman sanctioning.
CBG and full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My game shit up, and I know they gon' blast.
I get it, and I knew she wasn't. I know they weren't never gonna come around because they're literally, like she said, they're literally here just to combat. If you say 2 + 2 is 4, they're gonna say 2 × 2 is 4, right? They're literally here to just combat. But I think, like with Aaron's view, is that we can kind of get them to come around on something. But shout out to Stanisha for just even pointing out the difference between an adult conversation, right, and this one that we're having in this space. As soon as that other female said, I'm getting my information from the quote unquote female version of Kevin Samuels chick, at that moment we understand what this is.
But I got a question real quick.
This isn't fair communication at this point. This isn't logical discord, right? So you have to hold them to that, not try to embarrass them. They're going to do that to themselves. You just hold them to the conversation.
I do got a question though with Aaron. So like as I'm listening, right? I'm listening to the full conversation as a podcast brought up great points, right? And I know Aaron's, taking control of the conversation, and he's talking about we got to have good faith and logical with these people or women, whatever the case is. But my question to you, Aaron, is how do you continue to allow, right, somebody who's not in good faith, who's not answering direct questions, and who's not being genuine when you're asking them direct questions, like how do you continue to try to be the logical one when they're illogical just from like in faith in the beginning of the
It's
conversation?
very simple, right? Part of
because he rich.
So part of the problem is this. One, when they're in those spaces, they like to speak about how men lack impulse control. They have this levels of aggression, and so they do undermining tactics to try to expose men's inabilities to have conversations with women. They think they're smarter than women. They'll talk over women. They don't believe women can ever be right. So you have to be very meticulous when you're engaged in a conversation with them. And so most of my goal is to have a conversation, but to engage it in a way to where you guys understand it, even if they can't answer direct questions. So like sometimes you do tug of war, right? So my girl Keisha comes up and she's like, she thinks she's counter important because I'm showing a level of weakness to entice her to engage, right? So she's like, "Oh, I just countered your point with the herbivore." So she thinks she's winning, and sometimes you have to concede a little bit for the level of engagement to exist. And then when I come back with another counterpoint, so do you think women can be predators? What do you think men can be predators? Yes, women. Well, it depends. It shows the disingenuousness of them, and I don't have to force it.
So
I don't have
basically
to
let it play out by exposing them through the logic is what you're
Well,
saying.
it's because they have a level that they think they're more intelligent than men. And they do concede there are some men that may be on that hierarchy of level, but the rest of the men are so much beneath them and they're so much far advanced than men. And so because I know the talking points, because I know that when they're talking, don't cut me off because I'm just a woman, you'll talk over me. That's a strategy. I watch them cut men off all the time. So it doesn't do any good to prove to their points. It's better to have actual engagement where it shows, oh, wow, those men are not doing any of those things that you say that they are. And you actually are having trouble proving your points. And all I do is acknowledge, yeah, sure, that's definitely true. When it's time for them to acknowledge truths, they skirt around it. When it's time to hold women accountable and acknowledge the bad deeds of women do, they don't want to do it.
No, and that's my point though, Aaron. But that's my point though. Like I get what you're saying, patience in conversation. I understand that aspect. But what I'm saying is that the ingenuous, like being ingenuous and not being able to like get your questions answered. To me, if I'm constantly asking you 3 different ways the same question and you're constantly avoiding it, to me it's like why continue to have the conversation if they're not even trying to like get to the solution of the problem?
Because if it frustrates you and they expect to frustrate you, it doesn't frustrate me because
Okay, well I'm learning how to get better at that. But
the conversation is bigger than me. The conversation is bigger than them. There's a whole audience that are paying attention to the line of questions, the level of engagement, the back and forth, and there are people that have their own personal biases. When they realize, oh, there are guys that we just can't do that with, they do exist. And then also, actually, I think Keisha was doing a really, really good job. I would have liked to have a longer conversation with her because, me and Keisha are really cool. She actually tries to counterpoints pretty well. But the problem comes is that when you meet them for their point and acknowledge, yes, you beat the guy at that point. Sure, you got it, right? The short-term game is beneficial to them, but the long term, they're not necessarily prepared for. So in that sense, what happens is I'll ask a follow-up question, which is blatantly clear to everyone to say, yes, yeah, women are definitely predators, and they avoid it. So at that point, people make their own assessments. We have a level of engagement in the show for everybody, not just for me.
Kobe, you got to understand something too, bro. And I'm gonna be completely honest, which of course the women would do, right? But it's not just a woman thing, right? This is a tactic of war communicating, right? Because other content creators do this, particularly. They won't respond to certain questions, right, that invalidate their arguments. They're not going to do it. I see grown ass, 500,000 subscriber ass niggas refuse to answer questions that invalidate their arguments. And when anytime you're outwitting them or out debating them, they're gonna say things like, "Oh, you're using a straw man," or you're using a copy machine. They're gonna come up with some stupid ass word to try to invalidate the fact that you're actually invalidating their argument. Instead of just saying, like I've done, even when I didn't really mean it, I concede to that point. yo, you're making a good point. Yo, I see what you're saying right there, right? Just so that you can move forward. Yo, you know what I can see? Let's say I can see to all of that. You can have that because that's not really the point. What I'm trying to do is not tell you what to think. I'm just trying to lay out the breadcrumbs, right, for you to get to where I'm trying to get you to on your own. Because once you get there on your own,
hold on, podcast.
It's not forcing it on.
So
but
Ty,
see, hold on, really
hold
quick.
on, 1 second.
Okay.
1 second. So Ty, I want to understand. We understand where Keisha's at. Do you believe that women are capable of hunting on their own?
Yes, and y'all did not understand my point because I absolutely maybe I explain things kind of like poetically because I'm not really like I don't do this often. But I said that everything is flowy, and I wasn't being intellectual in the way that I said that. But what I mean by that is that everything is on a spectrum. Everything has a balance. It finds its balance. It finds its flow, and that absolutely means that some women are predators. On our spectrum, there are predators. Just like there are some women who are not capable of hurting a fly. Just like there are women in the middle. My point is that the majority of men have more of a predatory nature and the majority of women do not. The majority of men on a standard deviation curve, right, have a average or below ability to be agreeable. Women are the opposite. That is the point that I'm making. Y'all are, hold up, I'm not done. Y'all keep saying I'm not explaining it, so I'm trying to spell it out as clear as possible. I am not saying that it's all men. I'm not saying that it's no women who are predators. I am saying most men and some few women.
Gotcha. So hold on 1 second, Beans. Go ahead. Give me 1 second. My question is, if the men was not here, the women that are predators, would they prey on the lesser women?
Absolutely. That's human nature. That's why men prey on women, because you see us as weaker. That is all of your arguments. It's how you can abuse me, conquer me if I get away from.
Ty, part of your problem is this. When you just made that blanketed statement, which is fair, that's why men prey on. Why do men prey on other men?
Power. Y'all have a desire to conquer for power. Y'all like power. You like dominance.
Okay, so can they get dominance over another man or another woman?
Because just like you brought up the basketball player that got taken in Russia, it's bigger than me. She would give me a run for my money, just like Shaq will give you a run for your money.
So the point that you're making is that women are weak to women and men, and you don't like that. And men are weak to men and men, not necessarily women. That's essentially what you're stating, because we've acknowledged that there can be predators in either form. Once you remove the predator hierarchy here, another one exists here. And if you remove men from doing it, then women will do it. But your point, there's way less women doing it because the men are so much better at it that we don't have time to allow them to develop to do it, is the point.
The point I'm making is that it's in your nature. I'm not going to say like you're better. It's your nature. You can't say that a squirrel is better at climbing than a chicken because it's not in the chicken's nature to climb.
But that's not true, right? Okay. So women, okay, when you say it's not in their nature, what happens is people do. So if men stop doing things, women will pick up and do what the men are doing. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
So when you say it's not in their nature, I think it is in women's nature. They just haven't had the requirement to do it because men have they've been better at doing something than women have. So we've suppressed their nature. But what we've proven is that women tend to have the ability to do the large majority of things that men can do. It's just men are doing them, so they're not actually doing them at this time. But if you remove men, they will have to take on those roles and do them. So
women are already in all roles, and it's already been proven that women do that just fine. Like when men by and large go to war, like was it World War I and II, women had to go into the workforce, take care of the home, handle the business, handle the economy. that is what happened. Women can do it, have done it, and it works just fine.
That is okay. Let me give you that. The issue that I'm taking right now with what you're saying is this, because at the end of the day, you even stated out of your own mouth, right, that in your perfect world there would be a small amount of men, and that you all would exploit those men for their sperm.
No, a man would be happy to do it because it is in your nature and your desire to have sex. You would be happy to have sex. You would protect those women because you're getting sex. So y'all keep saying if it's all women against men, there would be men protecting us because it would be in their own self-interest to protect the community of women they're sleeping with.
She said that men exploit women for sex. So men don't exploit women for sex.
You absolutely do. What are you talking about?
So how are you sitting here? So you're suggesting now that women don't exploit men for sex?
Again, okay, first of all, let me make one generalized statement so that we're clear about who I am and how I think. I'm going to say this one more time. Everything under God's sun, under the blue sky is on a spectrum. Everything is on a spectrum. All I keep saying is on these spectrums, when you look at the one that is about men and about women, negative factors like mental health issues, violent tendencies, criminal histories, by and large, it is more men.
That is not true. But that's what I'm saying. That's not what we focused on. That's not true, but that's not what we focused on.
So if it's not true, then how is it that most of the people, most of the population in prisons are men? All around the world, it's mostly men.
That has zero to do. Okay, what if none of that stuff was crime? That's why they're in prison, because those things have been labeled a crime. It has nothing to do with the fact of whether or not it's wrong or right, or whether or not it's innate or any of that. It just happens to do it. Bro, it's people in jail for jaywalking. Seriously, let's just stop the bullshit. Let's stay on topic, right? So what I'm saying is because everything, bro, it's people in jail for selling drugs. It's like that has nothing to that's
most
not like
of
some
the drug dealers are
right?
men.
So that's what I'm saying. Let's just
proving more of my
topic, right? What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. You literally described a system where women would be exploiting men for their sperm.
No, men would be happy to do it because y'all.
That has nothing to do with you, sister. Listen. You're saying that men exploit women for sex, and you are not basing that exploitation on whether or not the women want the sex. You're just acknowledging that the men, from their perspective, are committing exploitation. So I need you to do the same thing right now. Use the big brain of yours. In that situation, when the women are using the men for their sperm from their point of view, that is exploitation. You're literally arguing that in your world, it would be okay for women to be predators. Because if you look up the word predator, that's exactly what it means. We just read it.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you may, please.
All the men on the panel.
One sec, Ty, before you ask that question, you're gonna get us caught up. I have to run through these super chats. Spencer says, answer the questions and stop running or get the dropped. Grizz says, choose an animal that gets its udder tugged for sugar cubes. You know, white men can make cows jump over fences. Keisha might really be on to something, okay? My brother JB has entered the building. He says, for the record, 92.9% to 94.9% of power plant operators are men, i.e. the very source of all electrical power depends entirely on the men. And he left the reference in the screen there if you like to read it. He's one of those people that don't play. He will give you all the facts. I don't necessarily bring those things because I don't care because y'all don't believe us. Anyway, JB says, fellas, moving forward, please stop arguing with the mentally challenged, okay? Gary Grant says, Aaron is just a nice guy. They don't think I'm nice. The women were just here to disagree no matter the point you make. Thank you for having me. Okay. Shout out to my brother JJ. He's back from the gym. He said, all I heard was a lady exhibiting severe ignorance or the Dunning-Kruger effect, a cognitive bias where individuals with limited knowledge or expertise in a particular subject overestimate their own competence. Now, JJ is my go-to guy because he don't mess around with the mess around. He's one of the nerds that's in my crew. Okay. Riz says, when she can't do 5, cut it to 3. Let's play nice. Okay. And then, of course, John says, Thanos was right. We need to end the world. Okay. For some reason, that's what he thinks. Okay. Ty, you may proceed with your question.
Okay. All the men on the panel. In the matriarchal society that I have described, men are not in the community, right? Y'all are off. Maybe y'all have huts or, you know, whatever y'all do. Okay. Let me make my point. Okay. Now, y'all are out there surviving, trying to feed yourself with the urges that you have today for your sexual desire. In this society, would you feel happy or exploited if a beautiful community of women invite you in to sleep with the women there?
My life. Happy.
Exactly. How are you being exploited?
Because you're doing the exploitation.
How? How is that exploitation?
Ma'am,
How is that
the same way how they say men are exploiting women in corn.
Women aren't happy. By and large, women are not happy.
So
yes,
Ty,
wait. And yet they're choosing to be there.
Because of the societal structure.
So Ty, okay, cool. I see your fantasy world.
So
hold on 1 second.
Wait, no. If you
let me,
I swear to God, if you change it, I'm gonna pay to kick you.
Can we answer the question?
Wait. Listen.
Go ahead, man.
So I get you said in your fantasy world what men would be happy to do. What is so you said that getting rid of men is not a realistic thing in your world. So in reality, what would you give advice to women to do if your world is not realistic?
No, I'm saying like a complete like Thanos like leap, like let's get rid of them. Like there's that is not logical. But there is a progressive way of getting there. Yes.
How do we get there?
So how we could do that is to create structures within the community to facilitate and encourage it.
No, so how do we get to when men are at 100% to 20%? How do we get there?
Again, I did not give a percentage of what would remain. I don't know where y'all got that percentage from. I'm not saying that there's going to be, I don't know what that would look like. My suggestion would be y'all go read about bonobos. That's a matriarchal primate society that may be able to give you some insights as to the male to female ratio in a matriarchal society. But I don't know that because I just don't know that.
I get it.
So obviously, this is what's so obviously disingenuous about this, because it's ironic that even now, still in 2023, even with the kind of world that you're talking about creating right now, you're pretending that the men would be okay without matrimony. You're actually pretending that the men would be. You're acknowledging that the women aren't the ones who actually want these monogamous relationships. You don't even. All you want to do is just get the best sperm from the best men. So that means the relationships, the matrimony, the monogamy, the marriages, all of that stuff came from men, and yet you want to pretend like these men are going to be okay with that. They're going to be okay with leaving their hut, coming to you, and you taking their sperm, and then they got to go back to their hut without any commitment, without any classification of the relationship, when it's obvious that is a direct correlation to what men want. Men really are the ones who love. And that chick that you listen to, that's probably the only real thing I ever heard come out of her mouth. We are the ones that be really be in love. We are the ones that really be attached and all of that.
Can I answer the question,
that
man?
men are incapable of love.
Right.
Now, I don't yet understand why she said that because I have not yet reached
I can answer why she said that. I can answer why she said If you want a quick answer,
I heard her say that men are the one that want relationships.
no, I can ask. Look. She says a lot of stuff, and she can prove some things and other things. You know,
She can prove it all.
she cannot prove it all. She cannot prove it all. She cannot. She some
Back
of
me
the
up,
These women
Keisha.
are demon demons, bro. It's crazy.
Wait, hold on, guys. They have a difference of opinion. You just because you don't agree, don't mean there's anything wrong with them. Here's the point. When
No,
she
that's
talks
actually
about
not. That's not true. But go ahead. People are mentally challenged.
Wait.
Hold on, Aaron. I haven't said nothing. I just want to say this: people are mentally challenged, and just because you can accept that they're mentally challenged doesn't mean that they're not mentally challenged.
So problem number one, Kobe, unless you have expertise and having the ability to assess somebody's mental capabilities, you don't just get to blatantly say people are just because you feel like it. Is that where your expertise lies, in assessing somebody's mental capacity, and you're an expert in that field and you can make that diagnosis?
Yeah, I can hear about what she's saying and how she's proving these.
See, you play into it when you respond that way. You play into these women's hands. I literally structured the question as perfect as I can for you to say.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you go. My fault. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's not even make this a battle. I'm going to stick with Ty because Keisha wants to say her point. I don't know what it is. The reason that Princella says men are incapable of love, because the definition of love being a feeling or an emotion, she has removed that from her definition of love. So she has created her own definition of love, and then created the criteria for which who can qualify for it. That's why she can say, for her criteria of what love is, when we look at it defined, that's not her answer. So that's how she got to that point.
My understanding of love is biological. So I have my own understanding of what love is, and it don't really help to like go against her point at all. It feeds right into it, quite frankly. So
what's your definition of love?
See, you just making it up as you go. You guys don't get what you're doing.
Fact.
No, it's first of all, I learned this from an anthropologist.
Anthropologist.
Okay. Anthropologists, they do anthropology something. You know what I'm talking about. And that this anthropologist says that it's like a chemical thing, like a hormonal cocktail that floods your brain whenever you're around somebody, and it's like a drug, and it is, because it's the same process with when you actually take drugs or you're doing something like watching too much social media. Your brain gets addicted to the chemical thing, the chemical compounds or concoction, whatever. I'm not an expert, but I do understand it. But yeah, your brain gets addicted to that. That is what makes you think you're in love, is because you have this flood of chemicals in your brain that makes you feel attached and like you need this person. That's why they be like, oh, love is a drug, or like you feel like you're addicted, because it is an addiction. Absolutely, it's an addiction to that person, to the way they make you feel, to the things that they do for you. That's why when anyways, you got my point.
So Ty, wait, are men possessive?
Absolutely.
Are relationships possessive?
Absolutely.
Are women possessive?
So again, no. So again, men are the one who want the relationships.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So with that being said, in your world, those men would be being exploited.
because
that's called checkmate.
Women no longer want what they want. That's exploitation.
That's called checkmate. See, this is the part where you give me what I've been giving you. Is just acknowledging, yeah, I see what you're saying. That's why you would be exploiting the men. Since you wanted me to put it on the men, you wanted me to figure out a way to make it
so your checkmate is saying that you are exploited because you're not getting what you want, but it's not exploitative to tell women that your place is in the kitchen and all you need to do is cook, and if I come home and my food's not there, I'm gonna throw your child and you out. Like that little video, that little boy went viral, and all the manosphere hooping and hollering, hooping him up because he put them out because she cooked and fed the kid and didn't give him the food first.
Yeah, but
he didn't eat first.
And this one video that you're talking about.
How, when I'm giving you a real life example of how
I'm accepting it. Ty. I swear,
why can't she talk?
I'm accepting it because we heard her. I'm accepting it.
Talking
What
all
I'm
night.
asking you
You've
is
been
this.
talking
I'm
for
asking
like
you is
2
this.
hours.
In that video, and yet I'm not even gonna go there with you because I'm gonna be more like Aaron in my adult life. Ty, in that video that you're talking about, was that woman a stay-at-home wife?
I don't know what she was because there was not context. The point is that was out of line, and it was possessive male nature that made him react the way that he did. Because that is what men think of women. Y'all think of women.
Got you.
As that is your only function, and if you're not acting exactly as in your head, in your imagination, in this matrix that y'all have in your head of how y'all expect things to go, then y'all not in love no more. The love is gone because y'all not getting what y'all want. That's what I'm saying. It's a chemical.
That's literally a human. That's literally human. That's literally humans. Like I've been in relationships where that happened because that's exactly what the woman felt. Like I've been in it for 2 years. It ain't what I want or what I thought it was gonna be by this point.
Beans. We have to simplify. We have to start
simplifying.
Wait,
hold on, Aaron. I want to do this. I want to show us something. I'm conceding to your point. Do you see this, Sister Ty? I'm conceding to your point, right? That is some absolute mess that brother did. And I respect the fact that you aren't trying to say that there are no women out here who commit certain offenses too, right? But even if that is the case, think about what you're saying and compare that to your world, right? So if
you don't want me to compare it to my world.
Oh yeah, I do. Oh yes, I do. Because what are you going to do, right? When that man whose sperm you're taking says, you know what? I want more. This ain't enough.
Anybody else?
So Ty, hello Ty. I want to go back to your love comment. Because you said
that's what y'all do to women.
We never even answered her question, but go ahead.
So Ty, what you were saying is that it's a chemical that happens in the brain to tell someone that they love someone, correct?
No, I'm saying that the way that we as a society think of love is bull. I'm saying that it is a chemical reaction in your brain when you are around someone that you have grown that type of an attachment to.
Okay, so with that being said, are you saying that men are unable of having this chemical?
That is what again. That point of Princella's, I never echoed as my own viewpoint because I have not seen the evidence that she shows.
Yeah, she said
that, and she has like workshops and stuff that I plan on going to because I'm like really curious. But as of right now, my idea of my understanding of love is that chemical reaction. And I don't feel like it is advantageous of a woman to be in a position where she thinks that male is where she needs to be because of the love that he has or can give her.
So the one point that she's wrong about is that men are capable of love based off your definition.
Regardless, I still wouldn't advise a woman to rock with a male. And you laughing, I never said a male is incapable of love. I'm just saying it's not advantageous to put yourself in a situation where a man is attached to you like that.
I got you, but I still want to make sure I understand. So Ty said, because I'm writing notes, Princella was wrong about the love.
I didn't say she was wrong. I said I do not have any understanding of her viewpoints.
Yeah.
And she has courses and books that I have yet to purchase.
Princella's definition is different from hers.
And what my understanding
so you
is
can't have that
the
conversation.
anthropological understanding, which is the chemical reaction in the brain. Y'all like to put words in my mouth, so I wanted to slow that down for you.
Don't say y'all.
You too, bro. You too, Bean.
At this point, you saying that. So you are saying that you disagree with her at this point until you get more information.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying I don't understand her points, and my understanding of love that we think is love is just a chemical flood in our brain that makes us addicted or attached, pair bonding, quote unquote, to this other human being. And then we put society's parameters over that and said, okay, let's get married and start a family and make this a mutually beneficial situation. But it's never mutually beneficial because the women are always told sacrifice, give to the man, give to the man, give to the man. Never taking into the account the nature of a male, what this man is gonna do when you submit, when you come at him femininely as a predator, and you present yourself as a dainty, soft, feminine. He looks at you like a snack, and he gonna devour you. That's what y'all do.
So Ty, do you believe that women look at certain dudes as a snack and they devour them, especially from a financial point of view?
I'm not gonna say it the same way. It's more so we understand what y'all want, and and some women exploit. I will use the word exploit. There is an exploitation of the male nature of sexual promiscuity and excessive desire for sex, and that is exploited by women because we don't desire it to the same extent. So we are able to exploit that in you because we don't have the same level of desire for it.
So I'm glad you said that. So you're saying that it's okay for women to exploit the men?
I said I did not. Why do you keep putting words in my mouth? When did I say that was okay?
Because that's what they do.
Fine, let me ask the question, and I'm going to give you the chance to respond. So, is it okay for women to exploit men this way?
Okay, so is it exploitative in nature? Yes.
But is it okay?
Hold up. Let me speak, please. Thank you. Is it exploitative? In some situations, because I've been around a female who was exploiting a man and it made me uncomfortable, and I left her alone because I'm like, shit, she doing that to his ass. What the fuck she gonna do to me? Now I'll be genuine in that degree, but I will say that in others, even exchange ain't robbery. And if y'all want it and y'all want to pay me for it, it is what it is.
So what you're just to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, are you for the exploitation of men or are you against the exploitation of men?
Again, I just gave you a scenario that said I was uncomfortable. So that must mean I'm not for that, right? If it made me uncomfortable when I left her alone, I'm not for that. So y'all have an inability to take what I'm saying and understand it for an answer to the question that you gave. So that answer.
Sometimes some people you just got to give a yes or no answer to.
Well, we should be able to ask questions as well. It should be one-sided.
I'm just saying.
Why are you cutting me off?
No, Ty. I'm just saying for the sake of the conversation, some people you just got to say yes or no to. Some people you just
women don't communicate in yes or no form. For example, to understand and communicate with women, they don't speak like men do. So why have an expectation for them to do it?
Right, we're different. Y'all want us to understand your differences. We want you to understand ours.
And this is why I'm telling you, they're going to use these strategies unless you guys use the strategies that they think you're incapable of having. Before you go, I want to get to Keisha because she should be allowed to ask questions.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. I'm patient.
Yeah, so I wanted to go back to, I really wish I could have asked questions when Podcast was talking, but he wouldn't let me ask questions. But when he discussed predators, okay, and then somehow we snowballed into the prey definition, okay. So with the logic, Podcast, are you saying that women, or Aaron, either one of y'all, you're saying women are predators, correct? Because we exploit men?
Yes.
So are children predators, Podcast?
Say that one more time.
Are children predators?
Yes.
So what's the logic behind calling women predators then if children are predators?
It's because it's true.
So Keisha,
I rest my case. That's fine.
So
Keisha, that's the only thing that
anybody
but
can
your
be a
argument
predator.
doesn't make sense then.
Anyone can be a predator.
The only reason why no, wait, stop. The only reason why predator came up in this conversation is because Ty was using it to demonize men. You can't use it to demonize men when it applies to women. You can't. right? When you're demonizing somebody for something, it's usually because you're saying this is something that you do, and in general, this doesn't apply to me, right? If I'm coming at you about you doing something, and in that very moment I realize I do my own version of it, I immediately am introspective. I immediately take accountability, and then I change my stance up from being angry at you to saying, "Hey, I realize I do this thing too. So therefore, moving forward, how about we both don't do this to each other?" Right? So that's not what's happening. What's happening is she was trying to say men are predators, but when we go to the list and when we look at the actual definition and the etymology of the word, we realize that it also applies to women. And therefore, you can't say that men are demons or demonize men and say this is some sort of dysfunction inside of men when it applies to women. Now, to her credit, she actually acknowledged that everything she believes universally applies to men and women. It's just that she believes some things applies more to men, including dysfunction and mental health. I can't really. I disagree, but I don't want to argue about that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess I get confused with so if we're looking at the definition of predators and he kind of wants to use the exploitation standpoint, what do you call an actual predator that kills prey in the jungle? Like, are they exploiting the prey? Like, how exactly do you describe that and use that same definition for actual predators, like apex predators? Podcast.
Right. So the predator definition, it's two again: an animal that preys on others, a person who ruthlessly exploits others, right? So an animal that preys on others, right? The sentence is wolves are major predators of rodents, right? That's what they do, right?
But you chose to stick with the second definition,
right? Because it applies to human beings, which we are. It applies to persons, which we are, people, which we are, right? So if being a predator and it applies to people means that you are exploiting people, right? Or
we kill people too.
Use in an unfair or selfish way, right? Which is why I said in Ty's world, the women, right, using the men in such a way where they're just getting their sperm is exploited. That in itself is exploitation.
Even exchange is not robbery.
Listen,
you said you would be happy to get it.
You're saying that, and I've already conceded to your point about that. It is what it is. But like I said, you already acknowledge that men are possessive, and you acknowledge that relationships are possessive, which means by default, men want relationships. So in your world, I'm sorry, but those men are going to want relationships, which you won't be offering. So in your world, you will be exploiting the men. There's no way around this.
Because as I stated, it's not like that man who's welcome in that community is going to be like necessarily has to be ejected. That man, again, is going to have some form of desire to protect that community in his own self-interest, because he's getting what men desire. He's getting all the sex his little heart can desire.
Can I ask you? Wait. Hold on, podcast. What do women desire? Because we understand you have an expertise at judging men's nature. What does female nature tell you about them? What do they desire?
Well, my nature is to nurture and to take care of things, to make sure. Well, I desire, again, I keep saying I desire to live on a food forest, like where everything around me is like my own like magical food forest garden.
Okay.
And so that is a high level understanding of what women want, which is to nurture women.
No, you just individualize what you want.
You just said what women want. Am I not a woman? Can I not tell you what I want?
But you use a singular version of one man and compared it to a plural version of women. There's a distinction there, and you did that purposefully, right? When I asked you about what women want, you gave specific to your own individual desires, and then you projected that onto other women.
Is that not what women do? Is nurture? Am I not explaining and giving you an understanding of what women are? Is nurturing?
Women are not nurturing.
How? If you just said that it is a woman's place to take care and nurture the child.
I've never said that that's a woman's place.
So that was something that I said. That was something that I said.
You may not have said that. You might be right here. I don't know.
That was something that I said, Ty. But then you have to explain why we're not seeing it in mass, and you don't get to say society.
Okay, how can I
Good point.
hold up? Let me speak to this, because how can you say that it's not society that has women in a household when it wasn't until I think it was 1974 where women were allowed to get a bank account? So if a woman can't even get a bank account, how can she go get a house? How can she get a paycheck and deposit it in an account and
Which
all the
has
things you have
what
to do
to do with her ability to be nurturing?
But how does that tie in 2023? So in
No,
20,
guys, let
No,
the
because
women
y'all
let
are
the
not
women
like,
answer
y'all are not
questions.
allowing me to make my point.
We're
If
talking
you're
about
saying
nurturing. You
that
just
it is
brought up nurturing.
if you're saying how did the woman get in the household like that and only be in the household before, like y'all keep idolizing your grandmothers who was
No,
in
that's
house
not what we're
taking care
doing,
of the
Tyler.
kids.
No, I
Hold
love you. I
on.
love you. I
Hold
love
on.
you. I
Y'all
love you.
keep
I love you.
hold on.
Stop. I
That's
love
the
you.
entire
Stop,
let
sister.
me speak,
Sister. No, no,
please,
no, 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 no,
beans.
no. You
Let me
can't do
speak,
this
please,
to me.
beans.
We are
The
respectfully
entire
answering.
manosphere's
We are
point
respectfully answering
is
your
that the
questions.
woman
Can you
should
give
be
us the
in the
same, please?
household and that she should pine after a man
Nobody
and
is talking about that. No, we asked you,
that
why do we not see this nurture from women today? And
how
you
is it
don't get to
not
blame society.
how is it not nurturing that we're the ones taking care of our kids?
Because you're okay, so you're telling me right now that in general, black children and black men and black women as adults are in a good space.
Men are doing what men do. Men are menning. I know women are taking care of their children.
What?
I mean, they literally are. Like you
Thank
have to
you.
take care of your children.
You
Because
said
it all
women are
leaves
not
you though.
capable of doing it unless they're commune.
Majority of women
No, I
right
You
now
said
like
that
just
to
it would
take
said,
care of
be
their
you just
kids.
said
easier
earlier,
and the
Todd, that
weight
you can
on
even
the
Bro,
correct
woman would
another
be
woman's
lesser
child.
because the woman has a community
bro, that's
around to
cat.
help with meals and child rearing and education. Because
No, the government is taking care of y'all.
let's
Stop it.
agree.
No, 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 no. Don't bring the
Let's
government. I
agree
love you, I
that,
respect
like,
you, brother,
under
but
your
don't do the government.
patriarchal society
Bro, I can
structure
say
in
what
the
I want to
United
say, bro.
States, we are corrupt and we have a failing education system, which is
Agreed.
not preparing.
Keisha, you can ask your question. They decided to boot Ty.
Okay,
I
so
agree with that last statement she made, though. I agree with that.
so I wanted to ask. I'll start with you, Aaron, and then we'll go to podcast. What? Okay, first and foremost, do you believe in hypergamy? That women are hypergamous? Can we start there?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Like podcast.
And don't know yes or no question because y'all have women and y'all don't like to answer yes or no questions. So, but
Straight
to
up, you
answer
straight
your
up
question,
told me you weren't gonna answer my question.
so I believe in general women are hypergamous.
Okay, you do.
In general.
Okay. My next question is, what is the biological nature of men in your opinion? Especially when it comes to like sex.
Biologically, when it comes to sex, I'm guessing
you can't guess, you're a man.
No, well, you asking what their nature is when they're having sex or trying to have sex.
But when we come to intersexual dynamics, like what's the biological nature of men? What's the goal?
So my argument would be twofold, right? Because you guys argue the patriarchy has adjusted to natures, and I'm saying most guys' nature is to try to get their offsprings going. But I would say in our society, men are trying not to get women pregnant. As a matter of fact, if they could have sex and y'all not get pregnant, they would prefer that. They just don't have that control. And so the reason a lot of things they're thrown off is because women have tried to go outside of their nature and control their pregnancy rates, control their birth abilities by taking out something that is natural, and they're using a controlling method or variable, like i.e. birth control, so that they don't have consequences for their actions. So that's actually a major thing that's affecting society because they are not moving by their nature because they're using something to adjust their nature. And so just like men are in society doing things that are not with their nature, normally we just make a bunch of kids and y'all take care of them. We come back whenever we come back and do it again. But in society, we try not to have kids. So they're structuring on both sides. But go ahead. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. And then as far as podcasts, what do you feel like the biological nature of men is?
to get a release during intercourse with a woman.
Okay. So along those lines, a man who has that nature is capable of, in your opinion, or would that woman have to give something in exchange to get that compassion from you, such as sex?
Wait, I'm sorry, Ma, I couldn't hear the first part.
So based off your answer about the nature of men, you said they want the release. With that being said, do you believe that men are capable of love without giving anything in exchange or getting anything in exchange? Such as, like, if you deal with a woman, are you capable of loving her without having sex?
Yes, you're capable of love without having sex, because love don't actually have anything to do with sex. But when you say, first of all, you can't say it's the biological nature of men. You got to say it's the sexual biological nature of men, because the way that you originally stated it. But you can obviously, yes, you can love somebody without having sex, but I don't think you can love somebody without getting anything in return. I believe that love in itself is selfish in nature. We usually love people because of the way that they make us feel and the things that we like about them and the way that those things make us feel. So you're getting something regardless. It don't have to be sex.
So I would argue that like you are capable of loving beings without getting anything in return. So that's where I think me and you differ, which is interesting because you're a man and I'm a woman.
So
wait, hold on. I was agreeing with you though. Like, I believe you can love people without getting anything in return.
Okay, but that's interesting because podcast doesn't believe that, and we kind of know that, Aaron. You kind of operate in your higher nature, but like as far as the sexual biological nature of men, podcast literally just said he's going to need something in return. That's not how all human beings operate.
Here's what I'm going to say.
And I typed it out. So
here's what I'm going to say. And if we really want to deep dive into this, we can, and I will prove you and Aaron wrong. You're not going to fall in love with somebody without getting something. You don't. I know I did. You don't get to determine what that thing is, right? Okay. You can't even love somebody that you don't know. So how do you know them?
What about babies?
You can love somebody you don't.
Okay. So let's play it out really quickly between me and you, Ayo. So, how can you love somebody without knowing them?
I think we see that in parenting with children. Like,
yeah. So, like, let me be clear. Are you saying knowing their existence, or like actually
without knowing them? Yeah,
that's why I'm trying to get a baseline understanding.
Yeah, I'm not their existence. I'm saying without knowing them, which means without having information about that person.
It's very easy. Men, women love children all the time and don't even know it. Like there's a component to when there's children involved. There's a love component. Like men will risk their lives because the love that they have for children is higher than theirs. So I think you're conflating two different points, and I'm not going to point them out for you because it's going to make Keisha's point. I'm going to allow her to do it. You can absolutely love someone that you've never met, don't know, sacrifice your life, because what men understand love to be.
Why are you doing it?
But we're jumping around.
Why are you doing this? Because now we're talking about two different types of love.
Well, his original point is that he expects something in exchange. It had nothing to do with knowing the person. Now we jump to knowing the person.
Yes, because my point is that no. You're not. You can't conflate my point for me. My point was that you said, can you do it without getting something in return? No, I don't care if it's time. It does not matter. You're getting something. That's the only way you're even going to have the time to have love for this person. That's it. Now you're talking about
hold on, podcast.
You see a child drowning and you jump in the
Let me just make it clear. Are men capable
wait. Are you saying that's love?
You're wrongly indicating what I said and saying I'm changing what type of love. My answer to the question, are men capable of love? The answer is yes. When you go into a specification of the different types of love, you guys are arguing a different point that I never made. Feel free to, but I never made it.
Okay, but Aaron,
I never made that point either.
If I remember your example correctly, there's a child drowning and a man can jump in there, and you're saying he's doing that for his love of children.
Not all men.
It's not limited to just that being the reason for his love of children. It can be a reason for it.
He could have love for humanity.
It could literally be a sense of duty.
It could be a sense of love for human nature too.
Why do you believe in duty?
Because of Anton.
See,
Oh my God.
so my thing is, I get your point, and there's a way to tie your point. I'm just saying I believe men are capable of love, and there are ways to enact that to be true. Now I know the type of love that you're trying to speak about, and that's
yes, romantic love, which is what I thought we was talking about.
It's not about what we thought we was talking about. It's listen to what Keisha said, and you do it the best, and focusing on that aspect. Don't let her drag you to another.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'm gonna go get her words exactly, and then I'm gonna do my own show, and I'm gonna ask the whole world that's listening, which is gonna be 4 people. Do y'all think if you hear these words, would you think a person was talking about in one individual loving another individual in a romantic way? There's no way.
No. You can't do that. You can't go back and forth between when you speak to defined words. Like that's not the definition of a word. And now you want to go back to what people think. You ain't about to do that with me. That
okay, cool. I concede to that, and I'll just admit that when she asked that, right, the perception of it to me was in a romantic way, right? Saying that can this person actually love this person in a romantic way without getting anything in return? And that's why I said no. Because in order for you to even grow that kind of feeling for a person, you have to be getting something. I don't give a shit if, again, it could be time, it could be you riding the bus with them every morning, and just because they say hello every morning, now you just get used to seeing them every morning. And
so you just proved Ty's point. Yeah, men. You just proved that men aren't capable of like love. Then you just did.
I just proved the point that men aren't what?
Are not capable of love.
Now, Beans. Let's say you don't fight her point, right? Let's say you don't fight her point, right? How about you ask her this? How can we prove women are capable of love?
So now we're switching it, but
no,
I actually has.
I don't like no, Keisha. Hold on, wait, Keisha. I supported what you just said, and you countered his point and said men are not capable of love, and I said go ahead and accept that. Now it's fair to ask what then makes women capable of love. It's a fair question.
We're able to give our time, energy, and attention to children without expecting anything in return. So
and men can't do the same.
Okay, let's hold on. And men can't do the same thing. Let's pause right there, guys. Hold on.
I love you,
I have a quick question for you. So, men who get women pregnant from one night stands, do they love their children even when they tell the woman to abort them? Kind of like House of Hypocrites. Like that's a normal thing, and especially in the Black community. So those men
but it doesn't. No, they don't. But
those men are actually like creating kids and like telling the woman to abort them. So is that considered love?
Guys, let me answer that. Let me answer it because it has to be answered a certain way. The short answer to that question is absolutely they can, but they might not. Meaning, there are men have emotions too. Oh, I don't want no dang kids. But after they see the kid, after they experience something, they might change their mind. They might be like, oh, no, I can't. I don't know what I was thinking. And that's actually been documented and proven time and time again. And it's part of the reason why women think having a baby with a man, he going to want to stay, and all these different reasons. So yes, it can be true. And sometimes it may not be true. But the fact that it can exist means it's a capable thing, and men are capable of it. So
is that the exception or the
reason?
Well, you asked multiple questions, right?
Okay.
The exception of the rule was women be working on the grids, right? Like that was your exception, right? You're like, women do it too. That was your exception. Now, what's the rule? We run things. So fair enough, to your point, is that the exception or the rule? I would say in my limited experience of life that guys that I know that got a girl pregnant, they didn't plan to get pregnant. I do know a bunch of guys like that. They are in their kids' life and they love those kids. Now, it may be because our generation that we judge, our parents or grandparents was the worst ones. We are actually the more involved people, and we actually might seem like we care more. And those are the people I have direct connection with that I'm pulling that experience from. So we're actually wrongly identifying which generation of moms and dads, etc., have that. Most dads at a younger age, 34, 35 and under, are much more aligned with their children and much closer to that. In my experience.
So Keisha, can I ask you? I want to ask you a question. The women that decide to delete their kids, do they love their child?
Yes, I do believe women who abort their children have a deep love for them and they still abort them. Yes, I do. And I've heard stories of it.
Okay.
And I've heard men on the panel say, like, the abortion sticks with the woman afterwards. Like, yeah, they genuinely have a love for
It can
those
stick
kids.
with the men too. Like,
Hold on,
if
hold
you,
on.
if you create the
Can I ask a
scenario for it.
question? Can I ask a question?
You can ask the question because no matter what you say, it's gonna be men's fault. Shout out to Gary Grant. Go ahead.
I mean,
it's go ahead, bro. Y'all go ahead. I'm just listening because it's confusing to me, right? Because if a woman can abort her kids, she's saying that a woman can still have love, but a man that doesn't want his kids, he can't have love for his child. I'm just confused. Like it's just a double standard, bro. Like I don't
Well,
understand it.
I think
And
the
it's been a
big
lot of double.
difference
Hold on, it's been a
is
lot of double standards all night, but it's just not making any sense. So can somebody help me please make it make sense?
I can
That's
help.
because you have a male brain and you're not capable of comprehension on the
Well, I
level
just
that
want
women
to
are.
say, like, when an abortion takes place, the woman is the one who's physically in the abortion clinic getting like her uterus like vacuumed out, and usually the man is not there, or he doesn't have to experience that. So
Y'all
that
walk right
probably
in.
should be defined as a difference when we're talking about this. No
Okay, so
shade.
let me give you an example. Wait, Keisha. Wait. Let me debunk. Hold on. Wait. Let me debunk you briefly, right? Because
I'm
you're
just saying
making.
that's a difference. I don't
No,
know
no.
why he's
I
looking at
understand.
us
I
as
understand
equals.
the
That's a
difference. Let me.
huge difference that
I
we can't
understand
be
the difference. Let me
disingenuous.
give you an example, right?
Okay.
Let me give you an example, and maybe because this brings us closer together, right? Me and you, we're good. So you're speaking to the physical experience, right? And you think because the mental experience that men would go through it's not pertinent. But let me give you an example. When somebody mothers die, men become broken a lot of the times. When they lose their mother, you should hear the conversation, like how the unique experience that men have. They don't physically die. They didn't go through the experience of death. They know it existed through their mind, right? Through their heart, whatever you want to call it. And they experience high levels of depression, high levels of pain, high levels of sorrow, etc., for something that their body didn't physically go through. You see what I'm saying? So it can be very similar to transact that to another experience that yes, the woman physically went through it. However, we have an experience that we go to as well, even though it may not be in the physical capacity.
Well, the difference in those two scenarios is that the man who lost his mother has experiences with the mother that causes grief. With a child that's been aborted that you've never met, you don't have those experiences to tie yourself psychologically.
No, fair, but you have to understand there are children that their mother died at birth and they have a hole because they never got to know them. There's a connection, there's a point, is what I'm trying to tell you. Like when you think of souls, right? Do you have a soul, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a physical thing that we can understand. And so what I'm saying is we can experience something non-physically and it still impact us. Now, will it be on the same level of somebody else? That's hard to give an actual breakdown, but I'm telling you, there's a missing gap for people when something is taken away from them that they expected to have access to, experience, etc. Whether they got to meet them or not. Men go through that too.
Okay, so just to clarify and make sure I'm understanding you correctly, you are stating that men go through the same psychological and physical and emotional pain that women do when they go through abortions, right?
No, men or women are different, and we can't actually assess that. That's the point.
Okay.
The point of your question is nearly impossible because that's not something we can assess because men and women are different, and we can't actually get any science on that. We could argue that we did a study and this is how a woman, her body responded to this, that, but I'm telling you, just like if you've ever lost somebody that was important to you, whether there are people that said I remember somebody died when I was 2 months old, and it bothers them to this day. There's a component. So I'm saying it's not going to be the same because how in which the world impacts men is different from how in which the world impacts women. However, we feel and experience it in our way, and y'all feel and experience it in your way. It's not identical.
So I mean, I'm trying to understand. I'm not trying to argue at this point. So you're saying men experience the trauma and the pain in a different way. So the emotions y'all feel are different than the emotions the women feel, or is it the same emotions expressed in different ways? And if so,
So,
how are those expressed?
so women express their emotions and feelings way differently than men do. We
So
may
do
have we may
we
have
have
some.
the same?
Do you think?
Sorrow. Wait a minute. Are we
Hey,
really
I got a
trying to?
book. I
Are
got
we
a book
really
for the
trying
women
to
to read. It's the book called
differentiate
"The Ways of a
pain?
Superior Man." I'm gonna have y'all read that.
Right? Like, are we? Is that what we're doing? What I'm saying is this: as a man, right? If I slap a woman in the face, right, with the same amount of force that a woman slaps me in the face, that shit feel the same. It feel the same.
False.
It's not like the pain for a man is different than like pain is pain, sorrow is sorrow. All of it, it feels the exact same, which is why you see people have these similar reactions to certain things, right? There's only so many things we can do, but that's why you see people have similar reactions to certain things, right? So you have somebody that feels a certain level of pain because they went through they mama died and they just couldn't take it and they deleted themselves. Then you have somebody that went through something else that wasn't them losing their mama, but they deleted themselves because the pain itself feels the
Mm-hmm.
same and it's the same impact. So
Mm-hmm.
when you say, does it feel different for a woman? The
Mm-hmm.
experience is different. What you're processing is different because this actual thing happened to your body. So, yes,
Mm-hmm.
I give you that. Your thoughts are different. But if I am emotionally connected to that child and you decide not to have it against my wishes, yes, that's going to impact me. And I will feel the same sorrow that you will feel. I just won't process it through your lens because it didn't happen to my body.
Okay.
Now, Keisha, I want to thank you and tell you I love you so much for making my point for me without acknowledging it, because you stated earlier, right? You said out of your beautiful black mouth that women can love a child without any expectations, and I call 100% super duper cap on that,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because
Okay.
women, I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, want their babies to love them, and you want your babies to cooperate, and you have plans for your babies, and you want them to look good. You don't want them to be no ugly ass babies. Okay, women definitely have expectations from their children without a doubt, and then there's also some women who have deleted their children, right? So I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
answer this question with reservation. I'm talking about the ones that's here, not the ones in the womb. The babies that was here. The
Mm-hmm.
1-year-old, 6-month-old, 2-year-old, 4-year-olds that the mom deleted. Did they love those children? Yes or no?
So this is where this gets confusing, because I just asked Aaron a question and he said he cannot assess that question and he refused to answer it. But if I apply that same answer to this question, because there's literally no way for me to assess that, you're going to tell me I'm
What
wrong for
question
not
I didn't
answering it.
answer? What question I didn't answer?
So I just asked you a question and you said, there's no way for me to assess that. So we can
No, no, no,
rewind it
no,
back
no,
because
no,
I
no.
can clip
See
it.
what I'm
Don't
Like,
do that.
saying? See, it's
Don't
the
do that.
different questions.
I answered your question. You don't lie now. I answered
I'm
your
not
question.
lying. I can literally go back and pull it. It was like 5 minutes
You're
ago
not going to
because
be
I
able
was
to
like,
go back
okay.
and pull it because I answered your question. You're not
But you
going to
said
be
you
able
couldn't
to.
properly assess it though.
No, because when I answered your question, it's not the same as what I said. I
Okay.
literally answered your question. Men and women don't experience the same. We're different. We don't experience the same. I answered your question.
Okay.
But I
I have
just
a
want to know if
question
you think those
for
women
Beans.
who delete their children love them.
I have
Uh,
a question for you, Beans.
Right? Because I'm not saying that me personally, I'm not saying that they do or don't. And I would stand on the side of they possibly could, or if I had to bet money on it, I would say that they could, and it was something else that led to them believing that that was the route that they had to take. But I think the biggest reason why you might not want to acknowledge it is that if you can say that a woman can take the life of a child that's already here and still love it, There's no way you can argue against a man having
I've
a.
already said that. I've already said that.
Can I speak to that point, please?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So the way that a woman, and is usually the case, when women kill their children and still love them, it is due to some mental health issues, schizophrenia, something of that nature, you know, hearing things.
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My gang sit up, and I know they gon' blast.
What is that called after the pregnancy? Postpartum.
Postpartum, yes, postpartum.
Yeah.
Some women get they in that situation, but it's not a lack of love. It is mental health issues, and we have an issue in the United States with access to mental health assistance, men and women.
Okay, so again, I'm just saying, if you can argue that a woman can take the life of a child that's here, right, and have the capacity to love it and still take the life of it, then there's no way you can say that a man who makes a baby that he don't really want, but you know, he can't have any affinity for that child as well.
Absolutely not.
Point. You know what I'm saying? Especially if he actually starts participating in the child's life. I know of situations.
You just made two separate points, sir. You just said he didn't want the child. Now you saying he starts to participate. Which one is it? Does he not want the child?
Yeah, because I was talking about wait. No, I'm not. Because we was talking about two different things. One, we was talking about if the baby was deleted. And then on the other hand, is if the baby is born, right? So I'm saying a man can definitely have a connection to a child that was deleted, especially if he wanted it. But even in the case if a man didn't want the child, but the child was still born, right? At some point, yes, he can have a connection to that child and develop love for it. Yes, without a doubt.
I can't believe this is even a conversation, though. It's crazy.
So to be clear, you're saying that he cannot love that unborn child with whom he had no connection with the mother, correct?
No, that's what your homegirl was saying.
Lord.
I'm literally saying that a man can have a woman pregnant, and that woman can say, "I'm getting rid of this kid. I don't want to keep it," and that man could want it.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean he loves the child. That might be some selfish, self-serving reason that he wants.
So this is what bro is talking about, right? When he's saying what Kobe is saying, the reason why the conversation is stressing him out, right? Because I don't necessarily mind the conversations, but I mind them when they're being had in this bad faith way. You can't argue with me, right? This is the real world. This ain't some made up. This is why I don't like that lady, because this ain't some made up world. This is the real world. If I cut you, you're gonna bleed. If you cut me, I'm gonna bleed. If I push you off a mountain, you're dead. You push me off a mountain, we're dead. So all that biological and all that other stuff doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about right now. We're talking about capacity. And so what I'm saying is, if you tell me right now that you think, oh, it don't have anything to do with that, it could be for some selfish reason. Yes, the selfish reason is that man wanted that baby. The selfish reason is that man wanted his child. That he
can I ask you a question?
Really quick,
right? And the same reason would apply to a woman. In that case, if she went to the hospital and the doctors told her, man, listen, if you had this baby, it's a possible chance that it could kill you. And she's sitting there trying to deliberate between whether or not about having it and taking a chance on losing her life. That's a selfish reason, right? Because she wants her child. Because she wants her child.
But really, hold on, really quick, right? Hey,
you don't want to have to delete her child.
So Beans, this conversation is actually not stressing me out. This is what I told Aaron before. To me, it's a little bit kind of just pointless, because again, when you have people who aren't trying to come in good, and I'm not saying that what she's saying but again, people are trying to have honesty and not based in reality. It's frustrating. Can you hear me?
Your audio is really bad, man.
Your audio is breaking up really bad.
Right, so Ty, I do got this question for you, Ty. So Ty,
actually, I had a question for Beams first. I was waiting for him to stop, so I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, my bad. Go
ahead.
So I just want to clarify. You're saying that a woman wanted her child to be neat and clean, and her desire for the child to succeed and to excel is a selfish desire?
I'm saying it's an expectation.
Okay.
The statement that was
So-
made is that women can love and nurture children without expectation. That is not true. It's not true.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'll give you that.
See, I knew you was a real one. Bah, 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 bah.
So Ty, so I get what you talk about is what you want the world to be, right? If the world was this way, this is how we would move. What advice would you give women that have to operate in this world today?
Well, I'm not going to necessarily call it advice. It is actually something that I've been planning on implementing for a little under 5 years. And Princella just inspired me. So I'm going to be creating, it's an education system, but it's like integrated with the community, building networks, and it's a community center, co-working spaces, like all things. And it's like a space where you can come together. Your kids can have childcare, you can get educated, you know, you can have a community network with other people, and you know, so
it's just going to be all women.
The way that I'm doing it is the government will largely invest because it invests in the community and businesses and families. So you're building those three things, then you're supporting the government's initiative. It, you know, support the communities, the government, and you know, so.
So with that being said, in these in these this whole system, is this only women allowed to, or will men be able to utilize the system too?
I've been really like battling with that because my initial idea has always been, no, don't laugh at me. My initial idea was always the family. You know, I originally I thought of the nuclear family as a man, but like when she broke it down and the struggles, the issues that come with the nuclear family, I'm not sure that a man, necessarily a single man, needs to be there because it's for families. So I would definitely say absolutely no single men. Absolutely, you know, yes for any child, but and then, you know, males who are, you know, have other family members, kids, you know, I don't know.
I got a question. Hold on.
I got a question. Go ahead.
So you saying that only married men to be allowed into these communities that are with the kids? So with single...
No, I literally just, when I got to that point, I literally just said I don't know. So you gotta listen better because you put a lot of words in my mouth, and it's you specifically, not Aaron, definitely you.
Okay, got you. So would single women be allowed to use this system?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Would single women be allowed to use this system?
Absolutely, yes.
This nigga here.
Hey, E-Man, like what? It's funny, bro. I think like it's a rhetorical question. Come on, man, you know the answer.
No, it's
right.
Like no, I think now you're just like, come on, man.
But you have to understand why, though. You have to understand why. Think about the women, first of all, and the kids. Okay, think about the nature of men and the higher potential for that man to do something potentially to those kids. And a lot of those women are going to be like, why is this single man in here? It's a bunch of kids and women. When you put together that type of environment, there is typically not a lot of men anyway. And so a single man definitely don't need to be there because what's he there for?
But
okay,
baby,
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. I got a question. So when it comes, I'm gonna stick to that point right there, right? How does a single woman, what value does she bring that a single guy cannot bring or isn't capable of bringing?
Well, when I'm looking at the reason why I want to put these systems in place, these I'm gonna call them organizations, is to provide a network opportunity for mothers specifically, who have kids who maybe can't, you know, move in the world. Y'all keep talking about, you know, they're sending the work from home people back to the office. You know, there needs to be some type of system in place to support that. And those women, largely women, are doing the paperwork and the tedious tasks that truly actually support the way that businesses thrive. And if you remove the women, then those businesses, the tedious low-level functions that typically don't get paid as much, but they are largely supportive of the company. Why not invite these women to network with these mothers and these families to build a network in the community to broaden the networking? And I'm gonna say this too. I'm gonna speak to a personal experience of mine when I tried to back when I was in college and I tried to do a benefit concert for the refugees in Haiti after like a huge earthquake, right? So I go to try and get a venue and I'm trying to network. And of course, there's a quid pro quo thing on the table. Either you sleep with me or I can't help you. Okay, I keep going. And I run into Chris Brown and some dude at the airport. And like, I'm telling them, hey, I'm trying to do. And it went straight to sex, and that's all they wanted to talk about. And it was no helping nothing. And that's how men are. So I don't see the point of putting a man in that place because men largely use sex as a gatekeeping method where if you don't sleep with them, you ain't moving in that space.
So I got it. So let me ask you this question. In these centers, it sounds like you're gonna have like young boys, this kids. What is the plan to teach them how to be men with no men?
Well, I think that there needs to be like some type of so first of all, I'm doing more than just centers. Like my first goal, first of all, is going to be to change the way that the government funds education overall, the whole way that the curriculums are built, all of that, right?
George Soros.
The first issue is that they're not funding education for children early enough in their development, right? Because when the children are younger, their brains are better at absorbing and processing information more quickly by up to between 1 and 3. And then they don't start school until 4 or 5. And so they're not even funding making sure these kids are educated until they're past the point where they're at their most malleable, right? So first of all is educate them earlier because and it's specifically important for the boys because past a certain point you cannot influence a male because of the way that y'all are. Y'all know y'all are headstrong, y'all are determined, and y'all are set in your ways. And so I think that males need to first be educated earlier. There needs to be a lot of discipline and structure, and there needs to be some type of like structure yet like physical activity to exert the extra energy that men have because and then the way that they make kids in general, especially males, sit still through most of the school day, that is also detrimental to males because y'all have energy which should be exerted, and so those things are not happening. So a lot of things need to happen to educate the men.
I get it, but how are you going to teach them that without men?
Because it is systems. And I actually asked ChatGPT this question before I even ran into Princella, right? So I asked ChatGPT, what is the difference between the way that single mothers parent and the way that single fathers parent that has led to higher percentages of success in comparison to the nuclear family, father, mother, and home, right? So it outlined systems that are natural to males. That is why they perform within the structure of society.
So
the structure that is required.
We're not bypassing that.
I'll let you ask your questions all night.
So I know, and now you've been on the
hold up. Let me finish. So that leads to the structure. So I asked, how can a single mother implement these things to acquire similar outcomes? So it outlined both things that the mothers do well and the fathers do well. And see, it's not that the kids need a man specifically. They need an element of how you all parent when you choose to be in the home. And so all we need to do is implement those skill sets and systems, and there you go.
So do you believe that young men respond to women and men the same way?
No.
So let me give you an example. In my house, my wife can say something one time to the child. I mean, say something 4 times. I can look at my children and my children do a different behavior. Do you believe that that is critical for raising kids?
I believe that there is something that you are doing that she is not doing, that she can do, yet has not figured out what to do to get the same outcome that you get.
Oh my God! Wait a minute, man.
For
Come
example,
Can we wait? Please,
one major issue with no,
please,
issue with the way
I
that
just want to ask you about the
women
chat
parent and the way that men parent is that
Are
women
you
are
serious?
more lackadaisical, right? So
Were you
men are
serious
like
when you said that
first
you asked
time,
ChatGPT those
first
questions?
strike is strike out, right? So when the man says something, he mean what he's saying, and the kid knows that because y'all are consistent, right? It's consistency.
That don't got nothing to do with it. It's fear based. It's fear based.
When y'all are there,
It
y'all
got
are
nothing to do with it. It's
consistent,
fear
and that's where
based.
y'all get that from.
No, it's not. It's
Women,
fear
where
based.
where women screw up is a lack of consistency, because she'll say, if you touch that again, you're not getting any ice cream. And then the kid touches it, and she's cooking and cleaning, and and the kid touches it, and she's like, you're not getting no ice cream. And the child sits down, and she gives the child ice cream anyway because the
How old
child
are your
starts crying.
kids,
The
man?
male typically is not going to do that. Or
How old are your kids, Edom?
Todd, do you have kids?
Wait, hold on. How old are your kids, Edom?
I have a 2-year-old and I have a 8-month-year-old.
Todd, do you have kids?
Yeah, they way little.
Yeah, I have a child.
You do? Okay.
Yes.
So, Ty, you really asked Chat GPT?
Hell yes.
Man.
I explore all avenues for
I'm gonna get
understanding.
the
I
fuck
use
off planet
ChatGPT, I
Earth,
surf
man.
the manosphere, I surf YouTube, I surf
Oh my
Google
fucking God.
Scholar. I just want understanding, and wherever I get understanding and insight, it is what it is.
No, it's not. It is what it is. That is the most. And this is a reach. I know this is a reach, Kobe. So please don't crush me. That is the most insane shit you said all night long. It ain't that it is what it is. No, you cannot take information from everywhere. Right now, I'm not trying to dismiss ChatGPT for the resources that I have used it for, but that ain't it, right? Because at the end of the day, it's a freaking computer. This is exactly what they're wrong. Have y'all not seen The Matrix? Have y'all not watched all of these goddamn dystopian movies to let you know where this shit is headed when you start putting all of your needs and shit into the computer to the point where you're even asking it, how do I mom better? Like, what the fuck is going on, man? Like, no. At the end of the day, guess what? At a certain age, a son, especially a son, because we're talking about boys, at a certain age, a boy really thinks, I could whoop mama ass if I wanted to. Period, point blank. And it's going to be a long time, right? Before a son thinks that shit about his dad. My son is taller than me. He graduated from high school a few months ago. I said, you ready to step out in the backyard? No, Dad, I don't want that kind of smoke.
Gang, gang. CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My gang sit up, and I know they gon' blast.
I just wanted to make sure. I'm just saying, you did just graduate. You are 18 years old. I just want to make sure you don't think you're ready for this, right? Okay, now that I'm cool on that, right?
Mike,
So that's all.
can you hear me? Is my mic good, Aaron?
It's still going in and out.
Still fucked up, bro. If you using some headphones or something, you might need to stop.
Hey, so I do want to, before I get out of here, I do want to have this conversation about Africa with you, Aaron. I know we went on like a different.
Africa.
So do you think them waving the Russian flags and kind of getting on board with Africa, do you believe that America should actually take that as a threat?
No. I think that I wouldn't take it as a threat, because that should be expected. And all real is like they're seeing people that are more aligned on what they can do. So,
but that's one place, right? It's not like Africa, the continent. It was one place in Africa, right?
It's mostly north and some of west. It's a lot.
So it's multiple countries.
There's a couple different places that are getting support from Mother Russia, and I think it's something to pay attention to. I think America doesn't want to get overtly involved. They want to do covert options and things like that. But there's definitely something to pay attention to. But I think it's going to boil over. It's going to be a problem. I think it's going to be a problem.
So when it comes down, so what we saw is that they kind of had the Russian flag, right? So when we see companies kind of inquire other companies, they still kind of have their own names. Do you feel like they still after World War III and everything said is over? Do you think Russia will still let them have their independence?
See, now your question is, what are their devious potential intentions? And I would say you can't trust nobody. But listen, you can only go with the information that you have. And so if I'm them, I'm more aligned with them. I need a partner in this process somehow, some way. So I would say that, yeah, I don't believe that they go just let it go back to like, yeah, y'all good. I think there's some of everybody's sleeve, but they should be expecting that and they should prepare for it. They got to pick a side. They have to take some form of action. They have to hold a line somewhere. And I think they're just fed up at this point. So, I mean, but yeah, I don't necessarily think it's just going to be the end all. Oh, yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, y'all good. Go have a good time. I don't think that's going to happen. But, I mean, who knows? It's tough to say, to be honest with you.
All right, and then when it came down to New York, we was talking a little bit about New York and New York.
Ain't nothing you can say to convince me to deal with no New York chicks. Go ahead.
I got you. So when we talk about these foreigners coming into America and they get in privileges that
you happy about that?
Americans not quite getting, do you feel like overall it's a bad thing for the American people, or do you think it's a good thing?
You mean people coming into our country and things like that?
Mm-hmm.
I could argue there's good and bad, but for the American people, it's going to be more negative than good.
Facts. What about American business?
For business, it's probably can be a little bit better. You have more options. You have people that are willing to take less money and things like that. So there's some levels of benefit to business, but not for the American people as a whole.
That's the point of it. And that's what I'm saying. That's the point of it. Fucking conservative douchebags. Same niggas who on one hand be crying about the motherfucking immigrants, and then when it affects their bottom line, they ready to open the borders up and let everybody else in. Like I said, because what they come over here and can do with $10, $11, $12 an hour is going to be much more than what they could have did where they were from. But that's my point. You're not bringing in the middle class. You're not bringing in the upper middle class. You're not bringing in the wealthy class. You're bringing in the absolute dirt poor. And that's your way of trying to say, oh, it's so great over here. Because people can come somewhere from where it's dirt poor and just be poor. Like, no, that's what I'm saying.
Because
we're talking about refugees.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, that they're coming usually from places that are way more worse than poor. Poor ain't their problem. You have to understand that what you think.
Right now, you're speaking specifically about refugees because you said about immigrants and how it affects the country.
No, I agree. I said that, but he was speaking more to like the migrants and people that. So either point is fine. We can touch on both, but realistically, so Americans are not poor. You're poor in comparison to the richest Americans. But if you make a comparison to somebody and find out, oh, the government give y'all food stamps? What? We don't have no credit in our country. Y'all can get credit out here. So, like, no, like they don't look at what you think is poor. To them, it's not poor. So
I know that's the point. That's what I'm saying.
But you said they come from a poor environment to be poor over here. They're not poor over here. You only poor because you think you poor is the point. They don't see that. They see differently.
Well, that's so you're acknowledging that poor is relative.
No, what? Yes, poor can be relative to some people.
They still poor.
No, it does not mean that they think they're poor. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying I'm saying they're still poor.
In comparison to what?
From a bunch of people's perspective, right? Aaron, I have my own apartment. I have a BMW outside. I run a podcast, and they say I'm poor. They call me brokey. So what I'm saying is,
broke and poor is two different things.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, I'm not for this conversation. I'm not agreeing with that. In general, yes, but not for this conversation. So what I'm saying is, because I still make money. But what I'm saying is that what I'm looking at with those people and what they come over here and get, if we're talking about the working class. Now, if we're talking about the people that's coming over here and receiving the handouts, that's a whole nother story. And the crazy thing about it is, I don't hear too many people talking about it. Even when I asked Anton directly a question about whether or not he thought those handouts was going to impair those quote unquote refugees, aka immigrants, from achieving or even desiring to have more, he didn't respond directly. He said something to the fact that, he can't pontificate. But at the same time, what we're suggesting about people that are already here is that if you give them handouts, then they're not going to want more than that. So you have people who are coming over here, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron, is it Social Security that they're getting?
Well, they're getting a little bit of everything, but what we're seeing is that the Ukrainian men are working. They're not just sitting around doing nothing. When you guys complain about that $17 an hour job or that 16-hour a job, what they doing is they have families staying into one home, and the men are going out to work. The women are taking care of the kids. The women are not shamed. They go into the food banks. They bring in food back to the house. Yep. On top of that, they get in, it's called refugee cash. They also is getting food stamps. They also get in Medicaid, and they also getting housing too. So what they're doing is stacking up a whole bunch of money so they'll be able to make some decisions later. But they are working. They're not sitting around doing nothing for the majority.
We saw that's not new. That's the same thing that the Mexicans did. That's what I'm saying. I watched them do that for the last 30 years in the Chicagoland area. And while we were all laughing at them because they was 3-4 families in one house and 3-4 families sharing one car, right? Now they all got their own houses and they all own a Navigator or an Expedition or a Tahoe or something, right? And they all got landscaping businesses, and the women are supervisors out at the warehouses, and the men, have jobs and also, run their landscaping businesses. Right now we see the benefit of them doing that, and we don't do that because we keep talking about competition, and everything is about competition and being competitive and all that other stuff. We don't practice group economics at all. But I'm just saying, look at what's happening, right? If you look at the demographic of people and you say they're getting these government assistance and they're getting this handout, but they're still able to benefit from it, then you have to be able to apply that to the people here. The only difference is when you're here, right? I'm living in Chicago. I can drive 20 minutes to the suburb and see people with unbelievable houses. I'm talking about shit that look like whoever built the White House built it. You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable. You got fountains and shit all across and big ass 40-foot ceilings and $150,000 chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and all this other crazy shit. Circular driveways and shit, right? So when you have that kind of access to those environments, you're going to want more. You're just going to. And when it seems like the process to get it legitimately takes too long or involves too much effort and time and all this other stuff, then you're going to have a demographic of those people who go into the underground market to try to achieve it, or you're going to have a demographic of those people who stay on the government assistance and don't try to achieve it because it seems too far-fetched. But I think the majority of people see it and they want more. Even if it's not that, they just still want more.
So let me ask you the question so I can understand. Why do you believe that the foreigners are doing this and the people that's currently on the system that are Americans are not?
Honestly, I can't say that they're not. But because again, most of the people I know that wasn't old ass women, right? The young girls that I knew that was having kids and all of that stuff, that was getting the government assistance, bro, they were still going to school and working.
No, see, I think you're missing what I'm saying. Right now, their families are intact. So what we see that's happening with the Ukrainians, the people that came from Ukraine, the husband and wife are still together. They have this communal type idea, but it's a community. It's a community of husbands and wife, the men going out and accomplishing different things. So my question is, I get you saying that the women are doing it. Why do you think that they are able to stay together and still? Because we know that their finances at this point is not high tier finances. How are they still able to stay together at low incomes and still be able to get out the rat race in so many ways?
Well, I'm glad that you questioned it that way, because you put the answer inside of the question, because you said how are they able to stay that way. See, that's the difference. We not built that way, right? If we were already built that way, then we would have the capacity to be able to stay that way too. But we're not. They're coming into the fold that way. Like you said, they're coming over here as families, right? They coming over here already intact. So because they already coming intact, whatever it is that you were able to give them, they already in build mode. We're not really pushing that capacity. You just heard these females up here. This is way past individualism, right? This is some super destructive feminism, anti-man rhetoric that's being spewed. And this is part of the reason, not to get off subject, why I have such a big problem with this space and people not taking more concern with what it is that they're putting out. I talked about how Dr. Dre is about to be 60 years old, dog. And I'm sitting here thinking, how can he go on tour at 60 years old and sing songs like "I got a hotel and a motel"? Like, he ain't finna be doing that. That's why he said he don't really come outside, because you got too many songs that you can't even sing no more. You're gonna look stupid singing that at 60, right? But he did, towards the later part of his career, create some songs, some syncrecy with I don't want to call it family values, but just songs and stuff that he could perform and be a part of that ain't necessarily so derogatory, right? Okay, so he was able to do that, but a lot of artists, they not able to do that, right? So when you look at the family structure, we coming into the fold already splintered, broken. I got 3 nieces who went out, had kids, was with their baby daddies, and then as soon, I'm talking about either man, as soon as they got the crib and all the other benefits for the government, them baby daddies was out the picture. It's the same mentality. Now that I got all of this, I don't really need you. Because honestly, I think I could do better than you anyway, right? I really think I could do better than you anyway. But I screwed you, and I had a baby with you, and I was really willing to try to see what we could build together. But I just got handed everything. Keys to an apartment, food stamps, Medicaid, FAFSA, Pell Grant. I got everything I need. Nothing you can really provide for me, and I think I could do better than you anyway. This is what we seeing, dog. So to the point to your question, we ain't even coming into it together. We don't get to stay together because we ain't never been together. That's the problem. Even though at this point, bro, do we really want to push marriage and all of that? Looking at the way society is, looking at the way our women is that really still the narrative that we want to push? Because I don't know if that's the answer right now. I'm not telling you, definitely not to break up or separate from your family, either, man. Of course, much love and respect to you and what you got going on. And I'm proud of you as a black man. But I'm saying in general, when we listening to the rhetoric that's coming from our women, is that really why we want to push at this point? Just tell men, just pick one.
Who do you consider our women?
I'm talking about black women.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem.
But see, I think what you're not looking at.
Well, what about America?
I get what you're saying, but what they do Even the women that are delusional, they separate the single men from the married men. They look at us different. Like they look that we have a level of value to add to them, because if married men is going to be in Thai world, that means that some women are still choosing men and getting married to men. That was kind of the key that she said with her centers and different things like that. So I actually think we should. I think we should marry, and when we do marry the right women, I'm not saying just marry any woman, marry the right women. What we can do is we can get back to that nuclear family so that we can structure, because there's certain things that a man can teach his children that a woman just cannot. You can go to Chat GT, you can go to all of these different AIs. It's just they can't do it.
All right, we got to get to the truth. If we're going to go down this lane, we're going to do it. Shout out to Great. It says, if a woman's nature is to nurture, why delete kids? Because they ain't supposed to lie on me. That's why. Grid says, can't men love existing children and get a vasectomy? I guarantee she grew up in a single mom house. JJ said, I can't take no more. I went to the gym and I'm done with you. All right. She got the pew, pew, pew. This is what we gotta say. This is what we gotta say, either, man. This is the truth, right? And look, I don't like to say this, but this is what I honestly think will happen. If you want to promote marriages, you must promote divorce and remarrying. This whole theory of staying together with one person forever is a concept that people don't want anymore. Especially if you have an option to leave. To men, it don't make sense. So I'm fine with promoting marriages. It should just be marriages for every relationship. So if you're in a relationship, you get divorced, you get another one, you get married again. You get divorced, you get married again. I think that makes the most sense, because that's technically what people are doing without marriages.
Yeah.
I'm not
against. Wait, I gotta ask this question to you, Aaron, because I don't like the way you I think you either made a statement, or you made a statement. Do you think it's a problem for, I'm gonna just say a person instead of making it gender specific? Do you think it's a problem for a person, a black person, to want a black child?
This is gonna get complicated. If you don't want racism, if you don't believe in that kind of stuff, then you shouldn't think that way. And that's not a PC thing to say, right? If you start targeting people for specific racial outcomes, then you start to lean towards that atmosphere. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. What I'm saying is it derives from that type of thinking and processes. So if you want that, you must then take that other people will want that. They will prioritize that. They will want the best outcome for their offsprings, which i.e. will lead to nepotism, and then there will be racial components. So I don't know how to determine if it's wrong, because I wouldn't say no, it's not wrong, but I would say you have to take everything that comes with that.
And I mean, I get what you're saying, but technically, the reason why I disagree is because I know I used the word black. Maybe I should have said melanated, right? Because if I look the way I look and I have pride about the way I look, I'm going to want my kids to look like me.
Yeah, but
right?
see,
if I'm dark-skinned and I go out, and try to get with some white woman, it's very likely that my kids aren't going to look like me.
Yeah, but see, you're prioritizing how you look.
Yes.
So that means you identify a distinction and you're favoring it. I have no problem with that, but that's exactly what the process is. We favor this over that. And you may think that you can compartmentalize it. I'm only going to favor it for producing children, but I won't let it seep into other aspects of society, like other aspects of things, like maybe I'll treat this one better. Maybe I'll give this one a better job. It's only for producing children. And I'm saying as human beings, it will seep into other aspects of life. That's just my opinion. And so I don't say it's wrong. I'm saying we have proven this what comes with these actions.
I will accept. You know what? I know this is going to sound crazy, but right now in this very moment, I will accept that as a trade-off. I mean, because I don't think it's. I think if we can say right now I know earlier when we was having a discussion about grape, I looked up the numbers, and it was something like less than 300,000 women are graped or essayed every year in America, right? But it's like 180 million women in America. We're talking
Yeah, but
about.
we don't know how accurate those numbers, if they're self-reported, if they're the ones that from actual crime studies, not women that actually came forward, et cetera, et cetera. So like it's probably
let's say I quadruple it. It's still not even 1%.
You ain't get an argument from me. I'm just telling you what the counter is going to be.
I know, but I'm just saying, even if I quadruple the number, right, it's still not even 1% of the percentage of women in the country, right? So when I'm looking at this specific situation, I'm saying if we've been able, right, to get to that point, understanding and knowing that men, have these quote unquote natural desires and urges, I think we can get to a point where we minimize the effects of racism if we really wanted to. Like I heard somebody say once before, your government gets what it pays for. If it's something that it really wants to happen, that's what it's going to be, right? So if we really created a society and a governing base that said we're going to minimize the effects of racism, I think that would happen.
Okay, let me ask you this:
a society where I could say I want to the effect of I'm trying to recreate myself.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this: is attraction natural, or are you making your own independent decision? Meaning, are you naturally attracted to black women? Like, is it in your nature to be attracted to black women, or are you identifying them and that's how you lead your attraction?
Yeah, so this is one of those times when I have to say two things can be true at one time, right? Because I think we're naturally attracted. There are some women from all spectrums, all races or whatever, that look amazing to me, especially if they have nice feet, which usually doesn't apply to white women, but some white women are beautiful, right? Super beautiful at that. But what I'm saying is, if I am specific to what I'm targeting to my children, right? Like I know people I know guys who, and they were all fair-skinned guys, right? But they dated and even married dark-skinned women. But when they were actually ready to make their children, they went and married non-black women because they actually had a specific desire for the way that they wanted to see their children.
Well, I'm all for getting rid of racism, but I don't believe that black people can be racist. Then we tell white people they can't. Because if a white man say the exact same thing, hey, what I'm doing is I'm trying to make sure the white race live on, and I want to have white babies, then we call him racist for saying those things. I think if we're gonna get rid of racism, we gotta get rid of the racial conversation altogether. And we can't see color, if that makes sense.
But see, that's why I asked if it's a natural attraction, because then we have biases, and if you have a independent bias, there's no way to get rid of it, and especially if it's natural. Oh, we naturally attracted to those women, right? So if that's a natural thing, you can't change that. So we're
talking about we're talking about under the guise that I can have sex with whoever I want to. But when I am really entering into a female with the intentions of recreating myself, and I want that child to look more like me, then I'm going to get with someone who looks like me.
But you know what's so crazy? I've never ever thought of recreating myself when I have children. I just thought, oh, you have a child, I've never thought of it as recreating myself. It's so interesting that you use that particular phrase to say that, because it kind of leads into the stuff that Ty and Keisha are talking about. Right. I never thought like that. It never came to my mind like, dang, I'm about to make another version of me.
Hell yeah.
When I was having
fiber of my being. You know what I'm saying? That's
I don't think like that, but
yeah, I didn't think that way either. I was thinking that I just wanted to reproduce with my wife and to be able to be successful parents, to be able to bring the kids up in the right type of household, which I think is the nuclear family. I wasn't like, I want this person to move like me, do like this. I understand that my kids have their own identity, and it's my responsibility as a father to cultivate that, to bring it out of them, that they can be the best member for society. That was my mindset.
What I've seen in the black community is the kid that looked the most like dad, or sometimes the firstborn. They usually the ones that get all of the favoritism, right? But especially if dad has multiple kids, the one that looked the most like him, especially if dad is revered within the family, right? You know, Junior that looked just like him, man, he get a special kind of love from the family, right? Because once dad is gone, they can look at him and see that kid. And you also see it on the negative side, right? Where when a kid looks just like the dad that the mom has, who the dad who's the antagonist in the mom's story, right? I was watching one of Tyler Perry's plays the other day where he mentioned this, how a lot of times these kids come out and they look just like their daddy, and the mom has this toxic relationship with the father, and now she's taking it out on the kid because the kid looked just like the dad. You see what I'm saying? So, I'm telling you, yes, like it bothered me for a long time. Okay, let me be honest. When I wanted my son, I wanted my son to be light-skinned because I didn't want him to go through what I went through on the dark-skinned side, but I wanted him to look like me. But
Okay.
in my adult years, after I learned about melanin and grew an affinity, Aaron, you see how I be drooling over African women, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So I grew this affinity for melanin and the African phenotype. It's like right now, if I was trying to produce a kid, shit, I want my woman to come from Africa. Because I'm trying to make or at least have the African phenotype, because I want my kid to look like me. I want him to have the same dark, rich, beautiful melanin that I got. You see what I'm saying? So, but at all times, I was definitely trying to recreate me. That is a matter of fact. Yes, I wanted my kids to come out looking like me and be my junior and have that relationship with them.
But you wanted a light-skinned version of you, is what you.
I really did. My uncle got one. My uncle right now, his baby mom is a white lady, and his oldest son looked just like him, but he light-skinned him over. He looked like Klay Thompson. You know what I'm saying? But his facial feature is just like his father. That shit is crazy to see.
So you're not really arguing being with black women. You just arguing being with highly melanin women. For example, Dominicans can have a lot of melanin. So that's
melanin. Yeah. Now I was asking Aaron specifically, right? Does he think is it okay to target that, right? Because I'm saying, if I look like me and I'm supposed to have this pride in what I look like, why wouldn't I be trying to recreate myself? This is how men.
But when you put pride in what you look like and yourself and all these things, who taught you to have pride in it? I've heard of pride in your country, pride in your character, but what you physically look like, right? We start to perpetuate this physical capacity. Ty, what's up?
I got a video to show y'all.
My mama what?
Nowadays in time, because things, just like I say, during that time, things were so hard when I was a kid that most fathers would just desert the mother.
Most fathers would just desert the mother. 1968, but you still sitting up here caping for these niggas.
That is a statement from a woman in the 1960s. Most men would just desert the woman.
Which don't make it true.
I got more evidence.
Wait, the numbers don't support it though. I'm not going to argue with individuals. The numbers don't support it, right? But
there's
in
context
1968,
to
the
all
marriage
that.
rate was down about 8%.
There's context to all that. Why wait to the 60s to do it? Why not do it in the 40s? Why not do it in the 50s? Right? There's context to it, right? And that could be a true thing. We don't know, but there's more context added to it. The thing is, what's popular is to take a scenario and situation and to maximize it and act like that is the thing. And the problem is when they keep going back and forth. Men are not capable of love. Men are not good parents. So stop expecting them to do it then. Like, you know what I mean?
I never said that men weren't good parents. I said it is not in your nature, but when there are single fathers and versus single mothers, based on the way that you parent, men in those scenarios typically make better parents. And it is the way that you parent.
It's absolutely in our nature. The problem is that you just don't want to accept the fact that it don't look the same. It's not the same. It's not in my nature, right? Normally to just hang out in the park with you with the other mothers, right? But I can still be a parent, right? I'm going to be the type of parent I'm supposed to be as a man. We're talking about best case scenario, and I'm so glad you're back because I want to ask you something. But let me say this really quickly, Aaron, because that video that she just played, right? You got to think about it. So most people will tell you 1955 to maybe 1960, Black people had a marriage rate of about 80%. So what you start noticing is that the marriage rate in the Black community was dropping about 1% every year for about 40 years straight, bro. So like from 1960 to the end of the 90s, the marriage rate was dropping about 1% every year. So when we got to 1981, 1982, the crack era, marriage rate was already down about 25%. So we went from 80% to about 65%, and then it
You
just
want to
kept
know why?
down, right? So no. We don't need to
Can
do
we
why.
have some sources?
Eric is now
Oh, what do we have? We've reached the conclusion of the Aaron O Show. I thank you guys for tuning in. But we went way past my cutoff time, way past it, because the conversations. I'm a conversationalist. I like to have them, but we passed way past. I ain't even getting no dinner messing with y'all. I ain't no dinner around. I ain't got no food, no nothing, because we didn't want to mess up no production, no nothing. You guys are appreciated. Thank you for everybody for rocking out. But we're going to get up out of here, okay? I got to wake up a couple hours and get right back to work and keep grinding. And then we got 5. Oh, Lord. What have y'all done to me, okay? Either way, I appreciate y'all. I will see you guys on the next show.